good with my internet. And I'm also not muted. I checked that before the stream and got all my capturage stuff set up and ready. Running typing yo, so hopefully they're getting started in a moment for the drafting. So how's everyone doing today? Hello Jimmy, how you doing Jimmy? Lovely to see you around. Oh yeah, get that dance emote. So this will be another best of 5. We got a ton of stuff all at the same time we're casting. So we'll do what we can to cast. Gotta like alt tab and cast 2 sets at once. Yeah, DauT versus Emu I'm going to want to cast in Thalassocracy. That's in an hour. So who knows, sometimes these sets are quick if we have sweeps. But running KingstoNe I think is, I have no idea what to say about this. Running, I say KingstoNe is probably better overall player, but running is definitely the more well-known clown. Around sometimes. Well, I appreciate whenever you are around. Let's hope KingstoNe is around. Careful of those clowns. Clowns are good. Clowns are good. No clown would ever hurt you. They might convert you, but they'd never hurt you. Hera versus Leary. That is definitely not a clown matchup. Hera versus Leary. That might actually hurt you. You might get lost in the woods with Hera. Okay. So it looks like running is around. And I'm just waiting for KingstoNe to start his draft. And the warning after 5-minute rule. Hopefully he's here on time. And if somehow he's not here, we'll just cast Target and Gabi, I guess. Also, things looking promising with the 0 drop frames from yesterday now that I fixed some coaxial cabling, so I am hoping that I've upped my bitrate on Twitch and on YouTube, and I'm hoping we're gonna have a stable stream with slightly higher quality. That is my hope. My deep hope. It was honestly, I was surprised how cheap the cabling was. It was only like 30 bucks on Amazon for 2 cables and a splitter. Vamos running, says Terrors. Well, we're waiting for KingstoNe to vamos. Okay, admins are on the DMing to make sure KingstoNe's around. Looks like he's online on Discord, so hopefully he's here. Oh, yes, okay, good. So, if we're going to check out the bracket real quick, as they're about to get started with their draft, but let me open the bracket just to remind ourselves of what clownery we have. Stronghold Frenzy 2. And it'll be running KingstoNe. The winner goes up to face Andy, so let me bring that up. Let me bring that up. So we'll have Andy coming here from the top. He'll face the winner of Running KingstoNe. The other semifinals will be tomorrow at 13 GMT, between DauT and Antagonist. We might need to... The finals were supposed to be this Sunday. We might need to reschedule them, because DauT and also freaking Andy are going to be at a LAN event this weekend. So we probably don't want them to play at the LAN event. That would probably be a bit too unpredictable for us, and we don't want to detract from the LAN. So we'll cast that whenever we have an opportunity to do so. We'll make sure we do that live, though. And it'll be DauT Antagonist against Running, or the winner of freaking Andy versus Running KingstoNe. I mean, chances are, maybe, who knows, maybe Running or KingstoNe and then Antagonist make it to the finals, and we don't have to worry about that, and we just do it Sunday anyway. But it'll be a bit of a it depends situation by the looks of it. What are the maps? Well, I'm glad you asked, because they should be getting a map draft started. And yep, here we are. Let me actually swap. Let's see, I gotta go to my small webcam and my other map draft. There we go. I need to copy this a couple times. Just darken the background a bit. And alright, so as the name Stronghold would imply, this map pool consists of a bunch of walled maps. Walled maps, clown maps, is the map scripters who worked on the Sudden Disaster map pool, who are here giving us some wonderful, wonderful maps for this event. Like Todai-Ji, which is Defend the Wonder Sudden Death. I'll have Narak, which is Regicide. Kind of like Regicide Fortress, but without the castle, so less unique unit focus, bit of a twist on Regicide Fortress. Zimbabwe, which is the Rage Forest specialty map. Everyone likes to lure those rhinos and boars in from the side. Sardist is like doubles a wall, where each player has their own wall, keeping them from the middle. And we'll see what we get for the final map. Ngome has been the most crazy of all the maps. It's a, like, probably Todai-Ji, Sardist, Ngome, and Treasure Beach would be the craziest setup we could get. But KingstoNe doesn't like fun. Bans Ngome. But we do get Treasure Beach, and we shall start on Treasure Beach. Now, I don't have a Civ draft, and a reminder that the civilization picks will be whatever Civ you use, you can never use again. So free pick, no repeat throughout the entire event. We have a big spreadsheet of civs, but I don't have a great way of displaying that. So welcome in everyone, and hopefully they should get the lobby going in just a moment. So I also got my coffee next to me to keep me going today. So we do have a few sets to cast. This should hopefully be a good set of games. Let's see. Let's see if Dave would. So we'll see if Dave wants to co-cast or not. No pressure to him if he doesn't want to. And hello, Red Cliffy. Let's give him a ping. Give him a ping. Nice Dino Dance emote. Oh, I like the Dino Dance. So, running KingstoNe in a lobby. And that's 2714 and 2667 elos for the two of them. And Treasure Beach selected as the map. You need more dancing emotes? Well, I got you covered. Got you covered. Right, he wants to spend time with his chat. That's cool. Right. So we have here. Grab my YouTube chat, make sure I can see you guys. Don't want to leave you alone. Alright, so we have here Treasure Beach, and it'll be... Oh wait, they didn't even launch. What are they doing in the lobby? Okay, this is where we get to decide though, okay chat. So running is picking purple as his color. And I know people are going to tell me they can't see blue versus purple, so we got to decide in what color do we place KingstoNe if running picks purple. Oh, and the dashboard went offline temporarily, no. Oh, it's back. We're good. We're good. Nightmare averted. Green? Can green and purple be... Is that visible to people? I mean, I have no problem with that, but some people... If you... I don't know if that's like a colorblind issue, green versus purple. Like, green and red is usually an issue, and purple's, I guess, kind of similar to red? Red and blue? That's so boring. I think we'll have to do it, though. Treasure Beach, it'll be Mongols for running and Jerchins for KingstoNe. I named the lobby Spiel von Nocturna Running. And at least I can read that. Blue-yellow. I want him to be a yellow. We could go purple-yellow. And you go purple-yellow. Yeah, as Kirek Fiasco says, you want blue-yellow? That could be interesting, but I think yellow-purple, like Lakers colors. Yeah, you get Luka Doncic in the game. Yellow's very difficult to see. Same for green. I think yellow's difficult to see, really. Interesting. Maybe we just go blue-red then. Thinking LSU. Well, thank you, Red Cliffy. Thank you very much for the sub. Oh yeah, Red Cliffy suggesting blue-yellow. That way they can be distinguished from the cliffs, right? Well, thank you very much for the sub and for all the support. Now you have the dance emote. Now you have both dance emotes. Up and here we go. Alright, so we'll do red blue, I think. So we'll have KingstoNe as the blue Jerchins to the south and running as the red Mongols to the north, building 2 houses near his boar because why not? Why not build some houses by the boar? Anyway, we will have the lovely, lovely predators in the north, the crocodiles, And we've seen villager kills repeatedly. And maybe we'll see some more. I'm pretty sure Running's the type of player who'd be prepared for this. I don't know how well KingstoNe has studied all the maps. I forget what maps he's played so far. But Running is the type of player I would trust to do his preparation, like significant amounts of preparation for all the maps. And we saw the #1 seed, Freaking Andy, get eaten by crocodiles. We saw Duzu get eaten by crocodiles. We saw, who is it, Kumbito get eaten by boars. Needs to play more Black Forest to learn how to lure them. Get used to luring them under pressure. A few vills for Running, heading over there. Oh, right now he's not going for the lure, he's going for the 5 vill approach. Okay, he is immediately going to do 5 vills and probably do the delete 1 fence, rebuild the palisade, and mill the middle strategy. As a scout from KingstoNe, ooh, just missed scouting 3 sheep. It's always nice to grab more sheep, but he did grab the pen around his hunt over to the left, and we'll be sending a vill out. Okay, KingstoNe, I know KingstoNe at least should be playing a decent bit of Rage Forest. And we'll see what type of lure he comes up with. Alright, so right away, different approaches. Jurchens versus Mongols, the two very hunt-heavy civs. Mongols, of course, collect at light speed. That's doing it a disservice. They collect at warp speed from all the boars. He's gonna build a gate! He's building a gate! Oh my gosh! KingstoNe, these have 1 HP! What? Guess he doesn't want the deer to run out? Look, I've seen someone do 1 palisade. I've never seen a gate before. Now he's gonna delete 1 tile of fence behind this. He doesn't want to let the deer out. He's building a gate! Now watch the animal run out while the gate is open, like that sudden disaster set with the boar. Who was that? Was that Classic Pro? Yeah, that was Classic Pro. He let the boar out of his gate, and then tried to call for an admin ray. That was amazing. Okay, so both players going for the boar approach. Running doing what I would have expected. You delete 1 palisade, then rebuild, or delete 1 fence tile, then rebuild the palisade. Vills are getting stuck. They need to build the mill. They somehow shot a deer. And he'll be bringing in some pigs as long as the scout doesn't steal them. Gotta be careful of those gates. Gotta be real careful. So quite a bit of shorefish down here. Ooh. Oh no, KingstoNe being annoying with the scout. He's gonna make sure that the deer flee. Oh no. Running wanted to keep them nearby, but now they're gonna run away. Oh, KingstoNe being as annoying as he can. Well, both these civs will collect hunt. Mongols, I still think, are favored in the hunt collection. Well, let's look at their tech trees and try to figure out what they're gonna do. Both of them have steppe lancers available. The Jurchen steppies will attack 20% faster. The Mongol steppies will have 20% extra HP. I guess that kind of cancels out in a way. So petty. It is brilliant. It is brilliant, though. He's playing the map. No, like I came out here saying I was sure Running would be very prepared, but KingstoNe showing either he's prepared or he's on the fly recognizing that fences have 1 HP. Palisades, ooh, maybe he got debated into thinking this were a fence. This is the type of gameplay I'm happy to see on these maps. Imagine he accidentally right-clicks the boar, though. Well, this is futile for Running. A bit more res collected so far for the Mongol player. Remember, Mongols collect faster from hunt than they do from shorefish with their villagers. So, nice to go for the hunt. And we'll have a KingstoNe over here. And moving out to the lumber camp, so both players with a lumber camp in the back. Usually what we see are men-at-arms pushes if you're not going to go for a fast castle. And men-at-arms trying to get into these wood lines that are far from the TC. Your walls do not keep your wood lines safe. And you have a lot of various holes that create openings from both waterways. The woods over here. He's running up to the feudal age. Up to feudal, and we'll have KingstoNe not too far behind. And stable. Alright, so no men-at-arms. No men-at-arms from either player. It will just be scouts for running. No feudal bonus to the scouts other than the good eco with the hunt. But they will gain 20% extra hit points in the castle age, and of course they'll have full upgrades through the castle age. And they'll dismiss their final armor and imp, and somewhat make up for that with extra HP. Usually that comes down to being better in melee, worse at surviving against ranged units. Oh, and UP, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much. And oh, there's a Vil from KingstoNe. KingstoNe's gonna go for some laming. And he needs to make sure that once he lames this boar, that the villager doesn't actually gather from it. Because he's the Jurchens, and if he does gather from it, then it would, like, not decay the food. Because he's Jurchens. He can get it in a position that's farther away from the mill. So, UnknownPlayer, the co-host of this event, thanks for the raid. I'm sure you've been casting some of the lower leagues too, so thanks for the raid. Alright, we have the Silver League finals tomorrow. Right after the other semifinals of the Gold League. With the DauT and antagonist. So Boar goes down, but he's the Jurchens. KingstoNe, oh no, you're the Jurchens. Okay, if you kill it, you don't need to gather from it. Someone was asking this. KingstoNe, you're the Jurchens. You can't lame. You leave the food on it. Oh man, after all that work you did killing the fence, you come and do this. You're just idling your Vil now. Oh, you're not laming anything. You can wall it in, that's maybe the best you can do. Oh, the Vil will just go take it now. Well, they have good 35 food capacity, they'll take it. They won't even be bothered by the walls all that much. Alright, so let this be a lesson. Don't lame if you're the Jurchens. There's running up to the castle age. Or I guess if you're gonna lame with the Jurchens, you still need to get your last hit with the scout. And a couple of step lancers gonna run across the bridge. Also, I gotta give credit where it's due. You always gotta love a random map script that uses bridges. And he uses them very well here to segment off the water. And the different sides of water that we have. I guess you can sail all the way up here, but I've never seen anyone actually do that. It'd be interesting to go a few galleys and maybe sail up here to try to take the hill. If you control the shorefish on the coast, the oysters on the coast, and then head up there. So Spear from KingstoNe, if Running's paying attention, he'll see that his scout, true to its name, ran right past it. Oh, he actually ran away already due to all those spears. Not gonna stay over here. And there's Castle Age on the way for KingstoNe. Not going for scouts. Running going to be attempting to hoover with his own scouts, and KingstoNe will go for some stone walls. Keep his hunt safe. So different approaches to the hunt from both players. All in all, Running probably a bit behind. Didn't get walls all the way surrounding this and had to run from the spears. And KingstoNe, no. No, KingstoNe, no! Don't do it! You're losing the... No! KingstoNe, no, okay. Well, this is the worst laming I've ever seen. That boar didn't decay. This boar killed his laming Vil. And wouldn't have decayed anyway. Well, he had the walls and he didn't finish them. Oh no, he was worried about scouts getting in. You reached the point where you recognize them? Nice. Well, that is I was saying I figured KingstoNe played enough Rage Forest, he'd be comfortable with the map. Maybe I was wrong about that. Ooh, Steppies attacking the Ville diagonally with their one range. Trying to get in, and KingstoNe will be doing what he can to stone wall. And keep them out. Step Lancer is brutal when it comes to clumping up on buildings and knocking them down. Double ranges and another workshop coming forward for running. And Step Lancers will go for the house. We'll have scale barding armor on the way for running. And nope, look at that explosion. It's Grenadier time. So Grenadiers against, what are we gonna get, Mangonels? How do they do against Grenadiers? That I don't know. And we can get rocket carts from the Jurchens that have +1 range in the Castle Age because Siege Engineers is available early. This entire time, no double bit axe for running. KingstoNe's had that for a while. So his eco feels like it's maybe pulling slightly ahead. I guess the scores are the same. But Spears over here poking the Step Lancers. Step Lancers, they do usually beat Spears. At least one of them goes down. Spears being useful, at least in slowing down the assault. And the Step Lancers continuing for running. And it's going to be Step Lancers versus Grenadiers. So running, even though he went Scouts, wasn't too far away from clicking up. Grenadiers did a decent amount of damage to that Mangonel. Okay, okay. House goes down. Are the Steppies in? Are they in? I think they're in. What's stopping them? Are those walls... Is there a hill and those walls are consecutive? Oh, those walls are... Oh, there's a piece of wall between them. That's what it is. There's wall between them. You just can't see it. Running was hoping to be in, but KingstoNe with a good wall off keeps him out. Yeah, they seem not too terrible against Mangonels so far. So 12 Pierce attack does mean it overcomes the 6 Pierce armor. So if they hit, they'll do some damage. So that's the lesson to learn. If they hit, they do damage. There was a Scout and a Step Lancer looking for a way in up here, but they were not invited to the hunt party. A defensive monastery from KingstoNe, but the Jurchens do not have redemption. So he can convert Step Lancers, but not Mangonels. Sounds like an old-time magician, the Great Wall-Off. Made changes with numbers. I think it's all about positioning, if you can avoid dying. But maybe you can't avoid dying to Step Lancers, or maybe you kill Step Lancers with the hill bonus. Oh my gosh, the Grenadiers killed everything. Running was like, oh, Cav versus ranged unit? I'll just close the distance and take the fight, but no. These things, I guess the one... What is that? They have a minimum range of 1. But that's probably beneficial against the Step Lancers who have range of 1, and the Step Lancers will be outside the minimum range when they attack. So the Mangonels aren't cleared, but the Step Lancer army is. And that'll lead to a bit of a counterattack now. Running has been trying to... Or has been now sending Vills to do a TC. We'll see if the Crocodile blocks the foundation. No, it doesn't. Okay. Would have actually been devastating if the Crocodile blocked the foundation for maybe 5 or 10 seconds. And the Grenadiers got over. The TC going up here for KingstoNe. Rocket Cart Grenadier combo, get the Mangonel. Combine their forces. New Repairville. Ooh, nice! Not walking. Forward. And always tricky with the tricky to micro with the min range. Here comes a knight. I think the goal is try to hit the Repairville if you can, but he'll just run back, try to keep the rocket cart safe. Okay, Grenadiers at the front. Will Knights be more successful than Step Lancers? It looks like it for the moment. You have more hit points. Knights go down. Knights go down. Step Lancers also took 2 rocket cart shots. That does help. Osa on the way for KingstoNe as a monastery comes up in the middle of the map. Do they do friendly fire? Let's see. They have a blast width of 0.65. I'm not sure if they do. My guess is no, but I'm not sure about that. The house and monks coming out of the monastery. Is that related to their special tech? Detonate when defeated, produce additional explosive. That's thunderclap bombs. No, but they do have just a bonus that units receive minus 50% friendly fire damage. That's a civ bonus, not a tech. They do this by minus 50% friendly fire. Maybe it is. They're healing up at least, so maybe they did damage themselves. Now, the team bonus is gunpowder unit line of sight. Friendly fire is just a civ bonus. I'll have to check that out, because usually different types of projectiles either do or do not do friendly fire damage. So I'm not exactly sure how it's implemented. Maybe they do. I wouldn't be surprised either way. Hello, sentient beast. How you doing? And a cav archer here for KingstoNe. Do they have bonuses for cav archers? Mounted units attack faster? Does that mean cav archers attack faster? They are mounted. Cav archers attack 25% faster versus 20% faster, but then they have no Parthians, so that's going to make up for them having the armor. So it's actually very close cav archers, with the Mongols being slightly better then. Hello, Sweezy Bulka, how you doing? Let me also know if that's not how I'm supposed to pronounce your name, by the way. Mangonels fending these grenadiers away as the mangonels come over, and a monk here wants a conversion. And knights are still wandering around. It's in Polish. Okay. I think Polish would be a fun language to learn, but I've never really learned it. I've heard a couple of sentences in my lifetime. And the ram push taken out by the knight. Knight going for the mangonel. KingstoNe with a score lead. He has been booming on 3 TCs as Running's been trying to push. And the range does go down. TC here will now be assaulted by 5 mangonels. So KingstoNe defending against a man who now has a Huang-like hunger for TC. But the Grenadiers destroying 3 mangonels! Oh my gosh! Well, now that 4 mangonels out here again, but if 5 didn't do the job, what are 4 gonna do? Against Grenadiers and now a rocket cart. You can see how that score just jumped up for KingstoNe after he took that fight. Didn't lose anything there. Grenadier is amazing. Grenadiers are amazing. Bill goes down. Grenadiers go for the mangonels. Bill goes down. Mangonels go for the TC. And they gotta split around. And, oh man, this is nasty. They pop in and out of the TC. Rocket Cart hits the Mangonel, and running with his push cleaned up, we'll call the GG. KingstoNe with the Grenadier defense pulls it off. 39-31 KD, some questionable laming from KingstoNe. But in the end, the FC to Grenadiers. That wasn't even like an FC Grenadier. He was up 4 minutes slower than running. Or running who had opened scouts. That's crazy. The Grenadiers are that strong. Grenadiers are a crazy unit. And I think players still sleeping on the Grenadiers as the Jurchens. I've seen a lot of Fire Lancers, but not enough Grenadiers, I think. Phosphor probably knows some good Grenadier strats. DauT went full Grenadier and was similarly unstoppable. I believe it. I believe it. I believe in the Grenadiers. And looks like Todai-Ji shall be our next map. A map that will be crazy. It'll be absolutely crazy. Deleted mangonels, deleted buildings. Wasn't gonna let his TC be eaten. He was just applying some Ozempic to that mangonel push. As those Grenadiers are. So it looks like pretty much everyone's streaming today. Nice. And we'll do Thalassocracy, DauT, Emu after this. We might be joining it partway through, but Emu pulled an upset and is playing against DauT, so we get to cast Emu. Traction Treb slivs selected by any one of these? That's a good question. I don't know if we'll see the Traction Trebs, because they're not as good against buildings as normal Trebs are. Alright, and here we go. Alright, running shall once more be placed in the red. And now KingstoNe taking a win in game 1. We'll have running as the red Georgians against KingstoNe as the blue shoe. So Traction Treb Civ, you asked and you shall receive. Let's see, they move faster. That's their bonus, they move faster. You've read it in Polish, only to try reading it in German. Yeah, that's what my initial response was, to attempt to read it in German, but as I look at it, my mind's like, no, that doesn't look German. So I mean, it makes sense that it's Polish. It has a Z in it. So, Traction Trebs. Amazing against units, amazing against monks and arbs. Not as good at taking out buildings. We've seen Traction Treb pushes get stopped on this map. In part because they weren't walled in properly, but in part because repairs could happen fast enough. We had a crazy game between Jordan and Antagonist, where Antagonist got up to 7 or 8 trebs and Jordan was trying to defend with Bombard Cannon. The Georgians, they themselves, no cannon, but they do have Siege Engineers, which is useful for their trebs. And they do have Fortified Churches. They could potentially do some churches out in front of this wonder to help defend it from forward castle drops. Mule Cart also comes over to the Wonder. Remember, there are foxes and a bunch of shorefish up here in the north. Yeah, that I cannot read. Lots of diacritic marks all over the Polish letters. I guess they're mostly to emphasize that those letters get pronounced and where the syllables are. But I don't know their pronunciations. When 30 plus traction trebs, they're an OP unit. Polish letter equivalent of the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. You're just typing all the letters. Nice. That's a good sentence for looking at a font and determining whether you like it or not. I've been liking the Adobe source fonts recently and using them in my own projects as my coding font. The only thing I don't like is Roman numeral I's don't have serifs on them. So it's in their sans serif font, which you might say, oh yeah, obviously. But it makes it hard to write titles, like with a Roman numeral in them. Like the Roman numeral 2 looks a bit weird. But other than that, that's my only complaint. Otherwise, I like the font. Try living with dyslexia. I imagine some languages must be worse for that than others. So we're taken underneath the TC. And Vils will keep popping out. And nice pig trying to hide in the middle of the road and blend in. That running doesn't take him. See if running remembers. Running does have a pig holding his gate open. Or no, KingstoNe, sorry, KingstoNe's like KingstoNe doesn't remember. KingstoNe does have a pig holding his gate open. I wonder if running might have stolen that, but now he brings it back, So when you say 30 plus traction trebs, I genuinely would not be surprised to see that on this map. Those are real books. Those are real books, Sentient Beast. Those are real books. And now Loom on the way for KingstoNe. I have a mill coming up here for KingstoNe by the Wonder. Todai-Ji, of course, is the Japanese wonder. You can visit it IRL if you want. I think the map makes an absolutely beautiful forest around it. And a feudalage on the way for running. That is a Dunkin' coffee, yes. Did run to Dunkin' to get a coffee right before casting this set. Keeps me awake during the day. I gotta make sure that I'm staying awake while I'm casting. It is difficult for me to maintain a proper sleep schedule, so I gotta pull out every trick in the book. Never had an issue reading English, Polish, hardened you for all other languages. It is, as much as it is nice that you don't have to have a whole bunch of different symbols when you're writing in English. I think you do need a bit of creativity in learning it as you come up with pronunciations. They can be very non-obvious, especially as someone who also has exposure to German. It's much easier to read the words as they're written. Real books virtual streamer. I am the AI, the books are real. So, Scout here looking to attack the Vil. Not going to run inside the gates, though. Takes 1 HP of damage, but he is the Georgian, so he will heal. And he has no problem moving around, healing up. Just wanted to hit the Vil a bit. Now, there are 3 relics directly in the middle, and then after that, each player has 1 relic. This one hidden behind a tree, next to their own wonder. So you can very easily get a 4-1 relic lead. Hard to go 5-0 because by the time you've gotten to that relic, you've probably won anyway. And KingstoNe will still be taking the food over here. You've had 6 years of German in secondary/high school. It is, oddly enough, very useful for an English speaker. because of the fact that many Germans speak English. And like after like the US and the UK, Germany is usually really high up on my viewer list. And one day we're gonna do a German stream. Japanese is easier for you to read than Polish. Really? Oh, I wonder if like a language that uses symbols like Japanese or Chinese or Korean might be easier to read than the letter systems we have. And barracks going up here for KingstoNe. Running, if he's paying attention, might be able to scout that. He's a tile off, would need to bring the scout forward. Now, seeing the barracks and knowing that it's going to be a scout opening can be useful. Let's see, ooh, was just a tile off and seeing it. So now that he sees the gold, might not come back and make another loop to see it. Does Korean have a letter system? Oh, okay, I thought it didn't. I'm mistaken then. Just different. That's what I remember John Hopcroft told me once, talking about the teaching of computability theory in China, that apparently there's no Chinese word for prefix, or no Mandarin word for prefix. And hello, Duke Canada, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone here. And we have KingstoNe in the quarterfinals of Stronghold Frenzy with a 1-0 lead over Running. And we're on Todai-Ji, where the players have a wonder that they need to defend. Hello, wise turtles. Enjoy, guys. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, and hope you guys are ready for some clown action. Because the map scripters behind Stronghold Frenzy and Heaven and Hell and a lot of the closed map John Slow events have put together a wonderful map pool for this. And we had a really enjoyable event. So we have Castle Age, Bloodlines, and Gold Mining on the way for Running. And Bill's on the lumber camp will be gathering wood. Bill out there drops off at the mill. Red crown cranes flying around. Scout Cav here on the outside. And now the question is, we have a stable from both, right? Stable from both. What else are we going to see? So, actually, no, never mind, not a stable from both. We have an archery range. Okay, I guess it makes sense as the shoe to go archers. Sometimes I feel like you're getting the food from wood bonus does lead you to going scouts, but no bloodlines. So I guess if you're against the civ like the Georgians with a good cav, you're not going to want to lead into scouts and into a cav fight. No camels for them either. Even though they have the Huiguang cav, don't think you really want to go for them here. Maybe white feather guards could be useful later on. He's running up to the Castle Age, and he, as the clown, will be adding a monastery and, oh, not just any monastery though, but a fortified church as the Georgians. Oh, wait, if you build this with the villager, then you gather from the foxes faster, right? So less decay. Usually you get 31 gold. I'll get slightly more. Mill next to the wonder. Yeah, we've seen some really cute mills next to wonders. Sometimes you really you end up adding a windmill to the wonder, which looks cute. Yeah, so if you play enough Rage Forest, you probably see the water down here and think that you want to dock and build fish traps in it. So anyway, a couple of spears coming forward. They will find a knight. The knight will take a poke. He says, haha, I'm Georgian, I'll heal. Get his HP back. University coming up for KingstoNe. And then Bosa on the way for KingstoNe as well. Made a silly map where the foxes spawn from a big central forest and have 500 gold each. These 31 gold foxes have nothing on those. Okay, so Monk gonna come out, maybe heal this scout. He picked up 3 relics. An imp right away from running, going for the fast imp approach. Okay, running fast imp. He has stone. And he's maybe making a mistake if he thinks that KingstoNe doesn't have map control. Because KingstoNe has archers, no fletching, no bodkin, no crossbow. But he does have the range, and so far, no scouting of that by running. Did eventually see... No, we didn't even see the barracks. Maybe he's thinking KingstoNe is doing a 3TC boom? Well, I saw the workshop. The luck collection must have felt satisfying. I'm sure it did. I'm sure it did. Left one at home, though. Another monastery. Scouts fighting each other down there as the spear goes down. Knight comes over here. And okay, this is exactly what the worry is for running, that he runs into army. The problem is the army does not yet have its upgrades. Crossbow and fletching just now in. And market walls from running. Okay, so the plan for KingstoNe not executed in time. The knights are going to try to run away. But no ballistics for KingstoNe, and they do get away. Bit of HP on those markets running. Going for the market wall off. To keep the crossbows away from his villagers, but there is a hole? No, there is not a hole, he walled. He was aware of the hole and he walled it. We'll have to bring the vills to the backside of the castle, but now at 69 HP, it is looking like it will go up as the crossbows have to run away. Warrior priests are also vulnerable to scouts. They take bonus damage from scouts, but also note warrior priests are exclusive to the Armenians. Georgians, while they have the fortified churches, cannot train the warrior priests. Running is 2k7. He's a good player. Don't doubt the clown. So I have block printing on the way here from running. The knight and the scout keep running around. Wants a conversion on a crossbow. Will get it before going down. Crossbow immediately picked off though. 47, 42 pop imp now. So imp from both, but the trebs are popping now. Trebs are popping. And traction treb defense from KingstoNe. Traction trebs should be good at dealing with enemy trebs. So 36 to 39 vills. We have a fast imp treb versus a fast imp traction treb defense. Alright, Wonder getting trebbed, needs repairs, but no stone income right now. Only, let's see, 5 vills on stone, but no stone in the bank, has to buy it. Running, selling stone just before KingstoNe buys it. Makes it cheaper for him. Yeah, remember, just because something has an attack bonus doesn't mean that it counters it. It just means that it is, situational. Sometimes less bad against it than it otherwise would be. And defensive trebs from KingstoNe. Deletes the mining camp so he can micro a bit better. Repairs on the way from running. Running trying to wall in the trebs a bit. Absorb the traction treb shots. That'll help him. And traction trebs need to go for the side treb, I think. Or the back treb. The crossbow's coming around to pick off the repair vills. Pick off the repair vills. And suddenly, running won't be able to keep his trebs alive if the repair vills go down. Okay, traction treb defense, they try to hoover away, and they dodge. They manage to dodge successfully. Projectiles get the treb. That's one treb down. KingstoNe out of stone. That's the difficult thing about defending the Wonder. You need to get your stone resources set up properly. Third treb on the way. Every treb is expensive for running. Every single treb is expensive. The repair vills all go down. And running with his trebs going down will call the GG. The traction treb defense from KingstoNe pays off. And running, realizing he won't be able to keep the trebs up now that the crossbows there are able to pick the repair vills. Maybe you need to split the trebs up on different sides of the castle? The traction trebs were enough. GG. I know, what a bad king of stone who is constantly out of stone. Well, he's the king. He doesn't need no stone. 21 to 5 KD. And yet later input. More eco, more traction trebs. The absolutely silly thing is, since it was a 1 TC game, running is down 27 to 44 vills on 1 TC. So he had absolutely no eco behind this. Hide vills in between castle shots. It was against the crossbows, right? So it's hard to time that because there's so many crossbows. That's 2-0 for KingstoNe. And I wonder if we'll see Sardis Saracens next. Well, yeah, it does get tricky to micro that, right? Because you want to repair, you need to be in between the traction treb shots, but then the crossbows are there, and you're garrisoning and ungarrisoning, and over time losing vills. And it's vills that you can't replace because you're so low on eco. Okay, where are we at now? There we are. Looks like Narak will be the next map. Okay. Running picking Narak as the map rather than Sardis. Okay, okay. Yeah, the Germans have a lot of games going on right now. Between running and target. Both playing good sets. I like the hiding vills idea. But it's really hard to pull off, right? Kind of like what I guess what you're saying is like what they do in Tower Wars. Right? Like you see the arrows coming in, you pop inside the tower. I think it's a bit more finicky when you're trying to repair the trebs than to repair a tower. And also, just I'll be bringing this up for the next couple days now that I've made some changes. But how's the internet quality? How's the stream quality? Any drops or anything on your guys' end? Because on my end, it's looked perfect so far. Hopefully, it's a good experience for y'all as well. Seems good to you. Nice. In the future, if we ever get fiber optic internet. Good sound, you only listen though. That's fine. I do that with streams sometimes too. Like you put it up because you're doing some work in the background. Just get some background noise to blot out the other noise that's surrounding you. Yep, and here we go. I also feel like I might need to zoom the camera out slightly. I don't know if like... I'll need to do some experiments with it, like zooming it in versus out. I'm trying to adjust the autofocus setup slightly so it focuses better. I feel like sometimes it's slightly out of focus, but that's an adjustment I'll need to make. Anyway, it is now Narak here. We'll have KingstoNe as the blue Italians to the west, and running as the red way to the east. And we'll have an elephant being lured in here by Runningsville. Way too early of a GG? I don't think it's too early of a GG from that last game. It was a 20 villager difference when it was like 27 to 44. And I think Running was aware of the vill deficit he was facing. He went all in for that treb push, but the traction trebs were a great way of denying it. And different than the bombard cannon defense we saw Jordan do the other day. The traction trebs not requiring chemistry lets them come out in time where they can pull off the defense. And also that was KingstoNe staying 1 TC to go imp and not booming himself. So had an easier time getting the defense in order. So king over here to the east, running around. As the rhino comes in. Elephant and rhino and a gazelle. All the animals coming under the TC for running. So Wei versus Italians, Genoese crossbowmen feel like they should be pretty darn good in this matchup because the Wei, I mean, what do? They go Tiger Cav, they go Xianbei Raiders, they have Cao Cao as their hero, who is a Cav unit. And then they also might want to go Huiguang Cav. So all of their primary options countered by the Genoese crossbowmen. Their skirm line looks like it has full upgrades, but then Italian skirms will be better. And no champion, so no Gambesons too, so probably don't want to go for the swordsman line. Even the halb line misses the final armor upgrade. So I think Italians could be a good civ matchup here against the Wei, just looking at their composition. I'll see if it plays out that way with the economies, because usually this civ over here for running is able to pull way ahead with the vills they get from the eco-techs. And bonuses every time they research an economy upgrade, they get one villager. So double bit axe, horse collar, right away when you hit feudal, that's 2 vills. Add in gold and stone mining, that's another 2. Wheelbarrow, that's a 5th of vill you get in feudal. So 5 extra vills in feudal. And then if you hit castle, that's another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from all your eco-techs. Bowsaw, heavy plow, gold and stone shaft mining, and handcart. You do have access to all of them. Then you miss out on 2-man saw, but you do still have crop rotation and imp. Been playing some 300 pop team games lately, on slightly larger maps than normal. You think it might one day become meta instead of the 200 pop games you always have? It's more about macro and less about micro in the end, of course, but the epic late game battles are a lot of fun. A lot of people did that on HD. You've had 300 pop Black Forest games. Never really caught on anywhere else, though. It's kind of impressive that the game had a max pop of 200 and feels rather balanced around that population in terms of the sizes of the maps. And I don't know if that was ever the goal, that they knew players would play that size, or like they future-proofed it, but it feels pretty well balanced around that population, 1v1 or a team game. So I don't know. I've sometimes you see increases, but I've never seen it really catch on in the wider community as a whole, or at least in the competitive community. As I said, the main thing that stands out to me would be those Black Forest 300 pop games on HD. That's a very different setup than Rage Forest, because you weren't really fish booming back then when the fish traps didn't work, or at least didn't work as well as they do now. And the walls, I guess they were nerfed in HD, right? Yeah, they were nerfed in the HD expansions. Not as much as in DE, but you weren't really pushing walls as much as you do now. You didn't have the rotatable gates, so you couldn't rewall. But I had to slam gate rewall. Still weren't pushing as much. So that's Castle Age, and Castle Age on the way for running. Or 50 pop games. Would be a cool concept for another John Slow tournament, 50 pop and 300 pop. That would be pretty crazy, 50 pop and 100 pop. I think you can go down to 25 pop, I think that's the lowest. 50 pop was all of those AoE 1 campaigns. Those were weird to play. So, well, speaking of high populations, running will be booming with the Wei. He did do some eco upgrades, didn't do the gold and stone upgrades, but did do both feudal eco upgrades, and there's Bowsaw. So that'll be a total of +3 vills for him. Infinite population mod? I don't know if there's an infinite population mod. I know the user patch went up to 1,000 to pop, which I think is higher than DE does. Here, running should be scouting the forward castle vills. I think he just saw them. Loom on the way for running. Running could decide to fight this. Could send vills to YOLO and fight this. It's only 7 forward vills? 8 forward vills? Yeah, and I think he's going to do just that. Could do wheelbarrow now. This is when you might want to do fletching for a tower. Oh, he's going to block the castle foundation with the scout. There he goes, blocking the foundation again. And workshop will go up for KingstoNe as he's going to try to get scorpions out to deal with the vills. So far, so good for the vill fight. Accidentally shore fishing instead of fighting. Taking a fight against the scout and killing the scout. The workshop will go up. He'll lose his own scout. And once scorpions start coming out, these vills probably have to retreat. Scorpion popping out for KingstoNe, though. And now the vill fight. Wheelbarrow immediately for KingstoNe. He knows he wants speedier vills if he's fighting. He's still pumping spears into the fight. And again, because this is not Regicide Fortress, it's just Narak with a Regicide start, you don't start with the barracks for pumping the spears. You have to be prepared for that. And now with a second Scorpion and repair vills here to keep the first Scorpion alive, this isn't working out for running, and now his vills will be slow compared to the wheelbarrow vills. He needs another 30 seconds, but still slow compared to the spears. And, ooh, he just manages to block off a vill there. Let's see, running loses a vill, and now the castle will go up for KingstoNe. So all in all, I mean, running's had some idle TC during that fight. He's also had more vills. Well, falling a bit behind in res collected, though. Mangonel coming forward to try to deny the tower. Okay, running still fighting with his vills, has his own workshop in Mangonel now. Mangonel makes it interesting. This Mangonel, trying not to be downhill in the exchange, doesn't take a square shot. And ooh, does go down, but the Mangonel, 4 HP and repaired, and just enough repairs on the Mangonel to keep it alive against the Scorpions. Scorpion goes down, more forward vills go down. The vills fighting in KingstoNe with the DauT castle. He has to turn. He has to turn and run. The Mangonel's still getting shots, and the castle's at 90%. Another Mangonel on the way. Gets another vill. Got Mangonels on both sides. Vills are fighting. Vill goes down, Scorpion down. Castle 98. Sacrifices some of his own vills. 99.56%. 99.56% for KingstoNe. And running will look to wall it in. Running will look to wall it in now. But here come more vills. Will they get there in time? Will they get there? A couple of Mangonels could get shots. Running has to be quick with his walls. Get one more tile and use the gold mine. He's going for a gate. Goes for another gate. A one vill sneaks in. He sneaks in and he gets it up. Hero Villager builds the castle. One tile where he could sneak in by the gold mine. And the castle goes up. The Genoese crossbowmen. Do they have room to ungarrison? Maybe. But it goes up. And behind this, running hasn't been booming. His TCs have been idle. He's been vill fighting. He hasn't had an economy. And it's now 24 to 24 population. He almost run the game right there. But no, not enough. Not enough from running to stop this. Yeah, the TC idle time is beyond 11 now. TC idle time is only 11 for KingstoNe. Seconds versus minutes, that is. 11 seconds of idle TC time for the 1 TC player, 13 minutes for the 3 TC player. And KingstoNe actually ahead in vills. That is a crazy 11 to 9 versus 12 to 14 eco KD. Running Mangonel some of his own vills there. And KingstoNe perhaps aware of how good the Genoese crossbowman is in this Civ matchup. We'll try to pump them out now. Ooh. Outpost there, which will be great for the Mangonel War, gives some good line of sight. Running with the score lead. I wonder if that's deceptive, though. Has to be careful that this fortified tower contains his king. What are the chances of petards and Genoese crossbowman going for a king snipe. I think you would need ballistics. Oh, Genoese crossbowman take a hit. They'll have to run and heal. Both players trying to repair. But running now under pressure, has to keep repairing a TC, which is expensive, very expensive. KingstoNe has to be careful of those Genoese crossbowmen, runs them away. Doesn't take too much of a shot there. He also has some mills in the middle taking shorefish. Needs to make sure those vills don't go idle. His king is in his tower. But now running up by 5 vills, slowly but surely pulling ahead. Ooh, just misses the square shot. Ooh, and the mangonels trade off. Okay, trades here probably good for running, who has the eco lead. Even with almost 17 minutes now of idle TC time, has managed to pull slightly ahead. Res collected still very close though. And is Mangonel going to do a dance to try to pathfind around those vills? Mangonel gets hit. Shu and Mongol. Not this game. Ooh, Vil goes down. Vil goes down. You know, he's crossbowman here trying to be annoying on the gold. Running still has to repair the TC. Up by 6 Vils now, he's housed. Has to build more houses. And they're having an outpost line of sight for the Mangonel fight is so nice. And the Mangonel goes down. This Mangonel keeps hovering around. Going for the crossbows, gets one of them, but loses the Mangonel and the Vil. Now it's down to a 4 Vil difference again. Starting to run away though with the res collected. Those extra Vils he has to spend more res there repairing the TC, and that might make up for it. Vils keep popping out of the TC. Over here, crossbows run around. KingstoNe wants Imp. Well, he's the Italians and he has Imp. He has Imp. So res collected 500 more for running, but add in the savings of the Italians and the fact that KingstoNe hasn't had to repair the TC, and he's probably still a bit ahead in eco. Running now 8 Vils ahead though, and that Vil lead will only increase as he's going for the 3 TC boom and his opponent on 1 TC is up to Imp. So defensive Mangonel trying to keep the Genoese crossbowmen away from the wood line. KingstoNe needs to keep running, but stays there. And oh, look, Vil's out here. If they wanted a mill, they don't have it. I'll have to go away. And that's Imperial Age on the way for KingstoNe. And Ballistics on the way as well. Look at that forward University. And he will look to go immediately for Trebs and maybe snipe down the Fortified Tower. With the workshop there and the Italians Gunpowder units are discounted, and university techs discounted. Oh, double discount could go for early cannon to try to push this tower too. Push the mangonels with cannon. Cannon trying to kill a knight. Almost succeeding there. Fortified tower. Okay, nice precision. Danger close mangonel shots from running. Kind of like comparing a pair of Nikes versus a bike. Mongols famed for their bikes. Famed for their horses, maybe. Okay, ooh, castle killing some vills. Now Bodkin over there, the castle will arrange the gold. Iron horse equals bike? I thought an iron horse would be a train. Crossbows take out the mangonel. Okay. 1.5 mangonels going down. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Gets another mangonel. That's the scary thing about mangonel wars. I always feel like the more I have, the more I have to lose. Okay, some nice attack grounds on knights this game for running. Gotta hand that to him. He's been killing knights with those attack grounds. However, the tower does have a lot of range, but it also doesn't have all that much HP. It's not a castle itself. And the trebuchet is out, and the trebuchet pushing the tower, and running will call the GG, as KingstoNe is imp and trebbing. So running calls it. Almost stopped the castle, but it does go up in the end. One tile he wasn't able to wall in. And KingstoNe with the, I was not expecting a sweep here. I was not expecting a sweep, but running, our German player, just like their trains, is no longer running. And KingstoNe will move on to the semifinals where he will face the #1 seed, freaking Andy. So congrats to KingstoNe. Also a clean sweep at this stage of the tournament means you're not using your strongest civs. Or, I mean, not that Italians are a weak civ, but he gets to save some other choices for the semifinals. So good job for him. 27-minute imp. And GG's. Exactly, Haranara. That's where I learned the context. Iron Horse. That's what I'm thinking of. Alright, so clean win. Congrats to KingstoNe. And reminder, the first semifinals will be tomorrow at 13 GMT. 13 GMT tomorrow. There's a wired donkey. Okay, where am I getting pinged? The doof scored. Pinged about. Math question. All right, so we're gonna move over and we're gonna cast DauT versus Emu Warrior in Thalassocracy 2. And we're just very quickly gonna change my game version and hop into that. Let me also, I'll update, as I'm changing patches, I'll update the bracket on challenge. Swap this over to the Thalassocracy 2 branch. I think that's what we need. That's what I would assume we need. And update this bracket. So, here we go. The Germans would call French cars. Unfortunately for running, he is going to be swept. And we have our semifinal set. Andy KingstoNe against DauT antagonist. Running technically had been the higher seed, but he is now upset. Upset. And now, I believe our setup is that when you beat someone, you inherit their seed. So DauT technically is the higher seed against antagonist. Andy still undefeated as the #1 seed. Will be playing KingstoNe. Please post more of these sets on YouTube. All of these sets are on my YouTube if you go to the live stream tab, Dagul. They're all there and should be in lovely 4K resolution. They're all on the live stream tab. So just check from there. And YouTube is still kind of weird with how it organizes videos. But they are... Almost every Stronghold Frenzy set is there. There were a couple I casted only on Twitch, but almost all of them are there. It's hard to like look through them and find them sometimes. I don't know if there's a better thing I could do for that. I try to go back and add timestamps to the videos. But they're all there. It takes, unfortunately, a bit of looking. Maybe there's a way I could link the VODs somewhere, like from the handbook. Or from a bracket somewhere. I don't know about that. That's maybe something for the future for me to think about. But, right. Let's see, I'm getting tagged again. How many deer are in this photo? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. All right, so we're gonna get Emu versus DauT on the way. See, my game has updated. I'm gonna click play and launch it. And let's see, I need to clear my scoreboard around. Do I have a Thalassocracy logo? I do. I don't have a draft for this, so apologies for that. We'll see what's happening here. I don't even know what round it is. DauT versus Emu Warrior. We know Emu likes his white feather guards. I'm just going to hop on the dashboard and see what's going on. And hop into it wherever I can. And I will spoil the score if we need to. They're not in a game? Are they started? What's going on? I don't see any stats for them. No previous games, no current games. Did they draft? I don't see a draft. Looks like I'm also being pinged against or about Gabi versus Target. I'm going to try to cast those Recs after this. Round of 64. All right, is this... Did we have stats for this anywhere? That's my next question. Do we have a draft? Do we have anything? This will be on the new water patch, so new water patch. And let me update my YouTube title too. So many things I gotta update. This will be DauT versus Emu Warrior Thalassocracy 2. And let's see if I can find the Wikipedia page. Yes, I can. Here. I need to make a thumbnail for this too, for Thalassocracy. So, live stream tab isn't on mobile. Really? I never actually thought about that. Let me check that. Someone was saying that they couldn't see the videos. Let me check my channel. Check T West. I see the live tab on mobile. Interesting. What are you an Android, iPhone? Do you have an app versus looking at a browser? Interesting. Alright, so I still don't see this. Oh, there we go. Now I see it. DauT versus Emu. Apparently it's 1-0 DauT already. So, Emu swept Bad Koala. But I'm pretty sure DauT has been practicing the water balance quite a bit. And will be more vicious opponent. How is purple versus blue again? I think blue can maybe be hard to see on water maps. Maybe we'll go purple cyan? Is that visible for people? Purple cyan? Maybe cyan red? Alright, there we are. Yeah, so I think cyan is better for the water. And then maybe we put emu in red? Is this... Alright, let me know, chat. Is this how we do water? So this is, let me just say... Thalassocracy 2. This is the round of 64. And I believe it's a best of 5. Correct me if it's still best of 3. Color is good. Alright. So here we will have Aquarena. Emu Warrior will be playing as the Red Dravidians against DauT as the Cyan Italians. This is a lovely water clown map made, added to the game by the Capture Age team, and I believe that means Bazi is responsible for this masterpiece. You start with sea walls. The sea walls are very weak. You start with sea towers. The sea towers are very weak. You might be familiar with the sea tower on shoals, but compared to shoals, these are not modded. The tower on shoals is modded to be stronger. These are not. Also, you get 2 towers defending the back of your base. Oh my gosh, Emu has a tower all the way in the middle of the woods. What would the William Wallace narrator say if he saw this? Oh, hello, bird. It's on mobile, maybe not an iPhone. I just saw it on my Android phone, but then, of course, maybe it's different on different platforms. If it's a sea tower, why is it on land? Ask Bazi. Ask Bazi. If it's a watchtower, why is it in the middle of the woods? And it's like, if... This is where, like, if a tree falls in the forest, but no one is around to watch it, would it make a sound? That's what Emu's maybe trying to compare with DauT over here. Compare their towers and answer that question. Anyway, Dravidians, Italians, 2 great water civs, as you might expect. Over some overlapping fish. The fish are crazy on this map. You can see them underneath the walls sometimes, like right here. Yeah, I guess some wall fish. And we'll undoubtedly see ducks. And then, if it goes late game, probably a smoother transition to get late game for the Italians. But then Dravidians will have the Thalassocracy. And with demos being weaker now, and no heavy demos for the Italians, Thalassocracy should be good. Oh, wait, you know what? Wait, hold on. I gotta run. I'm running the wrong version of Capture Age. Hold on. Sorry. There's a special Thalassocracy Capture Age I should be using. Capture Age Thalassocracy. Can't see this right now because I need to change this. There we are. All right, now we're cooking. Them in their colors. Forgot about that for a second. We have all the special Capture Age features now, I think. Yeah. You can for free use the Pro one features for Thalassocracy, so I guess we'll advantage that while we have it for this tournament. Now look at all the stats that are not blurred out. This is the Karak version of CA. Haha. Yep, but now we have the tech tree set up properly. Demo ship, oh, look at that boom icon. Fast fire, Karak, that's the Hulk line, and then the galley line to galleons. Incendiaries, fast fire ships detonate when sunk, gaining blast radius. Fire ships become demos. Ships move faster with carnival hull. Some of the naval techs are at the university now, so pay attention to that. For the most part, though, it seems like Hulks are the meta. That they beat fires and they also beat galleys, and I don't think there have been any balance changes to affect that. On this map, we might see a Hulk-galley combo with enough space between the players that you can amass galleys and go for a galley fight. I don't know if there is anything like the original AOC balance where you'd be going full galleys because it's just more effective and the fires can't catch up. Maybe the Hulks can't catch up if you have enough galleys, but the Hulks are very, very speedy. And Emu here is going to play very defensively, going to camp behind his walls while fishing outside of the walls. And we'll attempt to save these fish for later, keep them safe, and he'll probably go for a fast castle then. Yeah, demos are no longer as strong. Not as strong in this patch as they are in the current meta. Oh, also, this is game 2. DauT has a 1-0 lead. We didn't see game 1. Yeah, that was simultaneous with our previous set. I did see that DauT won. Not surprising, but if Emu manages to take a game from DauT, I think we'll all be impressed. Yeah, it would be cool if a boarding ship were a monk civ. Or a monk ship, honestly. And get some conversions on the water. Maybe like holds a ship in place while trying to board it. Do something a bit different. Here is me desperately attempting to get the last sip of coffee. Maybe I should, instead of using the lid, let's do this. There we go, the very last sip. Coffee. The Sacred Raft. That can be upgraded to the monk ship. Oh, that'd be beautiful. The Sacred Raft. That is one heck of a ship. Maybe like a monk does like, he has like one monk with an oar does a paddle animation, then he stands up and converts. And then when you upgrade it, it's like maybe 2 monks on like a rowboat rowing together, and then they convert, and then you upgrade again and you have like 4 or 5 monks on one big clergy converting from the top of the ship with like a sail on it, properly powered. The artwork for that would be crazy. Like each civ would have their own special monk graphics on it. I don't know if that would be balanced at all, but that would be an amazing addition just in terms of the graphics they developed for it. None of those silly ropes and whatnot. Also remember, in this version of Capture Age, we didn't see the ropes when the Hulks were attacking. I don't know if that's been fixed. There are 2 monk ships in the script. One has melee and one has range. Yeah, there are monk ships in the game already, but I don't think they have dedicated monk graphics. That's what I'm looking for. Some monk graphics. So DauT with a bit more eco. He's up to feudal. But so far, res collected is the same. DauT with more of a stockpile. Market and the blacksmith for Emu, who seems to have a well-practiced build, and even against the fast Italian civs, Civ might be up faster. I don't know how Hulks do versus Thalassocracy. Does anyone have an idea about that? Late game, it might just be full Thalassocracy. Italians will then have fully upgraded fast fires, Karoks, and galleons. Missed heavy demo, but in this patch, heavy demo doesn't seem to be a big deal. Let's see, fully upgraded entire line of ships for Emu, though. So I guess he should be slightly ahead in ship upgrades. No sapper is the final wood upgrade he doesn't have. Oh, DauT doesn't have that either, so evens out, I guess. What about 2-man? Yeah, he has 2-man saw. Now with playing some more Galactic Battlegrounds, I realized almost every unit in building there is Civ specific. Yeah, Galactic Battlegrounds is very specific in the way it does its military. It's an interesting case study of how it's basically AoE 2 in terms of economy, but the military is completely different than AoE 2. I'd love to dive into it, or like see a definitive edition for it someday. I don't think that license is ever going to be developed on, though, as much fun as it would be. So we have fishing lines, an upgrade, like gill nets, makes your fishing ships more efficient. There we go, fishing lines. Here for Emu. And Emu actually slightly ahead in resources compared to DauT. DauT's starting to pump out galleys, Doing a few galleys on the way up. Emu will probably go full Hulk. And look to Hulk smash. Oh, those fish he has, taking the oysters too. Oh, he might actually go straight to Imp? Wait, Monastery University, he's gonna go straight to Imp? He's doing gill nets now. He'll go Imp and he'll go Karox. I need to figure out how to say that properly, the Karak. I guess it's an A and not an O, the Karak. More like Garrick. You ever watch DS9? Medium warships, there for DauT. One day I'd love a Bridge Commander sequel. I think that'd be a fun game. And do it while Shatner's still alive to provide voiceovers. The tailor, yes, just the simple tailor. A rather good tailor. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 docks for Emu. Makes you wonder though, why you actually need a tailor with all the technology they have. If they could just like replicate perfect clothes for everyone. Or like why the Enterprise D even needed Mott the barber. They just like use the transporter to give you a haircut. Okay, well, DauT now, pushing forward, ballistics there, clinker construction, what the heck is that? That is a prerequisite to Carvel Hull. I can't see what that does, because Capture Age only gives us plus 10% for the final tech. Does anyone know what that does? Does anyone know what that does? Can you let us know? Clue us in. Emu's still ahead. He's up by 2k res. Like actual voice commands? Yeah. You could definitely do that. Both are 10% speed each. Okay, that's a lot of speed for both of them. Yeah, it gives you that campaign look to the map with the walls. The walls are actually super weak. If DauT wanted to break them, he could start breaking them right now. He's up to Imp himself too. Iron casting and careening on the way for him. Emu will get up ever so slightly faster. We're still not making any warships. We'll let DauT get in, but now his fishing ships might need to... Oh, he can just garrison in the docks. 5 fishing ships per dock, and we'll shoot some arrows. And Thalassocracy, let's go. Fast Imp Thalassocracy from Emu. Fast Imp Thalassocracy. Speed, okay, and what else is he doing? Chemistry, Bracer. Oh, look at the majesty of these ships. They're so large. Freaking dreadnoughts over here. And what does DauT do against this? He's gonna go heavy warships. What does he do? Alright, Fast Imp Thalassocracy. Maybe DauT needed to do some type of YOLO landing? Can you even do that on this map? I don't know. Oh, but look at these beasts. I don't know if the wiki is properly updated for the new beta that we're playing on. Also, look at how fast these things are now. 1.57 speed, were they ever that fast? Yeah, DauT must have done the clinker construction too. And needs to do Carvel Hull. There is siphons on the way for DauT. And are fires the answers to these things? I don't know. I mean, they shoot multiple projectiles, so I guess no? Emu will, with micro. Wheelbarrow on the way. There's Carvel Hull for him, making his Thalassocracy speedy. And there we go, maybe moving forward soon. A lot of careening, wheelbarrow, Carvel Hull on the way. Alright, well, now maybe DauT can witness the firepower of these fully armed and operational Thalassocracy. Look at that, 1.94 speed for the Karox? What the heck? They died to the Thalassocracy. DauT's like, what do I do here? He knows the demos are not that good. Oh, he's just going to go through the opening. Does DauT win this fight, or do the Thalassocracy win? I have no idea. I don't know if either of these players know either. I think the Thalassocracy are winning? I don't even know how to tell. Look at the micro of this exciting water gameplay. All the ships are so speedy. This doesn't feel like AoE 2. What do we have here? 10 Thalassocracy stacked on top of each other. And Emu now at 13 to 9 KD, so it looks like he's winning. He's got shipwright on the way to make these things cheaper and make them construct faster. DauT, as the Italians, has access to shipwright but doesn't have it yet. He's clicking incendiary, so the fire ships detonate when sunk. Don't know how good that is. Maybe good against the Thalassocracy. Maybe cannon galleons in the back. I don't know. I mean, Emu, he's even moving out to the side, so he's going to have great vision in case DauT tries to go forward for a castle or anything. And he's taking a score lead. So Emu with the Thalassocracy moving forward. How do you stop this? What ship actually is good against the Thalassocracy? Maybe a Korean turtle ship? Imagine if you were Koreans going turtle ships on this map. I mean, so what do we have now for unique ships? Thalassocracy, turtle ships, maybe the dragon ships for the Chinese. We got the caravels for the Portuguese. Okay, now he's going to hide behind the walls. That'll be good against the fires. I don't think DauT can actually win this. Maybe he can if he gets enough damage in. He's getting a good surround. Maybe Emu needs more than just the Thalassocracy? DauT with a lot of fires, and Emu does not quite have numbers here. The fires get distracted by a sea tower, though. I'll try to take that out. I don't think the sea towers do much damage now. He did lose a handful of Thalassocracy, but he's just pumping out more. Now DauT with incendiaries and can get good splash damage when he closes the distance with the fires. This is where maybe Hulks would be useful for Emu, but at least he hasn't had to do upgrades yet. DauT is up in Vills, 80 to 63. He does have a second TC and is booming behind this. So with the eco, maybe he's able to pump out more ships than Emu. Emu's still even in eco, though. He's doing demos now. I'm trying to do demo ship. Thinking that they'd be good by the docks. There's a demo ship. You could now do heavy demo should he want to. And what is that? Medium warships. Is he clicking the wrong buttons, wanting heavy demo? Well, the buttons are all on one page now. I don't know if longboats win against Thalassocracy, though. I would think the Thalassocracy win. But DauT now takes the score lead, and he has a huge economy, and he's going to pull ahead in eco now. Up to, ooh, not just 2, but 3 TCs. Moving out over to the side. And he's got a neutral dock with the monk coming forward. The monk, if he has redemption, could try to convert the dock. Maybe he just wants relics now. Has heavy warships. Does he want heavy demo instead? Then he can camp the docks a bit more easily. Population is super far in favor of DauT. 16th Thalassocracy. This looks menacing, but doesn't have the numbers that DauT has. Like the sound of the neutral dock more than the sound of the normal one. I'll need to listen to sounds then. Maybe swap them around. Hera was asking me about making some sound mods. Hopefully I'll get to that around Wednesday or Thursday of this week. Wanted a few sounds that were just quieter compared to everything else, like the TC selection sound or the unit formation spamming sound. Yeah, unit formation sound. Hera hears that repeatedly every game. DauT never hears it. And now DauT able to spread out with the fires. And so now the question for Emu is, what does he add in to complement the Thalassocracy? Demos or Hulks? I would guess Hulks into Karax because he sees all the fires. Gonna clean some of the fires here, but DauT will come around now, as the Thalassocracy are a bit distracted. Now we're up to 27 Thalassocracy. Oh, and John Slow, thank you for the raid. At least it's an arena map you're raided into, even if it is a water map. We're seeing Emu, he went fast imp Thalassocracy. He's playing against DauT, who's making a more varied navy. And now he's going to have his fires get a complete surround on this navy. Some demo, or one demo coming forward for Emu. He's going to get back and try to defend by his docks and his tower. get a few demos out here on the fires. DauT added the TCs again. He is far ahead in Nico. And trying to get a surround and a trap against the edge of the map. Nowhere left for Emu to run. He's getting more demos in. And there's the GG as DauT goes up 2-0. Emo was ahead for a long time. But I think DauT with the smoother build behind this, adding in the extra TCs for more eco, and the one unit composition for Emu does not win against all the fires DauT was able to pump out, DauT making the counter unit. So GG, DauT goes up 2-0, and I'm pretty sure this is a best of 5. And again, chat, correct me if I'm wrong about that, but pretty sure it's a best of 5. GG. So it hasn't been Hulk nothing so far. And again, I did join this after Stronghold Frenzy, so I didn't see the draft. I don't know if the draft really matters that much, though. So welcome, everyone. Thank you again, John Slow, for the raid. All you lovely clowns, adding the intellectuals to the chat. And looks like the next map will be Bog Islands. Emu, well, Emu here, he might have one last trick up his sleeves for Bog Islands. I wouldn't doubt he has something creative, because he did manage to win 2-0 against Bad Koala. So he's already beaten a good player to get here in this round against DauT. Rated me as I also sadly am out of coffee. I have 70 hours of promotion time to offer my community 35% off gift subs. They increase the number of subs gifted to your channel by up to 80%. Resets on January 1st. Yeah, but then I think that's a promo where I also don't get the full price of the sub. So we'll see if that's actually profitable. Oh, and Pete. Hello, Pete, on YouTube. Alright, where are we at in the lobby? They have launched. Let's go. And a bit of a spec delay, 30 seconds, and then we'll go Bog Islands in time for the unique ship for DauT. It will be Vikings for DauT against Mongols for Emu, and I think we'll do the same thing. What do we do? DauT in cyan, Emu in red? Did we do Emu in cyan, DauT in red? What colors did we do last game? Oh gosh, I've already forgotten. I don't want to do blue-purple, especially not on a water map. I can rewind my YouTube VOD and check myself. That's the fun of YouTube. DauT was cyan, Emu was... Okay, we got this. We got this, chat. So, it would be so much less clicks had I just done that, but we will be consistent with the extra clicking to give us the colors of the previous game. Alright, correct version of Capture Age this game. And we'll have DauT as the cyan Vikings to the south, and Emu as the red Mongols to the north. This is Bog Islands, so you do start with 3 rhinos, and the hunt bonus of the Mongols can let you get up quickly. The Vikings now, they are changed in this patch. They do still have the cheaper warship cost that's now staggered -10, -15, -20 in Feudal Castle and Imp respectively. They do not have ship rate, so they don't have the extra discount or faster build speed in Imp. And they also have access to fires, but no fast fires, and they do not have heavy demo. But of course they have the longbow still, and could be FC longbows potentially from DauT. Where can one clearly see the preview of the patch they're playing on? That is a great question. I signed up as a caster in the Discord, and anyone can do that. So if you want to access it, you can just do that. It's like a bot that approves you if you actually want to get access to the patch. But otherwise, I think if you look at the tournament handbook, they should have a link to it. If someone in the chat has a link to the handbook. Emu has to be the favorite here. Well, he needs to pull off a reverse sweep. Hey, let me grab the handbook for you now that you ask. Thalassocracy. Handbook. Important links. Handbook. I believe all of the changes are outlined in here. That was a good question. I should make a bot command for that. Hoping Team Islands will be in the rotation once these changes drop. Yeah, and then, like I said, if you want to, you can also sign up to access the patch in the Discord if you want. If you want to do that, there's a special code to unlock the beta. Yeah, it's not in the handbook, but I think there you can sign up as a caster. And still unlock it and then get the code. It's only in the Discord. And I post it on YouTube too, I can. If you want to see all the changes. Am I sure they don't have fast fire? That is what the tech tree is telling me. It's telling me they have fire galley and fire ship, but no fast fire. So, I mean, there's a chance that, you know, this is bugged. It's in a beta version, but I'm going by what the tech tree says, by no fast fire. No more demos at all. Of course, they used to have demos but no fires. That's been swapped, so they now have fires but no demos. Oh, thank you, Lorenzo Game Dev, for the follow. If we find out we're wrong about that, then we can message Bozzy and give him a bug report. I will hope that capture rate is correct there. So, DauT taking advantage of the hunt, but you can see the difference in res collected thanks to the Mongol hunt bonus at the start. But that eco bonus now will fall off a bit. DauT will be able to advantage his cheaper docks going forward. And DauT also has a good area if he could wall down here and keep the lumber camp safe. Now, Bog Islands on the mangrove terrain is a good map for sneaking demo ships into the woodline and attacking vills with them. But, of course, demo's weaker in this patch, and, well, DauT won't have them. Emu will, though, and Emu has not gone to fish yet. Gonna go for a very forward dock. There aren't many fish on this map, so maybe it is viable to wait until feudal, go for a faster dock, and not do as many fish. Do they get heavy hulks? Yes, they do. They do have the Carrack. They do have the full hulk line. So double docks for Emu, and I wonder what he does here, if it's galley or hulk. Maybe it's hulk? Loom for DauT. And yep, it is hulk. No galleys, straight to hulks. This is what we're going to see a lot in this patch, hulks. Oh, I'm getting tagged. Oh, there we go. Hulk and fire. Hulk fire. Okay, okay. So normally you'd see just galleys when you're this far apart on maps these days. Oh, look at that. The Hulk's got little stuff on the bottom bits of it. It's a cute ship, at least. And he's going straight for the unwalled woodline. How are hulks against villagers? They do 5 melee damage, so maybe they're okay. You're gonna see the awkwardness of the boarding ship trying to board the villagers. Yeah, and capture age does not render the ropes that are spawned here. Okay, so board the villagers. That's what we've learned. Oh, the Hulk getting trapped. Needs a Hulk smash. Scout will go for the other Vill, but low HP Scout won't snipe the Vill. Will it snipe it? One more hit, and the Vill goes down. The Vill goes down. And DauT's now down? What's that? 3 Vill kills right at the start for Emu. DauT trying to go maybe for a fast castle, but Emu Warrior pushing DauT off a wood with a nice start to this game. Longboats will dominate water from what I've seen. Mongols eventually... I don't think drill applies to any of their ships. Would be interesting if they had speedier ships. But forcing DauT to find another small wood line on his island. This is where then you'd need galleys to hit the vills. Hulk's wreck fish fast. Oh, fish can just hide in the docks now. Hulk for DauT. ships will try to board each other now. Fires come over. DauT getting surrounded, though. Are taking the brunt of the Hulk attack. Fishing ships in that dock shooting some arrows. HP Fire runs away. Doesn't get away. Another Vil goes down. Is Emu winning this game? He's idled his TC quite a bit, though. Oh, no. Emu, don't idle like this. You have so many water buffaloes. Don't idle your TC. Fish are not all that plentiful. He doesn't even have a fishing ship. He's going to be falling behind in Vils despite having 6 Vil kills now. Ships for DauT going down. Ships here doubled up and taking some damage from the dock. Vil inland close to dying. Galley comes forward. Lots of weak Vils on the wood line. Vil ships all over for Emu. He's keeping up the pressure. Not letting DauT get up to the castle age. Hulks for DauT can go down. DauT losing access a bit to this wood line. Especially with that galley there. Still no fletching. And DauT will call the GG. And Emu will do it. Starting the reverse sweep. Emu. 1 point on the scoreboard against DauT. Let's go, Emu. Imagine if that Thalassocracy plan had worked out last game. We'd be up 2-1. So 14-4 KD is the Mongols. Mongols OP on water still with their fast uptime. Let's go. Oh, look at that. 2.5 minutes faster? GG. Emu. Doing it. Against DauT. Look at that. Who would have thought? Who would have thought Emu giving us a win against DauT? Big plays from Emu. As both have said, Emu clearly the favorite. And it'll be Caminhos as the next map. And after this, I might cast the Rex from the TTL and cast Gabi's set. I don't know if that's still going on, but I did want to cast that. I'm sure everyone else is covering that right now, though. But I might just do a later cast for the fun of it. I opened the wrong capture age. Yeah, Bloodless believed right from the start. Alright, so once more, DauT was in the cyan. I guess DauT can deservedly get the best color. Emu in the red. So DauT to the south, he is the Wu. Emu to the north, he is the Teutons. Maybe anticipating Teutons versus Wu. Wants to go Teutonic Knights against Jian Swordsman. That would be something. You might be familiar with this map from LY. You have a hut to account for the transport you start within your population. Yeah, some fish under the oysters. That's something I'd probably try to avoid in my maps, but not always easy to do. Or there goes down. And this here gets pushed in. The house goes down, then back up. You guys on a Teuton Tower rush? Could see that too. Could see Teuton Towers. Haven't seen this map in the new water balance though, so who knows what the meta is going to be on it. More of a landing map than a water map. And you have a house up for Emu, and he's going to be back docking from him. And we'll see where DauT docks. He's lowering into Boar first before the dock. Emu toying with his food. I mean, if Emu makes this 2-2, you're gonna have a crazy game 5. DauT kills with the TC now. Horror. No signs of an early drush yet. No barracks. Emu going for the dock. You're getting pushed in. And house going up for Emu. Boar getting lured as the scout gets the deer push. And Boar here gets a bite out of the Vil, but ultimately goes down. Deer keeps getting pushed by the scout. And oh, transport ship blocking. Oh my gosh, Emu trying to stop DauT from getting back on his transport. What is going on here? What is this? The scout should be able to hop on now. DauT gonna fight as much as he wants to. What the heck? The players even know what's going on here. Emu says 50-50. DauT says no. Oh, Emu hops on. No. What is this? What is this? DauT's scout. I can't click it on the transport and see what its HP is. Only 2 on Boar? For whom? I didn't catch that. Who is 2 on Boar? The DauT? Looks like normal numbers on boards now. Alright, so DauT up first. Emu doing loom. Emu moving to stone, and it'll be toot and trush time. It's 2 on Boar for a long time. Probably didn't have the APM then. Not too far behind in res collected at least, but he'll be going for a tower rush by the looks of it. Remember, you can put 20 Vils in a transport now right away. Maybe we'll see 8 coming forward. I'm still waiting for the Persian douche on this map. Emu will be walling himself up. Very compact walls. Wonder if DauT wanted to check the stone, which is why he didn't take the 50-50. He sees a mining camp now, so he is aware. And he'll be doing his own militias and keeping them rather defensive by the looks of it to make sure he can fight off the trush when it comes in. Both of his stones are forward, so does have to be wary of that. Also, the map looks like he did put 2 of his wood lines together. He only has 2 wood lines instead of 3. So I think that is a combo wood line for him. And hello, chicken saturation. Personally, I think it needs a lot of work still. It seems to have a meta that revolves around the Hulk, from what I've seen. And you're kind of just getting one civ and not a variety. And did I make a video? Yes, Blood of the Hun. I do have a video on that. It has since been updated. Maybe I should make a follow-up video. But yeah, if you look for, like, T-West building projectiles, you should be able to find that video. And Emu wins! He wins the scout fight. But here come the men-at-arms. Here they come. Emu walled up fully. Against 4 Wu men-at-arms, they will heal. 10 HP per minute. Pretty sick healing speed. And we'll have Arson and Town Watch on the way for DauT. And a tower, a watch tower here will go up for Emu. Okay, ooh, Emu also going forward for the tower. DauT did an outpost. And he will see the tower, he will just see it. And Emu will need fletching for some more line of sight. So defensive tower plus aggressive tower. Needs to be careful of those men-at-arms hovering around, might need another bit of walling. DauT do Town Watch, he did do Town Watch. He's ready for this. Town Watch and outposting. So second tower on the way, DauT's not going to be able to fight that, and he has to run to another wood line. Only Emu had more transports and more Vils over here. He must have somehow seen the Toot and Trush coming. Right, don't accuse people of stream sniping, Bloodless. Just because it's Tootins. Emu must have somehow seen the men-at-arms coming. Yeah, now he'll scout and see this wood line over here, but DauT with a couple of archers, he's ready to defend against any new towers. Can Emu just come down here and do eco? Down by 3 vills right now because it's 3 fishing ships to 9. And DauT with a better fishing eco. What I wouldn't mind is forward dock from Emu Hulk to take out the fish. So another tower up for Emu. DauT trying to get through the house. Once Emu gets the tower, he's going to want to garrison as much as he can to fend off the men-at-arms, but DauT's going to run away before it goes up. Are they water gold? Yes, these are oysters. These are oysters. Gold on the water that can be collected by fishing ships. And scout goes down. Some mining camp on the way for DauT. And the men-at-arms come forward, start to hoover around a bit. Some archers chase from behind. And okay. That's a lot of ills. That's a lot of ills. Emu may be noting that the archers went forward. DauT will see this if he's paying attention. And it is DauT. We don't know if he's paying attention. Did DauT build a sneaky dock on the far right? DauT did build a sneaky dock on the far right, building it on the island to grab some fish. Nice job noticing that. So DauT might bring his archers back, and DauT's going to YOLO all his vills forward to fight this. DauT does not have access to another wood line. Oh, there are hulks. Hulks could take out the transport. And take out the archers. Not enough range for that. Okay, some low HP vills, but they will garrison. They will garrison and vill fight here. Hulks here doing some damage from behind, killing a couple of vills. Okay, Emu maybe needs his transport around here. Low HP vills, the hulks will board them. Okay, if there's one attack animation that does not make sense, it is hulks boarding villagers. Remember, the Teutons have more garrison space on their towers, so they can put more vills on the inside. And should be the favorite to win the tower fight. Although vills attacking the base could turn that around. Hulk's still doing damage to very low HP vills, and the tower will get them. The tower should get them. Tower can't hit fleeing vills in DE. Oh, and invariably that vill would have been dead. A galley out now. Galley for Emu, killing vills by DauT's tower. DauT has 16 fishing ships, though. And you are right, this clandestine economy for DauT in the corner will be paying dividends for him. If he didn't have that, Emu probably would have the lead. Emu needs to scout that somehow, get some activity with the hulks. Did see the dock on this side, so maybe he has an idea to be out there. But with the landings, he's been trapped at his base. Market at the front of the TC. He just needs a secret lumber camp now. Well, so far he doesn't have one. I mean, he is off of wood. He's got Teuton towers everywhere. He's taking the stragglers under his TC, doing a market. Emu has wood on DauT's island. Now, no transport for him. So far behind on wood, he's ready to go castle, but there he goes with the building. Now the market is up. Market range. No blacksmith for him, it looks like. Yeah, I think DauT's having 16 fishing ships will save him. DauT did destroy the blacksmith. Emu using the market to go up. Did Emu have a market and a blacksmith at the same time earlier? I think he did. Pretty sure you need both at the same time to unlock feudal. And DauT can do Jin swordsman now. Maybe Emu can do long swords with armor as the Teutons and fight them. Teutons can stop infantry spam, right? Right? Castle siege and rams. Blacksmith right under the TC so it doesn't get sniped off again. Blacksmith for DauT, and wonder what he's going to do. Don't see any additional buildings yet. I mean, workshop to clear the towers at home along with TCs to boom wouldn't be the worst option. A 90-second difference to Castle Age. Emu at least clicking up. Throwing up another dock behind this. Hulk's run around. Yeah, that's true. We do need Teutonic Knights and Siege Tower. Maybe the Hulk upgrade. That could be a possibility too. Make sure you win the water, protect your fish if you're DauT. Do the Hulk upgrade. Scale mail armor though, so it looks like it will indeed be the Gen Swordsman line. And he's doing Squires, so it will be Gen Swordsman. Medium warships 2. Fishing lines 2. Knight taxis. That is... No, it was fun when it was a meme, but now that it's kind of meta, maybe a bit on the awkward side. Fishing lines is new. Yes, it is before gill nets. So I think in total, fishing line plus gill nets gives you a bigger boost to your fishing ships. Those Black Forest ponds will be even more beneficial. I forget what the overall stat is. It's on the dock tab. Naval tab. I don't think I can see the stats of the earlier text. So both players with wood from their opponent's islands. Castle Age here for Emu, and will it be long swords? Will it be the longsword line to fight the Gen Swordsman? No, he's gonna go Knights. Gonna go Knights. Maybe hope he has enough coastal control that monks don't come forward to convert Knights. And he has Teutons though, so maybe not worried about conversions. Check Emu tech tree. What would you like to see, Bloodless? He is teching into stable upgrades. So it will be Knights from him. And he's stone walling and doing another tower. Okay. Pushing DauT completely off of wood. But he has to realize that DauT needs to be elsewhere for wood. If DauT doesn't have this wood, then he might be dead. And he can always come out here for more wood. Oh. Hit the line of sight button for a second there. And a lumber camp for Emu, let's go. That tower to protect him. Is it both 10%? I wish I knew. But here come the Gen Swordsmen, double towers. So probably going to protect against the wood lines, but they'll take out a knight. More Teuton Knights on the way, not Teutonic Knights, just Teuton Knights, but they get extra melee armor all the same. Fishing lines and gill nets are the same? Alright, YouTube chat saying they're the same. I'll trust YouTube chat. And hello, Brutality. How are you doing? Hope you're brewing up some tality. Yeah, scale mail armor for Emu. YouTube chat, you trust them here. I know you're probably used to T90's YouTube chat, and you know that they smell, but our YouTube chat over here is good. So free murder holes coming in clutch for the Teutons. Tower will be able to defend itself against that Gen Swordsman. Maybe not. Maybe the, oh my gosh, the Swordsman. 20 HP per minute. He can out heal the damage from the tower. Oh, what are these new civs? What the heck? What is that? Anyway, DauT has moved to the south. He's adding 2 TCs. And if you want to see Teutonic Knights, here's the castle. You might just see them. And there we go. Teutonic Knights in their glorious red Barbarossa-colored cape and all of their majesty on the field for Emu. He needs a counter to Gen Swordsman. Here it is. Look at him, ready to go. Ready to go indeed. Oh, look at them. Oh, they're shy though. They don't want to face the camera. Meanwhile, we have a landing, a bit of a Vil fight here. Some palisades attempted from Emu. He'll save 1 Vil. Maybe that's all he needs to go for a tower. Needs 1 tile walling though. And we'll probably lose the tower race. Oh wait, he could transport around. Yeah, there he goes. Don't think he can win the tower race, though. We'll delete that and hop on the transport to get out, maybe. What's the strat? Toot and Tower Rush. That's what he went for, Toot and Trush. DauT seems to have managed to defend it, though, and Emu will call the GG. What? Credits to Emu for taking a win? That Thalassocracy game from him in game 2 also looked pretty interesting. Maybe if he, like, massages the build a bit so it's not full Thalassocracy, but he has a second ship combo added in, maybe some Hulks in front of him? Could have been more interesting. 69 kills, or 69 vills created during the game. Of course, a nice number for DauT. And GG's. GL to the GL, says the Emu. DauT will advance to the next round. Alright, let me see what else is on the schedule for tonight. I don't know what else. Is there more Thalassocracy? Gabi versus Target is still going on. MBL versus Dziamdziak is here. We can cast Dziamdziak versus MBL, sure. And then maybe Gabi Target will be done by the end of that. Let's just see, are they in a lobby? Are they in a game? They are in a game. Heart's casting it. Pacific Islands. And the dashboard says it's 0-0. Okay, so let's go. We'll have 0-0. MBL. Dziamdziak. Polish word that apparently I can pronounce. I've been told my pronunciation of Dziamdziak is correct. So let's hope it is. Oh, I opened the wrong capture age again. Sorry about that. Thalassocracy capture age. There you go. Booze the DauT emote, of course. And here we... Oh, look at these colors. Orange versus gray. My favorite. So Dziamdziak obviously picked gray. MBL countered by picking orange. I think MBL has that old video with his tier list of what colors to pick. Let me just update the YouTube title real quick. DauT versus Emu. And MBL versus Dziamdziak. And there we go. Alright. So we'll have a dock for MBL, forward dock for Dziamdziak. And the dashboard tells me this is 0-0, so I think we're here right from the start. I think we're good to watch this set. And scout comes forward. Both players scouting the same island. We'll check the scouting. So once around the middle for MBL. Once around one of the islands, it looks like. Here for Dziamdziak, did scout MBL's island. Woo for MBL, Portuguese for Dziamdziak. Woo, more of a swordsman option. Maybe organ guns could be an option. Castle drops for Dziamdziak. Know about that. Let's go. Ooh, hello. An old man, Willow. Did Emu clap? He took a game from DauT, which I will say is clapping. I will say Emu clapped, indeed. Let's go MB. Is Ooh Polish? I was not aware of the origin. He golf clapped. Golf clapped very politely. Almost took a second game. I was impressed with his Thalassocracy play, to be sure. Oh yeah, did MBL, he suffered an injury, right? What happened to him? What happened to MBL? Chat got mad at you, suggesting resting a bleeding finger after a deep cut. Ooh yeah, you don't want to lose control of the finger after being cut. I've had enough nerve problems with my fingers that I would not wish that on anyone. So Vils to the transport for MBL along with some militia. Might just run directly into Dziamdziak though. In fact, he will run directly into him, so Dziamdziak will scout this if he's paying attention. There are the Vils. Almost looked like they wanted to board that transport. And he moved the transport, so I'm pretty sure he was looking at it, unless that was just a hotkey and minimap click somehow. So it's gray, are we okay with these chats? Whenever I do gray versus orange, I feel like this is the worst color combo possible, but no one complains about it. How are my shoulders? Any improvement yet? I have a plan to go to physical therapy for the next couple weeks. So we will see if that causes some improvement. We're doing that, and I'm also scheduling an ultrasound for... There's like a very small mass that I had noticed on the underside of my armpit, and we're gonna get that checked out. Which is kind of also right on the nerve where I'm having pain. So, I don't know, I might have some type of pinched nerve in my neck, because I also have a little bit of neck pain. So we're at least making some progress, but we're not there yet. I'm sure it'll be a struggle. But Men-at-Arms getting in, MBL did not get enough HP on the wall, the scout from Dziamdziak being annoying. There is a weak villager there. Gray is darker than in game. Okay, it's okay in CA then. Tell me this is okay. Not going up for MBL. And some Men-at-Arms for MBL, but they came to the starting island, not to the middle. And we'll split them up, try to avoid TC fire. Go for the house. Third arm rubbing out for more APM. Don't think I'd want that. So Men-at-Arms there going for the villager. Villager has to run away. Gray versus orange is better than blue versus green. Man-at-Arms running to the TC, but there are no vills under the TC. Man-at-Arms is taking 1-2 arrows worth of fire. Took some damage, but he'll go meet up with his friends and try to terrorize the woodline. Ooh, does go down though. Doesn't escape. Doesn't escape. And MBL will keep raiding, try to get more idle time. Now, Men-at-Arms though... See, MBL can't quite lure them into the hulks. Their range is too short. And a Vill will go down. Nice micro from Dziamdziak still to deny the range, and to come forward now with a skirmisher. MBL gonna try to do a barracks now. He's doing a barracks instead of a range. Guess he just wants Men-at-Arms of his own. Ooh, those are 2 more low HP Vills that could go down. Ooh, 1 HP each. They're trying to dodge. One goes down. The skirm can get the other one. Ooh, doesn't get it. Doesn't get her 2 HP left. And now he'll try to wall. That'll help keep that Vill safe, but one does go down. 2-1 KD for Dziamdziak. And he still is causing havoc with these Men-at-Arms. And the low HP one going for the Vill. Can she wall? No. No, she cannot. There's another low HP Vill in there. She goes down. More low HP Vills going down for MBL. Everything collapsing for him. There's one galley, picks off a Man-at-Arm. Wait, how did he get a Man-at-Arm over here? Wait, where'd you come from? Oh, it popped out from the barracks. There we go. Popped up from the barracks. So he does manage to turn that around. And his Men-at-Arms do get killed by the villagers. So 5-1 Eco KD in favor of Dziamdziak. 9-4 overall. We'll have a Hulk fight in the middle. Okay, you definitely say Galley Micro is more fun than this. And Ballistics TC. Well, yeah, Ballistics TCs now because they upgraded they updated the TC projectiles to be larger without updating any other projectiles. And fletching now on the way for Dziamdziak. Forging on the way too. And Vill is going to come over to the transport, hop on board. And they will be transported around. And feels like Dziamdziak's winning this. Still up by 4 eco units. Both players 4 fishing ships, but the fish usually aren't too good on this map. Oh, look at this awkward wood line. That's how the map spawns sometimes for MBL. And repair vills on the Hulks? Should the Hulks just board the repair vills here? What are they even repairing? Double repair, triple repair. Hulks go down. It looks so weird when it's just anchors as a projectile now. Since we don't see the boarding ropes, it's just anchors. Do Hulks benefit from forging or fletching? They benefit from forging. They benefit from forging. And MBL calls it GG. Dziamdziak goes up 1-0. I'm assuming it's 1-0. I didn't see any other games, but Dziamdziak 2174. I think he's probably higher than 2174 in Elo. MBL 1 point shy of 2K8 at 2799. And well done from Dziamdziak. Alright, that's a win for him. The dashboard told me it was 1-0. And I'm going to assume that that's the correct score. I didn't see any evidence of other games. I lost right into the next one. Looks like it'll be Byzantines Malians. And Byzantines for MBL, Malians for Dziamdziak. MBL picked blue this game. Perhaps even harder to see on a water map. Perhaps even harder to see. What are these pings for now? That. Team Anchor should have a bonus for Hulk attack. And again, after this, I think I will go cast the Rex of Gabi versus Target, so I appreciate not being spoiled of that. Need to swap my patch back, but we'll do... I was waiting for that to be finished, and at least we'll do this set so we have a bit of a gap, because there'll probably be some repeat viewership there. And here we go. Spoiler, hit by the filter. That's what if anyone starts typing spoilers, what you gotta do is then just spam every single number possible, so that I have no idea who's lying and who's truthing. So we'll have Dziamdziak over here in the gray. Do I put MBL back in the orange now? I guess we'd be consistent. He'll be the orange Byzantines. Remember, Hulk's wreck fires. So maybe Byzantines not as good on the water as they used to be? MBL is behind, yes, Dr. Known. He is indeed behind. 1-0 for Dziamdziak. We just casted that first game and saw Dziamdziak pull out the victory with the men-at-arms, getting in at the right timing against MBL on Pacific Islands. MBL didn't do counter damage and lost a ton of vills. So relic distribution, kind of one in the back for each player. One in the middle, and then two like right between them on the land. They'll each have a stone that's far out to the side, and the rest of the map is 3 golds per player, 2 stones per player, berries all fairly close to them. If you're creative, you can do a double mining camp. One of the 2 people definitely won after a certain number of games. That definitely makes sense. So deer getting pushed in. Pushed in by that scout. And there it goes. Walking the dog. I wonder if that prepares you for pushing deer. There are lots of deer around me IRL, but I've never tried to push them. They do run away, though. I guess it is a realistic behavior. Rhino hit and chase in the Ville. TC got some shots on the Rhino. There it goes. And Dziamdziak will dock his coast. Not going to go to the middle. I think you can reach the edges of the deep fish sometimes with your Villes, but might be a bit inconsistent on this map, whether you can or can't. They are in pools of water, but the water usually few enough tiles that you can reach the fish from the edge. Although where this fish may be in here, you wouldn't be able to. It might be a rare case where you can't. I think all these instances you can here. So wherever you dock, you can keep the Ville being useful. And Ville gonna dock the middle. My dog loves deer pushing. How does this show match have the new water balance? Because there is a patch with the new water balance. As I said, if you join the Discord for the tournament, you can find that on the Wikipedia page. You can sign up as a caster and access the patch if you want. There's a and anyone can cast it. So if you want to cast, you can experience the new balance for yourself. Or if you want to make any type of content, you can try it out. Time to try pushing that deer, the deer that wander through your yard. Don't think I can get them onto your porch for harvesting. Yeah, you gotta get them right to your front door. Then you have your family ungarrison and shoot it. Or just shoot it from the house now, since it leaves the food. So docks will be in the middle, fishing ships on the way, and now I'm just curious, what do the Byzantines do if not hulks? Because their bonuses still are fire ships and dromons attack faster, but what will you still go fire ships in the presence of the Hulk line? My guess is no, and that it'll just be Hulk versus Hulk, but that makes the Byzantines probably a pretty bad water save because they don't have an eco bonus in the Dark Age. It says show match? Oh, it's this. Let's say show match. Sorry, this is earlier. There was a show match that I casted. What is this? The round of 64? I changed that on my other overlay. Oh wow, capture age. What are you doing over here? That's why I set it up on the other capture age. I didn't set it up on this capture age. I changed it, but then I changed my capture age version because I have a separate capture age for this. There we go. So feudal age here for Dziamdziak. Feudal also for MBL. Dock up with a house coming up. Have I heard about Capture 8? The Capture 9? Capture 8 new version, the Capture 9? I've heard about Windows 11, the new version of Windows 10. I guess I do need to upgrade to that at some point. Alright, Scout gets a hit on the other Scout. But here come the Hulks, and it will indeed be Hulks from MBL. And in this Civ matchup, it feels like he's just going to be behind then in making Hulks. He's up slower. Yeah, I mean, Byzantines feel like a tricky water pick on this patch with how good the Hulks are. I agree moving to Linux would be much better. But I do need to make sure that this Microsoft product of Capture Age actually works. Which is, maybe it does on Linux, but I don't want to have issues with it. Also running out of space on my drive. I probably need to get a new hard drive instead of, or a new solid state drive instead of just partitioning the current drive. A lot of video editing, unfortunately, takes up a lot of space. No, Byzantines do not have bonuses on the Hulk. Vil goes down there, which is why I was curious about the Byzantines pick. I mean, their bonus is extra hit points on the dock. That's about it. It's just Hulks hulking it out. Indeed. Just Hulks. Hulking around. You spent 2 hours debugging Age of Empires and other non-Vulcan using games not working on Linux after an update. Yep, that's the type of thing I would have to do were I using Linux. I'd rather not have to do that. What if there's a good community of people who do use Linux and can help, then maybe it's possible. Yeah, right, and also getting forging. The cheaper Malian buildings lead to an earlier forging, and that means extra damage for your Hulks. Forging will add +1 attack, but also +1 attack when you're shooting multiple projectiles. I think that applies to each of them. And let's see, yeah, 4 melee armor, so that's 2 attack. That's an extra, I guess that doubles your attack then. So plus 3 attack goes from 3 to 6. And if MBL doesn't do forging, Dziamdziak's going to dominate these fights. Yeah, Dave said he wanted to cast with his chat today since he hasn't streamed in a while. So we'll have a barracks and a range coming up for Dziamdziak. A blacksmith up for MBL. It is the fault of your remote desktop app in the end. So house and blacksmith coming up. It feels like Dziamdziak's still winning on the water. He can micro his Hulk around a bit. One range gives you lots of micro potential. And if you think about it, one range is essentially these things are step lancers with a different attack. And man, that Byzantine docks without melee armor go down incredibly fast to the Hulks. Full Hulks there hoovering around. Demo raft on the way for MBL, but we know those are weaker. He's now doing forging. Fletching should give +1 range to step lancers. They're 2 situational. Step lancers are, I don't think they're situational. I think they're like the default unit for a number of civs. They're OP. Yeah, also, forward ranges from Dziamdziak. He's not just winning on water, he's also pushing on land. And this is looking very quickly like a 2-0 for Dziamdziak. He's in a great spot here. MBL has no defenses on land. There's a weak Vil on the tower even. Has to throw up a panic tower. Won't be able to sell stone and go up then. Where is Dziamdziak's tower? He did spend his stone. Tower in the middle somehow? Tower down here? I have no idea where he towered. Oh, he's gonna do the tower out here on the wood line. He's trying to deny the barracks, and that'll, even if he just slows it down, slow down the range. Yeah, situational when the situation is AoE too. I just carry a 2v3 situation to win with them. Yeah, they're very cheap too. For what they give you. So that's pushed off of a wood line there. Pushed off of the water. And MBL looking like he wants to click up. If Dziamdziak finishes the market, should be able to buy his way up. So 2 fishing ships left for him, but importantly he does have control of the middle and of all that gold there on the island. Dziamdziak gonna camp under the tower for a bit, and that'll let him hit the Vils and also hit any repair Vils that come in for the tower war. Archers can come garrison the tower from the rear, and we'll have to do some cheap Byzantine skirms. Dziamdziak trying to get some Dziamdziak stats from the dashboard bot. Is the bot working? Is it like stats, Dziamdziak? The castle age there, slightly slower, but about 50 seconds slower. Maybe MBL can do something with the uptiming, but I think it'll be hard for him. And Pearly the Budgie, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the stream. And there's Horse Collar gold mining on the way for Dziamdziak, adding his eco-techs. Top players and streamers. Does mine have a dash in it? Maybe? Got 200 people have their own hashtag. 11 might be able to get a fact for him. Archers coming around to the woodline. Lots of low HP vills, but Skirm's there to defend it. And maybe we'll see Elite Skirm immediately from MBL once he gets up. Wants to chase down these archers. Archers, there's no wall over here, so MBL gonna grab the weak vills. And he's gonna throw up a town center. There's one trapped vill there. Skirms are chasing from behind, so the archers here need to commit. Weak vills are out by the gold. Now, and their commitment's going to be fighting the Skirms before they become elite. Ooh, and that will slow down their ability to stop the TC. 83%. Vill that was over there did run. And it's up. The dashboard is AFK. Oh no. And the archers get cleaned. Archers cleaned. But it's still water control for Dziamdziak as he is up doing Bodkin, doing Bosaw, doing Town Watch. And scout forward for MBL. Get a tiny bit of scouting, see the golds and the finished berries. Needs to make sure he doesn't mistake the African mill for a house. And over here, Hulk's attacking the blacksmith. As MBL, as the Byzantines like to do, still defending with Skirms, can camp the TC with them. And this is my reminder as we're casting a water tournament that you need to stay hydrated if you're streaming. Yeah, so Crossbow's doing a bit of a dance as the knight comes in. And Tower will hit the Mangonel over here. Don't Mangonel your own crossbows. Don't pull under Jeden. Donut, hello Donut. Look like a jerry can? What is a jerry can? Like a fuel canister? I don't think we use that terminology here in the US. Yes? Okay. I believe I've heard that before. World War II terminology, you're right. Oh, that makes sense then, yeah. Is a common but old US term. Okay, World War II, like, that puts it in context for me. Now it sounds familiar. There's a lot in Oz. Okay. We gave you something useful then. Okay, MBL, nice micro, gets the Repairville. Look at that. That Mangonel micro from MBL. Right on point. Clears a Mangonel, scares the other one away. Knight coming in though. Doesn't get a full hit. Crossbows and or a knight might be able to finish that one off. Repairs come in and doesn't go down. Doesn't go down. Knight scared off. No armor on the knight, so a bit hard to use. And MBL, he's added in a second TC and now a third TC in the back, and he's booming away. Maybe he'll be able to boom enough to make this work that TC will kill the knight. No armor makes it hard to use the knights. MBL may get or yeah. They just scare you away. Haagen-Dazs. That's some ice cream. Even skirms against unarmored knights is still doable for skirms, I guess. Yeah, there apparently is an Alls draft like high league finals happening soon that they wanted me to cast. I hope the time zones work out for me. Off to Warsaw tomorrow. I don't speak Polish. I don't really have any tips. Okay. Hulks could come over and hit the castle foundation. Melee damage, maybe they could do something. Right now it's just galleys. Mangonel almost hit the galley. Might will have to destroy the Mangonel. Crossbows go down. And conversion comes in. MVL might be doing this. Chat, MVL might be making a comeback here. He defended the aggression with some nice Mangonel micro. The TCs were not added in early enough for Dziamdziak. He still at least has the eco advantage, but pretty soon the Byzantines will finally get to use their eco bonus of advancing to imp for cheap. And that's what the Byzantines can do. They can add a bunch of TCs and not be punished for it because of the cheap imp. Best of 3, best of 5. Best of 5 at this stage. The first round was a best of 3, or the rounds before this, the round at 128. I forget if there was a 256, but now we're at the best of 5 stage. We just saw that with DauT and Emu in the best of 5. And hello, Alan's Citas. Over in the YouTube chat, hope you're doing well. And MBL grabbing the third relic from the middle, so should have a relic advantage. At least one more in the middle of his base to grab, and then one more over here he should be able to get. Oh, did it happen a few days ago? Okay. Maybe they're just sitting on the Rex and I need to cast them then. And I need to hear back from the group chat. Is there a Division 0 this time? That's there for Dziamdziak as the castle gets a shot on some galleys. I wonder what Byzantines go for an imp then, because without really wanting to go fires against the Carracks, what do you do then? Oh wait, they don't even have the final upgrade for their fires? What? Byzantines don't have... What? They still have Greek fire, but... What? Why are Byzantines so weak with their fires? They don't have... like the martyrdom explosion upgrade. I guess it's not too useful if you're Greek fire and you're farther away, but dang. Division 2 Grand Finals? It might be the Division 1. Because the chat was a couple days old, but I didn't get a good time from everyone. We'll see when I cast it. I'd like to cast it. We need more team games. So a demo, a fire, and a Hulk. Or a War Hulk. Go forward. Because Greek fire, they didn't get the final one, but it feels weird for Byzantines not to have fully upgraded fire ships. Especially with how weak the fires are in the current meta. So Dziamdziak down by 20 Vils, but he's ready to click imp. Has the castle, just needs to click it. And needs to put it in a good TC. And where is it? It's in this TC, probably the safest. It's a mod with new ships. It is a new patch. It's a preview of the new patch. I can't say I'm a particular fan of the Hulk line, though. I feel like the Hulk's kind of just... All you do is make Hulk now, and it makes water even more boring. Div 1 were apparently good? Alright, that's good to hear. Because the team games can take a long time to cast, so I need to make sure I have a good, like, 4 hours for it. Any tips for a beginner starting out as coding? What are you doing as a beginner? If you're like taking a university course, then I don't know if I have advice other than make sure that you know, pay attention and don't use AIs to generate code for you. Trying to learn HTML, CSS, and Java. And Java or JavaScript? What's the combo there? And how are you trying to learn it? So another castle here. I feel like if you're doing HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, it's very easy to fall into the trap of very specifically learning some web stuff without, in general, learning how to program. I don't really have any open source references for programming though, because in the past I had taught it, but that was in the structure of university courses. But that's often a trap that I see people run into, especially with a self-study. There isn't a lot of emphasis on the theory of visualizing and debugging programming tasks. JavaScript more useful than Java? Honestly, these days, it's pretty hard to avoid JavaScript because it's hard to avoid doing stuff in a web browser. Oh my gosh, it's Crab. Yeah, the books I used when I first learned are definitely out of date these days. So I don't have a recommendation there. Maybe one day I'll finish writing a book. That's a lot of work to keep an intro programming book up to date. I know, Crab on a good time zone for the Aussies now. So Treb War, but it's hard to win a Treb War against the Byzantines, especially on water when they can pump out Dromans. And Dromans can try to snipe off Trebs. Remember, Malians' weakness is that they don't have Bracer. Also don't have Blast Furnace. The Malians are not a good late game water civ. Architecture on the way. Dromans hitting the Repairvilles even on the Trebs. I don't know what counters the Hulk. Like, you're not going to counter them with galleys close under your docks. Be your teammate? Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing being Donut's teammate. Now, there's ballistics. NBL some war galleys. As Bracer himself, still would need galleon as the upgrade. Another Droman on the way. Maybe he needs to focus fire. Oh, can Droman the Hulks? Maybe that helps. If you have specific programming questions, you can always ask in the math section of my Discord. It's always good when you have real discussions there and not just memes. What is a Hulk and what do they do? Hulks, they're supposed to counter fire ships, but they kind of counter everything. Their final upgrade is the Carrack. And that's what we've encountered here, the final form. As all these Trebs for Dziamdziak did manage to take out the castle. And MBL trying to get back onto the water, but he is going for galleys without being able to upgrade to galleon. And he's trying to hold and win a fight underneath his castle, and maybe he can just barely do that? He had lost the water initially, but now as the Byzantines, because the Carracks are a specific counter to the fire ship line, MBL doesn't really have a great way of getting back on the water or quickly going for fires. The Hulk is an angry Bruce Banner. We should put him in green. Why are they so chubbed like they got cut off halfway? Who designed this? You know, sometimes girth is nice instead of length. There are different preferences out there. So the Trebs here going for the castle, and I think MBL did manage to hold just long enough, and he will get heavy warships. And here we have Carracks running around the side. As this castle will go down, that will fall, and this mighty Byzantine castle will survive. And now the Trebs in danger, in peril. Fire ships being useful at destroying trebs. Let's go. Putting the old ship to use. Heavy warships, carracks, fast fires, and galleons. Galleons are supposed to counter these things, but from everything I've heard, that doesn't quite happen because they're so speedy. I enjoy the tall sails of the Malians that the African architecture have on their civs, or on their ships. The African civs have on their ships. There we go. And forward castle from MBL. He's going forward to castle the middle. And a game where Dziamdziak got off to a very nice start. Looks like MBL will be able to complete a comeback. Are these the faster firing fast fires? Oh, they are. They're Byzantines. The faster firing fast fires. What is it? Yeah, 25% faster. Some fast fires out for Dziamdziak. Remember, the Malians late game, no bracer. Where is that? No bracer, no galleon. And also, they don't have any of the upgrades for the fires, so they do not have a good late game navy. And even with the Byzantines' focus on the fires, and the fires being a bit nerfed in the presence of the Hulk/Carracks, I don't think the Malians can stand up to them now. Okay, but here are now the galleons. You get enough galleons out and you still beat fires. There we go. Maybe an imp galleons matter more than hulks. We saw DauT go fires earlier, but that was a special case against Thalassocracy. It feels like MBL is getting back on water now, and now should have all the gold control of the middle. Now, still are some forward ranges here for Dziamdziak. But I feel like it'll be hard for Malians to get too much damage against the Byzantines at this point. Defensive Mangonel even out already for MBL. Crossbows getting slaughtered by the tower. Embracer. And the ballistics and Mangonel will get one more shot. Down it goes. Fire need more HP. My suggestion was they just like reverse the water triangle, because they made ships super speedy now. Look at that, it's 2 speed for the fast fires. There are now 2 speed upgrades, Carvel Hull and its prerequisite. There are 2 of them for 10% faster each. And now we get fires up to 2 speed. Imagine the Berber ships at this point with their speed. I think the problem is just no matter what happens, when you have enough galleons, it's hard to take engagements against them with fires, and if it's a short-range ship, so fires, even hulks, same thing. The advantage of galleons is first, they're in the feudal age, they can micro, so if you're in a large body of water instead of a small pond, usually it's the best ship to go for. Hulks might change that because of their speed, but now in the late game, when you can get a huge mass of them all shooting at once, still want to go for the galleons, it looks like. Alright, the hulks have been massacred. And there we go, 1-1. MBL ties it up. In a game that Dziamdziak still had a really nice start. I mean, look at the military numbers through the beginning. Eco-wise, was ahead in eco for a long time. Total productive worker time. What are these stats? I get the CA Pro for this version, and I don't even know what to do with it. So slightly faster imp time, but not enough against the Byzantines. Byzantines getting imp is pretty darn good, and Dziamdziak tried to pressure, but never quite could overcome MBL's defense, even with some good APM spikes. MBL more eco APM. Should only affect low-range ships. Even so, it doesn't really change the fact that late game galleons, like, they're still big and bulky, and you're not going to out-micro the fires. It's more just about the number you can all have shooting at once. Have there been any improvements for the demos? Any counters for the massed galleys? The Hulk line is supposed to counter the galleys. And it does do that well early on. Have there been improvements for demos? No, everything I've seen is just demos are a bit nerfed. And that hasn't really been changed. Yeah, and again, after this, I'm going to go cast the Rex of Gabi's set. So I know that was casted earlier by a bunch of people, but I don't want to miss that. Nerfed an already garbage unit. Maybe that could be a new ship, like the garbage ship. You could go like collect resources from sunken ships and then recover the costs. Let's learn Python. Python still is what I'd usually recommend for a first language, more so than JavaScript. I think it's a lot easier not to have to mess with HTML and CSS to do stuff in a browser. And you could just do Node, but at that point, I think it's maybe a bit cleaner just to do Python. Like a junk. Oh my gosh, like a junk. A literal trash ship. Is the junk... are there going to be any changes to the junk? You missed... It's the hammer ships from AOM. We could add those. Python indentation quirk? I think Python indentation actually is quite decent for beginners as long as you have a good code editor for it. Alright, where are we at? How did I close the spectator dashboard? I closed Google Chrome. And Thalassocracy 2. Dziamdziak MBL, and it will be Water Nomad. Water Nomad for the next game. Look at that. What's the best way? Yep, the spectator dashboard is how to watch them if you want to spectate the games. Otherwise, Wikipedia is usually where the info is. Even though it usually is only like high-level tournaments, and you're missing a lot of like silver leagues or lower-level tournaments if you're only looking at Wikipedia. Unfortunately, there's no central place for it all these days. Not like the glory days of AOC Zone. You're using well-typed out libraries. Well, if you're just learning, you're probably not using libraries, right? You're probably doing mostly your own code. Oh, failed to download match content. Thanks, DE. At least it's nice to find in-game. Yeah, I really do miss AOC Zone. Okay, MBL, we'll put him in the orange again. So Water Nomad, haven't seen this map in a while. Here we have MBL as the orange Japanese, we'll keep him in his orange color. Dziamdziak as the gray Persians, I guess we'll keep him in the gray. Japanese will have a good fishing bonus, we'll have the cheaper lumber camp. Oh, I didn't swap the scene, there we go, sorry. Now we have, there we go, MBL as the orange Japanese, Dziamdziak as the gray Persians. Water Nomad, haven't seen this map in a long time, but they need water maps for the tournament. This map will probably be a good one for galleys still when you're so far apart, but we'll see if they still open hulks, or if galleys will be dominant like they've been in the past. Blue terrain making my face glow. Yeah, I don't have the best lighting setup here, especially when the sun goes down. And maybe I just need more lights. Want to see 30 Buffalo demoed? Yes. I played this map in the Raja's beta, and Zero Empires wanted to do a test of when you hit the save game menu and hit save chapters, you make chapters in the recorded game, so that Nilly could do his post-game analysis, the analysis, and jump from chapter to chapter in the rec. And he just wanted to, sometimes that would cause a slight bit of lag in the game, we wanted to test it out. So I played this map against Tato, and it happened to be Tato's birthday. So all I did was amass demos in the docks and then sneak them around and go for his TC. And I was like 1 or 2 demos short of demoing his TC. And it was his birthday. I typed happy birthday in all caps in the all chat and then released the demos. It was glorious. Oh yeah, the Aussies have been playing Gert by Sea. The Aussies are Gert by this map these days. I really want to see someone rushing over with 10 fishing boats and build 2 docks instead of towers. I want to see that too. There's 5 fishing ships per dock that you can garrison. Yeah, Water Nomad's been ranked quite a few times. The ranked map pool rotation has been super weird recently. They reworked some of the Ensemble Studios custom maps, which were generally kind of weird to begin with. They were kind of added as demonstrations of what you could do with the map scripting engine, because the Conquerors was when they added map scripting. It wasn't in AOK, added in the Conquerors. And they've been putting them in the map pool, I guess because they put all the effort in to rework them. But not really standard maps, to be fair, and not really weird in creative ways, just kind of weird. And not the best to play, I think, even with the rework, so it does make the map pool kind of tricky to really get a good game going. Dziamdziak knows how to play Water Nomad. Crab with confidence. I played Empire Wars Water Nomad in a tournament. God, this was years ago. I think, oh god, this was so long ago. I'd helped Nadia practice the map because she was playing it against Gabi. And then I beat Mihai and Survivalist on it for Empire Wars Water Nomad. Casting your favorite player? I'm assuming you mean Dziamdziak. Who doesn't love a good Dziamdziak in the gray? So he is doing Loom, he is up. Did the post-feudal Loom to go up as ASAP as possible, and now with those faster working Persian docks, he is going to try to Hulk around MBL's TC. Could get a good Buffalo snipe. MBL has to protect the Buffaloes. Where is the demo to hit the Buffaloes? MBL, you're not a Dziamdziak fan? Okay, gotta cast more Dziamdziak, though. He needs more fans. And there's the defensive dock from MBL, and maybe on maps like Water Nomad, you actually do have more room to go for a late feudal and more docks because of the garrison. Double dock by the TC to garrison. I don't know why he docked doubly there. Might use another dock out to the side. There's ban Arabia in Arena and favorite Mega Random. Yeah, I always ban Arabia in favorite Arena, and then get Mega Random, or get whatever is unbanned. I generally just don't play many 1v1s these days, because I can't play Arena properly. And then when you do get it, it's a tower rush fest. I just want to play a proper game of Arena. No country flag? Should I add country flags? If you have a down moment in micro, I'll add the country flags. And up the fish can't all garrison in the dock, but a dock shooting 5 arrows sounds pretty scary. So the Hulk's here trying to board the villagers. MBL going galleys, but he has to camp the TC with them. Hulk numbers keep climbing. I wonder if there's ever a point where Dziamdziak tries to add in galleys, or if he just tries to go with Hulks and click up to the castle age behind this. Could go market blacksmith to go up, and then do forging for extra attack. Have to be careful with the docks, as we saw in the previous game. Only 1 melee armor against all the melee attack these things have is pretty scary, and Hulks seem to wreck fishing ships. Hooking them Mortal Kombat style. There's fletching for MBL, but then also forging for Dziamdziak. And now forging against the Vils and against the dock, that starts to get really scary. That's 6 attack, and the Vils only have 1 melee armor. Yeah, and if you can idle the Japanese fishing ships, you're taking away the main advantage of playing Japanese. Both players do have double bit axe. You really do need the wood upgrade on this map. Now the galleys, MBL, trying to make the counter to the Hulks, and we'll see if they indeed counter the Hulks. Problem is, the Hulk moves at 1.5 speed, the galley at 1.43, so the Hulks still close the distance. And will there be major changes? I hope so. I honestly wanted to see more changes before the tournament with how dominant the Hulks have been. But, in general, I'm not really a fan of the water changes myself. I feel like they've basically taken the Fire Galley in Small Pond situation and replaced it with Hulks in Small Ponds. And now, like, even here, you're just going Hulk. So I don't think it's anything new or interesting in terms of either, like, a micro perspective of how you control the ships or a macro perspective of what you do with them. Or which unit lines you go for. So, I don't know. Maybe MBL can turn this around if he goes galleys and camps and kills water buffalo. Well, you wanted demos hitting buffalo. Here we have galleys hitting buffaloes. Putting everything on one page of the dock sounds nice, but the rest of the changes I'm not too sure about. So, fishing ships trying to garrison in the dock. Dziamdziak still trying to cause some idle time for MBL. He's up by 800 resources. And now we're at a point where we're looking like, had Dziamdziak managed to hold on and win that second game, he'd be winning 3-0 over MBL, maybe. We'll see. We'll see if he can hold on and win this one. Well, if he goes up 2-1, that would be quite an upset potential for him to take out MBL this early. Yeah, that's true. Demoed buffaloes can have their food collected now. You demo them under the TC and they have their food collected. That's a huge change for Water Nomad, actually. These things are so speedy, but one getting a bit ahead of itself. On page of the dock, thanks to T90's uncle. And now a fire coming out. Attempt to counter the galleys? So maybe MBL, if he, amassed enough galleys to the point where he can counter the Hulks. This has been only Hulk, but right now MBL up in KD. And we're seeing fires coming out for Dziamdziak, but that will be an attempt to counter the galleys. And 14 to 13, military, but 13 Hulks against 13 galleys. And the galleys now in the numbers that they probably need to be able to kill the Hulks. Like moving text to the university? Well, I guess that's how they freed up the space in the docks, by making the university. I don't think that really makes too much of a difference anyway, though, because usually in a water map, you would be doing the university for ballistics anyway when you're doing all of the heavy galley play. So on the very water-focused maps, I don't think it makes too much of a difference. Maybe on the fire galley and small ponds maps it would matter, but then you're probably not even investing into careening anyway. It was one tech. And now MBL with the galleys, maybe a bit more raiding potential for them, with the extra range they have over the Hulks to hit woodlines. MBL taking the score lead, and even Vill count, even though he's down by still 800 resources collected. Much better KD, 800 to 5. I mean, he has 18 to 5. Yeah, 800 to 5, imagine that. That's like, I'm the 5 in a failed pacifist campaign. Watchtower going up. And maybe MBL's gonna hold on here. Maybe the pure Hulk, after a while, does fall off against pure galley. And still, I think we're in the situation where the fire galleys, once you have a good number of actual galleys, are useless because the galleys out-micro them. I think we're probably seeing the same thing. Hulk versus fire, in small numbers they'd win. Once MBL camps and gets to these large numbers of galleys, he wins. Especially with the investment into forging instead of fletching. That would make it all the harder to go for a galley swapping at your own, fletching yourself. It'd be a crazy holiday as full eco. That'd be like something I see in one of Gabi's games one day. I've seen like 100 to 5 in her games. Like crazy all-in against a 3 TC boom when you're on 1 TC. MBL, he's just hoovering around with some galleys. Maybe gonna hoover up some more buffaloes, but look to see if there's any kills he can get. Checking for a clandestine economy. Okay, galleys on the other side. And he's gonna try to micro here against Dziamdziak on the front, grab his attention, and then shoot on the side. Hope that Dziamdziak doesn't realize the Hulk goes down. And the galleys will come forward now and pick Vills on the water farms. Immediate garrison from Dziamdziak. But we can see MBL pulling ahead in score now. And his galley micro and camping was enough. And he'll move forward. Vill's getting injured. Need to garrison, but she will go down. Acropolis more aggressive than Arabia. Depends on the version and how the fish spawn. what type of game you get on Acropolis. I really don't like the fish that we added for TTL in hindsight. Yeah, with weaker demos, I guess not anymore, but right, that's what you'd see on this map. Demos trying to snipe vills on the wood lines, but with the weaker demos and the new water balance, I'm not seeing any of that. Not a single demo so far. It was always kind of risky to go demos because, you know, galleys were the counter and would snipe them off from afar. But even more so now, I fear. Lots of standing ground on your archers. Using your unit stances properly is a very important part of AoE2. So both players up to castle, but MBL even with a slight advantage in the uptiming. And we'll see how much longer Dziamdziak can hold on. Maybe if he's able to get castle age and do fires first, the fire ships might scale better than the galleys, but still going to be a lot of time for MBL to micro. Man, I miss the demos. From scouts only. From scouts into a fire galley map, really. Ghost comments, I'm guessing, come from YouTube. Yeah, I need to... Maybe one day I'll be able to combine the chats. I need to figure out the technology for that, though. And sometimes I just make up people and talk to them myself. That's true. Castle age there, 15 to 20 seconds faster for MBL. 1000 elo, no one docks the pond. Oh, 1000 elo, anything's possible. I mean, you could probably say the same up to like 2k elo. Anything's possible if you execute it properly. Yeah, and as MBL's up to castle, Dziamdziak will call the GG. So promising start, but went too heavy into hulks without swapping to galleys. And once MBL got a huge galley lead, and Dziamdziak wasn't able to catch up in numbers, and you can kind of see that. There is forging versus fletching. 4 galleys for MBL, and maybe if around this point it were a swap to galleys and fletching for Dziamdziak, he wouldn't have been overrun here in equal numbers, but outmicroed by the galleys. So maybe something to keep in mind for this map in the future. Getting that maybe Hulk opening into a galley swap versus pure galley opening versus staying on Hulks. Some different ways to play it. So 2-1 for MBL. Hello from the ghost section. Ooh. YouTube haunted by ghosts. At least the ghosts don't smell like T90's YouTube chat. YouTube, no it doesn't. No it doesn't. Not in general. Only T90's YouTube. Don't be being mean to YouTube. Just because they don't get ads. Voices. Japanese still have their galley line of sight? Yes, they do. Malay still have their dock line of sight. Where is the spec dashboard? There we are. And game 4 on Aquarena. Let's go clown time. Vikings for MBL, Chinese for Dziamdziak, which I guess we see dragon ships against longboats? Don't know how that works out. I mean, maybe you Girt by Sea people have seen that. I guess there won't be any major changes to that. Vikings, I mean, they don't get demos, but I guess they do get fully upgraded Carracks. Minus shipwright. Still in the least smelly 1% of YouTube in general. Hopefully we have a good YouTube. Yeah, Vikings have done very well on this map by being able to go longboats, but I do wonder how the dragon ships will do against the longboats. I just haven't seen this yet. And maybe it's a good opportunity for them. And a good stretch between the games. 7th inning stretch time. We need that for AoE 2. I try another ranked. Good luck. Now, canoes. That's true. We need canoes. Canoes were OP in the Civ builder. That's what we learned. So MBL once more in the orange. Orange. Are we still okay with orange gray? The Dziamdziak and the gray? I'm sure both players are just using team colors right now. Am I ready? I have no idea. I haven't even heard anything about casting it. Last I heard, T90 didn't hear either, but that was a couple weeks ago. I don't know what their plans are. Vikings 5-0 on Aquarena and Group by C. Chinese 0-2. Alright, so why would you pick the Chinese? One, good economy. Don't need to do the houses right at the start anymore, so you have an amazing start if you lure that early boar, and looks like the boars are close by. Also, Mouflons you can push. Vikings, free wheelbarrow and handcart, but of course you're picking them mostly for the ship discount. London feels like an odd choice. One day we're going to have a LAN in the United States. One day. Probably need another 3 years and 2 months at least before that's possible, but one day. I've never heard of this thing before, and that's probably going to shock all the musicians in the chat. But I hope it is indeed an S-tier location. The castle in Spain was nice, but we were lucky we didn't encounter any rain those days. Very famous location. All right. Well, it's about to be... As long as DauT qualifies, it'll be graced by the most famous person who's ever been there. UE2 theme on pipe organ. See, I have no idea who that is. None at all. There's also an AoE4 thing going on there. I remember at Spain, they had the AoE2 thing, then the AoE4 finals, and everyone was trying to leave. Previous events sold out so fast that it makes sense to go somewhere with more space. Hard to think that a castle doesn't have enough space. But it didn't. Watch the Jordan Raquet? I have no idea who that is. So Mouflons, these things are just deer. Reskinned deer again. Getting pushed in here by Dziamdziak's scout. Places the civilizations with U.S. states. That's exactly what we need. Well, I've been in Germany before. Poland would be fun. I've never been to Poland. I always like the German lands because I speak enough German I can navigate. Spain was rather awkward for me because whenever I didn't understand something, my mind's first reaction was, oh, how do I say this in German? Which makes it even worse than trying to speak in English. So Doc from MBL, 18 vills and more queued, so it looks like he might try to fast castle. Doesn't have much food stockpiled. Look at that Mouflon trying to swim out to the edges. Oh yeah, you also can, you have fortified palisade walls. That's cute. Go out to the edges as we saw DauT and Emu do. More docks out there, more TCs out there. Some relics also you can capture. Oh, some Greek army tents. Look at that. White dots on the minimap being confused for relics. Relic situation, I think. Look at that. 2 relics right by MBL. 1 by Dziamdziak and then 2 on the central islands. You'd think maybe there'd be 1 on each central island and then maybe 1 on each of the neutral sides. Would be a bit more fair. Where do I know German from? From learning in school. Oh, another wood tower down here. Yeah, towers can spawn in the woods. on Aquarena. You get watchtowers. This is actually a useful watchtower. Oh god, all of MBL's towers in useful spots this game, aside from this one. Yeah, some of these sea towers on land for Dziamdziak, a bit less useful than the towers, the other ones in the back in the woods. Yeah, I feel like the high school I went to was very weird. And I don't have many, you know, I obviously went to only one high school. I don't have any comparison points, but just from talking to other people and the experiences they've had, I feel like my high school was extra weird. As soon as we'll find a 12th century castle in NA or Oz, I don't think. Aren't all high schools weird? Yes, but I think mine was especially so. Particularly the class, the year that we had. A few abandoned jails in Australia. Don't know if that's the best location for a LAN. Depends how many people they fit. Yeah, oh, also the cute underwall fish in the map, that's a thing. MBL fishing there. Now, listen, I don't think we had normal people. Sell per player. Or Waldorf School? I don't know what that is. Yeah, 300 IQ mining camp. Not even blocked off by the house, right between the gold and the stone. That is perfect. That's perfection right there. So we'll have triple docks from Dziamdziak. Not pumping out any warships, just fishing ships. And he'll be looking to go to the Castle Age soon, has the market up. Well, blacksmith soon, as he's getting more food from the fish. So, I mean, we did see the Fast Imp Thalassocracy. We might see Fast Imp Dragon ships. I think that is a very realistic strategy for the Chinese in this matchup. How does it work against longboats into elite longboats? I don't know. I wonder if MBL will fast castle or fast feudal. Or, I mean, it has to be a fast castle at this point. Maybe this is so late that it will be a fast imp. There is the fishing lines tech. Looks like that is in feudal for extra efficient fishing ships. Fishing lines also for MBL. Can afford that and double bit axe while still looking to click up. Doing a mill. Forgot the mill that he needs for the market. Of course, the classic Nomad mistake. I was looking at his wood count to make sure he had it for the market and blacksmith. But there you go. So that'll just be an extra villain feudal. Extra villa 2. And Dziamdziak being stuck in feudal for a bit too. These walls and the sea towers actually are very weak on this map, so I do think there probably is room for feudal aggression, but maybe I'm just imagining that. From what I've seen from these walls, they go down very quickly. Or at least maybe in early Castle Age. So I don't know if you necessarily need to fast imp. Okay, Vil and Scout coming out here for Dziamdziak. Needs to be careful of those gray wolves. It's a German alternative way of school, which emphasizes kids learning at their own pace and more practical stuff. Okay. Practical stuff like Latin, so that you can read math publications, I'm sure. From the old days. That sounds practical to me. So Castle Age on the way for both MBL up over here. And throwing up more houses. So, I mean, if MBL thinks Dziamdziak is going to go for the dragon ships, he could just go for the Carrack line himself. He does have full upgrades for them, but no shipwright. Yes, if that happens, then the Chinese do shipwright and probably have better upgrades. They don't have the final speed upgrade, though. Other than that, good upgrades for the galleon line. And galleons can still fight longboats. Let's see, MBL does have the final Carvel hull. Does have siphons, but not incendiaries for the fire ships. Shipwright could even... I mean, shipwright matches the discount that the Vikings have on wood and gives a build speed buff. Doesn't get the gold discount, but the wood one is usually what you need. There's gill nets for MBL, and he will be going Castle Age longboats. He has the res to click imp quickly, but if he's spending gold on longboats, we'll be in the Castle Age for a bit. We'll at least enjoy that free handcart. Yeah, I didn't manage to click bowsaw yet. And deletes the walls, of course, so we can micro the longboats forward more easily. Didn't have a gate on the side, but just moves them forward. Usually use Greek. I mean, lots of publications, though, were written in Latin. In Greek, you just need the alphabet for the symbols. You don't really need to understand the language at all. Oh, I love walls. Okay, longboats raiding the fish. So good initial advantage for MBL, as we do have Imperial Age on the way for Dziamdziak. And to delete that wall, it is open. Remember, fishing ships can't hide in the docks now. Don't know if he remembers that, but they can. Gotta remember you can hide in the docks. Longboats coming forward. Yeah. I mean, there are some Greek, like, etymologies for words, for sure. Even if the words are published in Latin. Knitting to woodworking? Yeah, that's true. And those are things AIs won't do for us right in the future. Who knows, by the time kids grow up, though, maybe robots will do it. So there's Imp for MBL, won't be too far behind, has ballistics for the longboats. And by virtue of going longboats, won't be upgrading to the heavy warships, but it will be fire ships into dragon ships for Dziamdziak, surely here. They're chef robots already, so why not? Now there's ballistics. Siphons on the way for Dziamdziak. He doesn't have incendiaries either, no incendiaries for the dragon ships. The robot ate my homework. Internet was down, so I couldn't ask ChatGPT to do my homework. Okay, so this villager walled in against the wolves. Did a good job of walling himself. Make sure the wolves can't attack him. Some oysters out there from which he can gather gold. And heavy warships, I guess that includes the dragon ship. And it'll be dragon ships versus longboats. You had learned Latin. Yeah, Latin's important for the science path, too. I never underestimate the usefulness of Latin. And there is careening. Oh, that's still armor, I think. And here come the dragon ships. How effective will they be against the longboats? One player will win a game here, I think, in this initial fight. And be able to monk on a transport. Why not? Are the longboats winning this? Longboats usually counter fires. Do they counter dragon ships? Looks like they're doing it. MBL lost the monk. The dragon ships are going down. MBL up to imp, and immediately he can do bracer himself. And he's winning the fight with Castle Age longboats. As he gets bracer, then chemistry, then elite longboat, she should just win even harder. Look at that micro he has. Fires cannot catch up the dragon ships. Well, maybe the dragon numbers are starting to be amassed now. MBL not really killing them all that fast. I'd love to get his upgrades, as they have so much armor. Yeah, 8 armor. And MBL losing the longboats. Okay, maybe the dragon ships will do it. Maybe they'll do it. Okay, longboats down. Longboats down. Chemistry for MBL as he's trying to remass them. And maybe my thoughts are he should have anticipated the longboats and just gone for the Carracks. Or anticipated the dragon ships and just gone for the Carracks. Rather than the ship that I guess gets countered by the dragon ships. So I think we're going to have a game 5 here. MBL saying 11 GG, and we do have a game 5. There we go, dragon ships won. So it's fast imp into who has the better ship, and it's the Chinese that time. There we are, no Carracks from MBL, and Dziamdziak won that game. Oh, my webcam broke. Hold on. It's weird. Activate, activate. Okay, that's better. I'm gonna turn it off for a second anyway as I run to the bathroom. I'll be right back for game 5. Alright, back to the webcam and not broken. Yeah, it's always good when this isn't broken. Alright, so let's get into game 5. Where are we at with the game? It'll be on Shoals, a map we definitely haven't seen in TTL at all. Let's see what version of Shoals they use, if it's the TTL version or some other version. The TTL version, I definitely have a lot of hacks going on here. I'll be able to tell right away what version it is. And it is the TTL version. No, it's not, because there's no relic in the middle. Oh yeah, there's a relic in the back for Dziamdziak, yeah. That's why we have the TTL version that doesn't give players safe relics. So huge relic advantage for Dziamdziak here. It'll be Koreans versus Italians, so we'll see how good turtle ships are, I guess. Maybe against the Italians. Any thoughts on that, chat? Will we see turtle ships? So Dziamdziak will keep him as the gray turtles, MBL as the orange Italians. I'm still surprised I don't have chat. No one's complaining about the gray color for Dziamdziak. No one's complaining about gray versus orange. Usually anything that's not red versus blue. I immediately have people who can't see anything. But this is like the worst possible colors. And we're fine. You don't like red? Well, purple blue I get a lot of issues with. I know that's hard to see for people. Man, we've already been casting almost 4 hours. Doesn't feel like it today. I had a good late start today, so I think that helped my awareness. And I woke up a bit after that first set with the coffees I had. Coffee is the key to casting, I think. You know, like red versus blue. I agree with that. I love having the colors set. It lets you feel the player personality through their color choices. Like Dziamdziak, he's picking gray. Why is he picking gray? Who would do that? MBL, he picked orange the first game, so we'll just keep putting him there. I do like consistency throughout the set. So we're not going gray-blue. We'll keep him in the nice orange. Can we maybe change gray to a different color? What color would you like, Donut? What color would you suggest? Give me a suggestion, and we'll think it through. Teutonic Knights in red? I do like Teutonic Knights in cyan, don't get me wrong. That is a work of art right there. Teal is easy to see. That would be fun. Cyan orange. Do that. Purple is the best color. You want purple. That looks very pretty. Very Halloween themed. Greens, I think the turtle ships look amazing in gray though. I'll put them in cyan. I think that'll be good. If we see some turtles, we'll have to cycle through the colors and figure out what color we like best. Elite turtles now have some special graphics too. Maybe we'll see that. And we do have a P5 emote for a reason. It is the best color. Cyan and orange, I think everyone should be able to see. Can I cast Gabi versus Target in green versus purple? We'll see what colors they pick when we get there. Yeah, people think it's 105. It's not. It's just the font from original AoE 2 from their titles that I used for it, and did not intention the P to look like a 105. I guess that's what it ends up looking like. And the real cat died. That's a sad name. But hello. I looked into the box and saw an unfortunate outcome. And hi, Anthony. Yeah, it wasn't a thing in AOC, right? 105 was not a thing back when I first made that emote. Even with the cat emote. Villagers coming to chop some wood here. A second lumber camp for MBL. And now the question is, do they FC or do they just go feudal galleys? From what I've seen in TTL, I feel like feudal galleys is the right approach. They have fish here, so maybe this is an older version of a TTL map. But I definitely made some good changes for the current season, I think, that make it more fair. Looks like they do have the fish under the tower? Maybe not. I got the reference to your name. That's what we do when we cast, we observe. The vills are in a state of maybe alive, maybe dead, until we observe. So MBO Italians up 20 vills. So standard up timing if you want to go feudal. 20 vills for Dziamdziak also. Does not have loom. Does MBL have loom? He does not. No loom for either of them. Both of them going double docks and will likely see galleys. I do like Koreans if you go galleys because of your wood discount. But although maybe it's not galleys, maybe it's hulks. Maybe it's just hulks, which I guess you still have a wood discount for. Well, you do have a wood discount for it, but I guess galleys would be usually the best thing for a discount. And MBL's opening galleys. Okay, opening galleys. And we'll see if it's galley or hulk. What will be the decision? Loom on the way. And it will be galleys too. Okay, galley opening from both players. Where I usually prefer the Koreans with the cheaper galleys. But Italians with a good uptiming too to make a transition to fires in the Castle Age. And what is the Korean counter to fires? Well, they still don't have demos, but I guess they have Carracks, so the lack of demo doesn't matter at all. All of the dock upgrades, incendiaries, Harvel Hull, Dry Dock, Shipwright, They do all that in elite turtle ship. We'll be in for a crazy game. Blacksmith's on the way up. Here we go. And fletching at simultaneous research times. Simultaneous fletching. And ships a bit more grouped for MBL, but I think a bit more numerous for Dziamdziak here. 6 versus 4, so Dziamdziak with the galley numbers advantage now. Trying to figure out how to micro here, whether you go box formation or line formation yet. These numbers, lines can give you more useful targets with the rotationing, or with the rotating of ships. Rotationing, that's a good word. The rotating of ships. With the rotations of ships. Different ways you can say that. So dock, garrison. Oh gosh, the fishing ships dodge and dock and shoot and up back out. Korean's got them. Maybe he has lost the faith in hulks. It is just galleys so far. I guess this is the map where galleys will scale better. I feel like the Hulk isn't as all-powerful as some of the earlier comments I saw have made it out to be. But it does feel like the fire ships now have a much more diminished role. And you don't really see all the ship types. We did in that Byzantines game earlier. That's maybe a bit of a weird example, though. MBL had kind of lost the water, and the game was more his ability to hold on land. The cross product of the vector field of galleys. And what's the field of scalars, then? We're making a vector space of galleys. Is there a norm? Is there an inner product on the space? So I've castellated on the way for MBL. I'm sure Dziamdziak would enjoy a good Bannock space. Or a Polish space. Epic if there was terrain that restricted a vision. Is islands in the map pool? I think so. I'm actually not sure, though. We'll need to check the map pool afterwards. So MBL with a great uptiming here is the Italians. Res collected still pretty similar, but MBL able to use that cheaper Italians uptiming to his advantage. And get a nice pick on the HP of that scout. As the galleys make their way over. Now more numerous galleys for Dziamdziak. 10 to 14, so if he micros and can force the fight, that'll be good for him, but extra hard to force a fight against both a sea tower and a garrisonable dock. And this will be a much later castle age for Dziamdziak. And he needs to try to take a fight, force the galleys back. Maybe pick fishing shell. You can't pick fishing ships because they can hide in the dock. I think that fishing ship garrison makes water far more campy. And more snowbally, even because now MBL can't be punished for being so greedy. At least in the current balance, he can be punished for it. Now, it's just warship upgrade. And nothing you can do to stop it. Nothing you can do to make him bleed while he's doing it. Meanwhile, Dziamdziak now He can just hide. He'll have to hide in the dock. He'll have to remember he can hide in the dock. Dziamdziak, what are you doing? Save your fish. There he goes. Saves 2 of them. And now these galleys in a position to pick off war galleys. Nice positioning from them. And NBL advantaging the uptiming now. Trying to get his war galleys over here. But nice micro from Dziamdziak to lure them into a corner. Dziamdziak's still not up. I mean, honestly, if he unleashes the galleys from the dock now, he can probably take a decent fight. Tricky. Can't re-garrison your galleys, and now a knight will come in. For NBL, turn around the houses. Some stragglers here. See what the TC can do. A house goes up so the TC can get an extra volley or 2 of arrows on it. But does not keep the knight out. Whenever though Dziamdziak is up and we'll be able to do war galley or medium warships. And then Bodkin. But knights in the wood line, oh no. Oh no, Dziamdziak, you had the score lead. Vils fighting knights, boxing down the knights, stabbing the knights with their little knives. Yeah, that's not a good look for the Vils. They start going down. Now NBL's eco lead starting to climb. We need a defensive monastery rather than TCs for Dziamdziak, as NBL already has a TC out on the gold. And, well, so far so good for NBL, I have to say. I think he's exactly in the spot he wants to be. And not even going for medium warships, just going for the monk defense, trying to do a second TC. But I think he still has a score lead somehow. I think that NBL's score is gonna match and surpass that soon, though. Yeah, no food for War Galley because of those night raids. There's a conversion on a knight, but the knights have done so much damage already. Oh, you know what? Also, 4 docks, no production. There's medium warships, but that feels way too late. No ballistics for NBL, so we didn't totally dominate the fight. War Galley's still hard to make useful. Is Bodkin more desirable over medium warships? If you're going galleys, I'd say so, because you have more potential to micro the galleys with Bodkin. And you're not going to get to that bulky, hulky War Galley. Much as it's not a Hulk, it is still hulking. The main advantage of War Galley is the production speed bonus. And if you're so low on eco, maybe you're not even able to advantage that bonus anyway. When you get 4 docks. Galley running back and forth here. More galleys come forward. 2-2 is crazy. Dziamdziak came darn close to winning game number 2 as well. Had an amazing opening. And okay, scout to pick off the monk. As you did say though, Dziamdziak with a nice relic advantage. This wasn't the TTL version of Shoals, so there was a relic hidden in the corner. And should probably be able to get another... Oh, there's also crocodiles out here. Yeah, we removed those so they wouldn't massacre your villas when you moved out here. Knights can still massacre them. So he did get a second TC at a close enough timing to keep the Vil count close, but NBL now going for his 3rd. And still has that cheaper imp as the Italians. But Koreans still, in terms of galley civs, I think the Koreans are still the best civ with access to not just their 20% wood discount, but then also shipwright for an additional wood discount. And the faster building. Also the amazing keeps. The Upseong towers with all the extra range they can have. If he gets through a late game big eco situation, I prefer the Koreans, but that's the point of the Italians. You try to avoid that. Try to win with a fast imp treb push. Yeah, and look at res collected, MBL's ahead, and you can kind of feel that in Dziamdziak's numbers. He's not really producing at the full rate I think he'd like to. One war galleys here. Gonna shoot the war galleys up here. And I feel like slowly but surely our Koreans player is pumping out more war galleys now. Staying in touch on the economy with only 2 TCs, lots more idle time for MBL. Maybe that third TC was a bit premature in terms of his eco. He's gonna do careening now. And these ships have to sail back. Careening might be a bit scary for them with the armor. Yeah, MBL with 1 extra armor now. Dziamdziak not quite the resources in the bank, but he has more war galleys queued. Continuing to amass them. Still larger numbers than MBL right now. MBL though has ballistics, and that means MBL should be taking good fights even with ballistics, especially when the navy from Dziamdziak has to retreat. Ship's still trying to corner here. And with ballistics, I think Dziamdziak would probably win this fight. But careening and ballistics for MBL, he has upgrades. Doesn't have numbers. Still trying to sail away, taking an okay fight. Very different from what we saw in TTL Bronze so far. Full galleys. Oh, but tower rush for Dziamdziak. Okay, hitting MBL on the stone. Guard tower and workshop now. Wants another tower, MBL to do a defensive one. Do a ram maybe to protect this tower. They would cover each other. And consistent slight lead. Why is there 1 dead war galley selected? Maybe I need to change the dead units remaining selection thing in the settings. And fire ships being added in. We'll see if they are useful at all. Okay, they all go down. More galleys on the way for MBL. And still only a 3-vil lead despite the extra TC. We'll have a TC on the side there for Dziamdziak, finally getting the gold control. We'll try to finish this tower, but doesn't want to lose the vils. We'll rocket cart this tower. Lost 2 vils! Ooh, that is painful. Third one going down. Gotta stand behind the rocket cart to repair it. And gotta keep repairing. Ooh, don't stop repairing, Dziamdziak, when you're microing on the water. Keep repairing, don't forget to repair. Ooh, and it goes down. And he might even lose the repair vil. 11 HP. Ooh, that was rough for him. MBL still looks like he's winning on the water, 85 to 64 KD. And he's also pulling ahead in res collected, now pulling ahead nicely in the vil count. Keeping his TCs running maybe a bit more consistently now. guess that's true. If you select a group, we can better see how it turned out. Don't know how I like that, though. Might just prefer them to disappear. I think that's a bit simpler. What I need is, like, auto-select reinforcements for each fight. Now, 1k res collected extra for the Italians. You're with the cheaper imp. Should be able to go up first. Wheelbarrow now for MBL, but there is still pressure. I am coming to try to take out this tower and defend from the push from Dziamdziak. Ooh, maybe he's not paying as close attention to that guard tower as he needs to be. MBL feels like he's winning the middle. Still want to see some turtle ships, though, from Dziamdziak, from our Koreans player. And be able to do a castle on the right, look to secure this area, and keep looking for relics. It is 4-3 in favor of Dziamdziak, 7 relics on the map. So, slight relic lead for the Korean player, who did, in all honesty, have the advantage in the relics. And Hendrix, hello, hello. Yeah, crazy shoals. So, finally the fish there, sniped off from MBL, but doesn't really matter at this point with the economies they have. MBL will know where this navy is right now. Sinking his fish. Castle on the TC. So MBL needing to get creative with his wood lines here. He is being pressured on land. Maybe winning the water now, though? 24-12. Yeah, and he is winning the water, and winning the water hard. All of a sudden, it is snowballing. It is snowballing for MBL. You can redesign the water, but you can't change the fact that War Galley is dominant. And will destroy other ships. All the ships going down. Castle could have been more for him. Hopefully he'll have a follow-up castle, right? He's got more stone. And follow-up castle on this TC. Follow-up castle right here. Or right here, or anywhere he wants. Has to be wary of the Mangonel, though. MBL, huge KD lead, though. Winning the water. And soon he should have full water control as the Italians. And he is up to Imp. And up to Imp first. How do you take out this castle? You could do chemistry and cannon galleons. Do bombard cannons of your own. Or could do a castle and wait for trebs. Okay, Ville's going down to castle fire. Okay, there's Dziamdziak with his own castle, looking to get a treb fight going. So we'll be down in imp timing to the Italians. And I imagine as the second castle comes up for MBL, this will be treb production here as he's up to imp. Treb production here as he's up to imp. And as he takes out the castles, also thinking about fast fire for the water. The 101 to 101. Vills, Dziamdziak with a slight Vill lead up to imp now, but a good 90 seconds plus behind. And Bowsaw on the way. Well, low HP Vills, but dancing Vills. He's got some dance moves on the Vills there. Low HP. Is this a DauT castle? Is this a DauT castle? %. Oh no. No, that's a DauT castle. That is a very DauT castle. Oh, the Vills are so close. It's so far away on the other side. It's probably treb time. What is the 1.4k in the top stat bar? Where in the stat bar? This thing? Military value. How much your current military units cost. And this careening wheelbarrow and imp still for Dziamdziak, trying to hold on the water as long as he can. He'll go for another castle. And gold, nope, this is just in value. value percent G is the gold. I guess, oh, the value there might actually be a duplicate of what's up here. On the water, these warships are running, but they are getting cornered before they get their upgrades. Cornered before the upgrades, and here come the galleons to hunt them down. Hunting the sea tower first. I think has a lot of HP. Emil buying wood. War galleys from behind, taking out the rest of the ships. Fire ships clearing everything. And before Bracer and Chemistry come in, the Navy for Dziamdziak goes down, trying to hold to the side and cling to a push on land, but MBL counter-trebbing. And trebbing the other side too. And with that castle being a DauT one. Don't know if there's much of a way back for Dziamdziak. Felt like he had maybe a bit of momentum with the push, but quickly stalled out by MBL. You didn't leave the stream muted. I can't play AoE 2 with the stream unmuted because I hear so many attack notifications or housed sounds and it confuses me. GG. Well, Dziamdziak gonna try to hold on. This is an elimination game. Yeah, that's the gold down there. The gold, the value number mirrors what's up here, which doesn't include the gold percentage. So a bit of redundancy in the overlay, unfortunately. So Doc's getting cleaned up. MBL gonna move forward for another castle, take out a monk, go Condottieri to raid the TCs over here. Needs armor on them. And more docks for MBL, not just more. Or no, more docks from Dziamdziak. Docks from Dziamdziak over here. Ships from MBL though. Don't deny them. Siege Tower Villas to finish building the castle. Don't know if that's possible while losing a castle and getting pushed. Bombard cannon going forward. Heavy warships on the way. But heavy warships with what navy? We even have the infantry armors coming in for the Condottieri. We'll have trebbing over on all sides. Trebbing everywhere as a few docks go up. But there's the GG from Dziamdziak. And MBL will do it 3-2. So congrats to MBL. He will advance. That's 194 to 119 KD. And well done for MBL. Oof, so that was a long one. But MBL pulls it out in the end. Some risky moments for him in that set. But the initial game 1 loss is something he manages to overcome. And you gotta give credit to Dziamdziak though, he almost managed to pull that off. Alright, so I'm gonna take a quick break and set up the overlay, then we'll cast Gabi versus Target, so stay tuned for that. Alright, I think I got everything updated. Got my scoreboard updated, got my YouTube updated, got my games downloaded. And as I said, I know this was casted by people earlier, so I appreciate avoiding any spoilers if you saw them already. And I think we're good to go. Let me restart DE one last time. Make sure we're on the right patch, and I think we're good. A reminder, early start tomorrow for the Stronghold Frenzy semifinals. It'll be at 13 GMT. So, early start. Alright, here we go. All set up. And game number 1 on Jungle Swamp. Okay, so here we go. And it will be... Okay, so Gabi in the red as the Japanese to the southwest. Target in the blue as the Huns to the north. Civ combo I haven't seen on this map before. Japanese cav archers against Hun cav archers. I think it's good for the Japanese these days. They do have that +2 attack versus archers that applies against the Huns. And other than that, probably a better Dark Age for docking with their lumber camp discount and the extra tanky fishing ships to win the fire ship fight. I think I actually do prefer the Japanese in this matchup, on this map. Also the cheap mills for expanding to the hunt. We saw Gabi do a good job of that when playing as the Mongols and against FedEx. Expand out to the hunt on the sides. Yep, I need to get the logo updated, the tournament logo. One piece of the overlay I missed. There we go. Now we're good. Sorry for the brief flash of the screen. It likes to blink when I tab in and out of capture age. Great, so Javelina, lured in from Gabi. You maybe speed the Dark Age up a bit, since these are wrecks, of course. Don't need to be bogged down with all the Dark Ages. And she will go for a dock, doing loom on the way for the dock, not going to take any chances. 2 vills for target, 2 vills, no loom. And he's going to say, you have loom, but only 1 vill. I'm going to fight you with 2 vills and a scout. And this is where I feel like, ooh, okay, nice palisade wall. Force the vill to run around. Yeah, this is where he wants to do loom himself. Knowing Gabi, you might send more vills to fight. But if it's only 2 vills and they don't, and the loom will come in when target hasn't taken any damage, it'll be good for target. So scout hitting the vill for now, another vill going to fight. Loom just comes in. 2 vills and both vills gonna go. Scout lost some HP to the vill. Trying to get involved in the fight, can't quite path there. Alright, some action, some vill fighting right away. Kind of what I expect to see in a game with Gabi, some early aggression. But target with the vills, trying to snipe this one off, prevent it from doing an Alcatraz. Get a bit of a hill too. Ooh, that hill is nasty. That vill probably just wants to hit on the scout, doesn't quite get it. But Gabi will lose the scout. I'd definitely trade a vill for a scout at this point. So... Alright, target. With his dock and his fishing ships out first, helping to mitigate some of that Japanese bonus. Oh, and the vills are there. They can still fight the fishing ship. They can still fight here. Like I said, I don't like being without a scout, but the vills that can harass the fishing ships and take the fish, I'll have to run back once Gabi hits feudal out of the threat of demos. But so far so good. She'll still have that forward vill hoovering around, and target will have to be wary of forwards. You did see Gabi go forward last time she played this map. In the previous round against FedEx. Alright, I think we can speed up a bit again. Let's see if the Vills try to fight the fishing ships once more, and we'll have target up first. And barracks coming forward for Gabi. Yep, and just like she played against FedEx, is going to go for the forward barracks. We'll be scouting around the lumber camp. Nice positioning on the Vills from target to get a hit on that scout. Get the HP down. The target, the defensive barracks, hasn't scouted it. And like I said, will be hard to scout this without his own scout. An unfortunate death at the hands of the villagers in the middle might come back to haunt him if he doesn't have vision of the forward. I'm sure target probably scouted the Rex and knows what Gabi's going to do as an archery range comes up for him. Hello, Baron. How you doing, Baron? Hope you're having a nice evening. Hello, Mr. Sir, Dr. Baron Esquire. How you doing? How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Also, what is this also of which you speak? Or how did I get doctor? I'm just saying titles. You can probably chat GPT your way through med school these days. Anyone can be a doctor. You don't gotta learn math for it, so it's probably pretty easy. Well, it depends on what you want to do. There are definitely math paths you could take. Hello, LC River. So range forward for Gabi, and now she's trying to get in with men-at-arms, and she does. She does get on the gold. Weak scout. Maybe the Vil kills the scout. But an archer over in time here for target to defend. And Mucker756, thank you for the follow. Fire goes down, and looks like target's winning the water. So rated on land, but winning the water. And archers chase down the other archer. And they'll take the hill as they fend this archer off. Now they'll turn and try to fight the men-at-arms. Keep them away. But the men-at-arms getting in. Speedy men-at-arms now. Remember, the same speed as the archers these days. Close the distance. Forced up the defensive tower from target. Target at least still will have the fishing ships in the middle. And Llama's in the back. And Fire's going for the dock. Are you gonna make a coffee? I'm jealous. Send me one. I could use another. And Men-at-Arms hitting the archers. Nice turnaround. Nice micro from Gabi. Trying to do everything she can to close the distance. Hit the archers. But Skirm's on the way out. Needs to run her scout away. So what you doing at home? I missed a couple of her llamas too. Players don't bother scouting their llamas on this map. They just worry about the dock, which I guess makes sense. Could have maybe delayed the farm instead. And will be a struggle if she has to go take deer and doesn't have much of a map presence with the forward. But Blacksmith going up essentially has had a couple of idle vills by being forward and 600 res difference in favor of target. And Japanese for the fish, but she lost the fish. The next eco bonus for the Japanese would be the mills on this map. So Fires take out an archer, and they're going to take down the dock. And Jaguar goes for the archer on the side. Archers come over. Get slightly bitten by the Jaguar. So Spear goes down to the tower. And fletching on the way there for Gabi. And now that 32 Vils to 31. Slightly more idle TC time per target, but not a full Vils worth. Gabi with a bit of idle TC time herself. It'll be cold by the time you get the coffee here. That's okay. I can drink cold coffee as long as it keeps me awake. Maybe we can microwave it and warm it up. I'm to sleep. Right, hold on, I'm getting some Discord pings. Alright, Archer is hitting the Vil. Vil goes down. Now let's go down. Skirm comes forward, hits the archers. Skirm trying to hit the archers again. As the archers keep going down. Will the Vil be saved? Will the Vil be saved? Target stretching out to try to get the Vil. One more arrow. Oh, Skirm comes from the side, just manages to save the Vil. 2 HP. But behind this all, target up to the next stage. Those fish devoured them. Tasty for his economy. Gabi in desperation trying to go for a tower on the wood line. Probably knows how far behind she is in resources without the fish. And yeah, she did do some damage. But that damage has been in idling, not in deaths. And she's actually down. Oh, the Predator got a kill too. 1 to 8 in Eco KD. Finally gets a Vil kill. Had been forward with men-at-arms for all this time. Not killing Vils. Four Lakes Cross is definitely a tricky map. So he will have Castle Age for target, and this might be a GG for Gabi as soon as she sees these up. Well, we'll see. She still is forward, being annoying with a lot of archers. Once target can get a second lumber camp somewhere, and I think he'll be fine. There's Castle. So it won't be immediate. There will be a few more skirms. Gabi selling stone, but still can't click her way up. At this point, feels like maybe she has to go all in feudal. And she still has a lot of red dots on the map, but those are just houses. Those are houses with a weak scout. Skirm's coming forward. Skirm's in the back. Target's not in red. I know, as soon as I started casting, I was like, it would have made sense to swap the player colors. Yeah, I agree with you there. But I didn't think of it, and we committed now. So TC going up for target. He will get a TC on the woodline, even better than a lumber camp. TC there, and that'll protect everything. His first lumber camp completely devoid of wood now. I don't think there's anything he can do out here. So ever since that initial Vil fight, target's had a lead, and he's done nothing to relinquish it. He's constantly been forward raiding Gabi while defending at home. A really big lapses in his defense. And picking more Vils, it's now a 10 to 1 KD. Skirm's picking off other skirms up here. And Cav Archer transition now for target as the Huns will have the cheap Cav Archers. CA and skirms, doing both. Guess you do have to remember to add the best unit in the game along with your Cav Archers as a combo. Help deal with those other pesky skirms. Skirms of which Gabi has quite a few right now. But nowhere close to the Castle Age yet for turning them to elite skirm. Target with 2 TCs can boom and take wood to his heart's content. Gabi trying to get in with a weak archer on the gold once more. Just grabbing the Vils. Vils going down. Ooh, all the Vils going down. Finally gets a nice raid. Well, it might be a bit too little too late. As she's already down by 1.5k resources. We'll have elite skirm on the way for target. And skirms will be hoovering around a bit. Cav Archer coming in from the back as the skirms give chase. Skirms over here looking to get some javelins in on the houses. A deer runs away. That'll be a university up for target, as we have a lumber camp over here. Lumber camp on the way up. The skirms go for the barracks, and the cav archers keep popping out. Vil's fighting the jaguars over here to the right. That Vil getting his stabs on the jaguar. Stab, stab, stab. And Vil wins. So Gabi's still with the forward Vils. Maybe the skirms find them. Might be distracted by the archer, though. And she will make it up to the castle age. They're not giving up just yet. And that Vil lead for target is only growing and growing. These two Vils still sneaking around the side. Are getting into the mutual booming phase. Oh, fish traps in the very middle of the pond for target. Why not? Jordan just deleted there in his set. Got a lot of cocktails and it's midnight. Might want to sleep soon then. You're also on Twitch instead of YouTube. That's a difference. Hope you're not lost. So we'll have Elite Skirm. I drink some water. Or I can confirm a good idea of water. Hydrated is important. No matter what you're doing, stay hydrated. So Skirm's here hitting Vils. Vils starting to go down a bit. Getting a bit of hoovering action themselves, picking off some more Vils. As a deer getting pushed in. On the other side, ooh, Cav Archer raid. Cav Archer getting right in the back of that wood line on the acacia trees. Ballistics on the way for them too. Would have been great there. They'd pick off another Vil, at least. Oh, they get him in the end. Thought he was far enough away, but just long distance snipe. Long range. I'm your sleep aid. You've had water, you are lost. Well, I hope you're sleeping in a place where you're not lost. You're just lost in terms of Twitch versus YouTube chats. But I hope you have a wonderful sleep then. On a Monday too. Must have been some event. Skirm's all going down. And forward TC for Gabi, but now she's already down by about 20 Vils by the time the second TC of hers is added in. And already 3 TCs for target, who can garrison and avoid raids if he notices. If he notices, there now he notices. Deletes the forward farm too. And gets out a Mangonel for some raids. Gabi not giving up, going for another pack workshop, trying to get a hidden Mangonel fight. But at least target has some Mangonel production already. And another on the way, trying to grab that army, but doesn't. Okay, physically you're in your own bed. Alright, that sounds good then. Double Mangonels in the workshop as a monastery comes up for Gabi. Also a TC over here. And she will defend against this Cav Archer. So 2 TCs, still not closing the Vil gap though. Also no eco upgrades at all for Gabi. Target at least has double bit axe and horse collar. Pub quiz. I hope you won. Oh, are there any math questions? I always enjoy math questions. You still believe in Gabi? You think this clandestine Mangonel push will work? Japanese do have good monks. Huns themselves do not. Ooh, if target doesn't notice, could be a splash on the Vils on the gold. Here come the Mangonels. Here they come. And doesn't manage to get a kill. He noticed in time. He noticed and garrisoned. Now, could even think about sending Vills to rush the Mangonels. Hey, you came in second, alright. Did you get a prize for being second? As the Mangonel runs forward, we'll get the Mangonels over here. And one goes down, the other cleared two. Ooh, but another Mangonel from target. And Gabi noticed this one in time. Repairs on the way. Ooh, gets the hill, gets the shot off. Doesn't quite get the kill, though. Doesn't have any more Mangonels queued. Monk to heal the repair vills. Or to convert the knight that's going for the Mangonel. And immediately clicks and blocks with the vills. So nice job. Nice awareness. And here comes some cav archers to pick off the monk. Got a cocktail pitcher. Is that the source of the large number of cocktails then? Had to use your prize. Vills could knife that 1 HP cav archer but won't be there in time. Mangonel will go down. Won't get a shot off. And the Vill running from the cav archers but goes down. Ballistics was in. And now Gabi's still pressuring with skirms at the front, but that Vill lead is up to 225 now for target. And he's up about 5.5k resources. Losing some Vills. Also grabbed 2 relics and a third not far away. Skirm goes down. And he will have to fall back from that wood line, bring another Mangonel to bear. And you just look at the resource stockpiles and feel how much more target has. Bloodlines didn't have bloodlines, lost a couple of cav archers to the skirms. And okay, counter raid now. Here comes some cav archers, picking off vills on the woodline. And really, as long as target doesn't make any big mistakes, he's definitely got this. A couple of Japanese cav archers, but not in the numbers enough to fight the Huns still. No bloodlines on them yet either. We're making too many CA and skirms. Move the entire archery range. I think they make CA and skirms because they're good units. And the archery range probably belongs in AoE 2. Would not be something I suggest removing. Maybe you could do like a... When they introduced the Mesoamerican civs without a stable, you could do a non-archery range civ. Don't know how you ever balance that. Maybe that could have even been the Romans if you had some type of like javelin thrower from the barracks in addition to the legionaries. Just kind of as a skirmisher unit that replaces the skirmisher. I guess we'd only see that unit though. Like the Peltast. The mercenary Peltast. But Gabi now cleaned up here in the back. We'll have another TC from target. These are just houses and one cav archer. Hill's getting some hits here. And Gabi will be trying for a castle. Will that castle go up? It will, because target isn't there in the front to deny it. If it does go up, does mean she'll stave off some aggression for a while. Cav archers and skirms still hoovering around in the north. But Imp on the way for target. Gabi nowhere close. Wheelbarrow, double bit axe, finally realizing that she needs eco upgrades. The cav archers will not get a raid on the wood line. Oh, and those vills will run. Painful, but target with some vills to spare if we look at the vill counts. Roman skirms from the barracks. Dark Age, now that is scary. That might be a bit too much. Target gonna get a castle to defend on his stone. And he'll just keep fast forwarding forward. Bill goes down. Mangonel still hoovering around. That's handcart, thumb ring, and imp for target. And I don't think Gabi can withstand this, especially once the trebs start popping. And there's the GG as imp comes in, so target wins game 1. Gets himself a nice 1-0 lead. See, KD even towards the end, but the economy so much farther ahead for him. Yeah, 20, what's that? Almost a little over a 6-minute difference to Castle Age there. Dark Age Imp Skirm. Now that would be quite a power move. Feels like a hyper random scout. So target up 1-0. That'll be a win for him on Jungle Swamp. And we'll check off the civs. What were those civs? Huns over Japanese. Worker mode activated. Alright. And game 2, here we go. On Acropolis. Alright, Acropolis. Fairly similar to the last map in terms of gameplay style. Small pond with fish in the middle. And again, Gabi is the blue Georgians to the north, Target is the red Persians to the south, and we'll just speed the Dark Age on up. 2 fish in the middle, looks like the map generated just fine, making sure all the res are everywhere, we're good. No mishaps, no R-based JBR. Mayhem, no relics that are present but unaccounted for. Full-time lurker, you approve of lurker mode. Hello, you even got the Twitch turbo thing to lurk. And the ads are there. Oh, and Gabi with the scout forward to pick the vills. The loomless vills were going for the dock, but not with Gabi's scout there. And she'll pick them off as she does her own dock and starts to pump out the fishing ships. And still loomless, but the scout will loom over this fight. The Georgians Persians, a matchup where fortified church rushing can be strong for the Georgians, where fast fire galleys into some fish could be strong for the Persians. The colors just flip? They did flip. They did flip. I like these colors more. I like these colors more. My mind says Target should be in red, like Target the store chain that we have in the United States, headquartered in Minneapolis. So if you don't mind, I'm going to leave them. Gabi in blue, Target in red. Thank you for pointing that out, Shermack. But yes, I'm going to leave them. I'm going to leave them. If they change again, I'll keep them here. Gabi in blue, Target in red. I think my mind can process these colors better. So apologies for the swap. I should have seen this in the first game and swapped them then and there. Also, I hope you like the flowers added back to the TC. In the original game, the map made by a scripter had tons of flowers there. So I thought, you know what, we need them back. So both boars from Gabi, she's in 16 pop, 17 vills. Let's see, Target ahead in vills, he's the Persians, of course. He'll probably go up on 20 vills. Gabi probably aiming for 19. Yeah, that'll be 19 with loom, fairly standard. If you have the dock slowing you down, probably all good for her. Alright, we can speed Dark Age up a bit more. 3 fishing ships will have loom, and a 3rd fishing ship for Target. Late loom when he clicks feudal. Gabi going for the 20th vil, and then she clicks up. Alright, no particular idle time for both of them. Gabi with the mule cart going forward, taking some gold along with the wood down there. Lumber camp still at the forefront for Target, adding in a barracks and has more gold to the side if he wants it. Yeah, ungarrisoned to kill the boar, exactly. And then faster working Persian dock. Don't know what you do against that as the Georgians. She will be doing stable at home, as this scout keeps hoovering around. Where's her scout? We took a couple hits on the Vil earlier, but she will be in position to scout the archery range. Sees the barracks in the range now. Knows exactly what target will be going. Doesn't need to add any spears of her own then, has one already. But won't really need the spears against, or any more against the starting scout. And ooh, the scout goes down, okay. Well, here I am saying she doesn't need spears, but the one spear she has is effective. And it will be a tower behind the wood line. I don't think target is aware of those vills. Gabi needs to make sure the fishing ships don't spot them, and that no stray spear or archer spots them. Kinda has to hoover with her scout to distract. That could be a nasty tower on the wood line. It will be another one for target, but this one could be nasty. It's Rex, so no wait in between games? Yes, indeed. Other than if I need to run to the bathroom. Which I did see this was going on for a long while. It might be a long set. That's why I'm kind of speeding the Dark Ages up a bit. Didn't want to go without seeing it, though. You want to make sure we get all of Gabi's games casted. And ooh, Vil on the berries. She's finding and we'll pick him off. Georgians, of course, with the healing scouts. Target might need some more spears. He has 3 already, but so much of the base he needs to defend. He's running back and forth from the wood line, and that tower hitting the wood line where the spears were and quickly moving the scouts back has been great for Gabi. And thank you, Mediocre, for the follow. The non-mediocre follow. And ooh, weak Vils on that wood line. And Gabi's gonna pounce. He will pounce with the scouts. No mercy here. Okay, target, this is not good. You were not walled. There's still 3 weak Vils. And that's another kill there. And the scouts could run away from the spears and hoover around for another pass. That's 4 weak Vils on the wood line. I'm sure she'd love to have forging, or would have loved that in the fight. But at least she can heal now. There's no hole here, but there are 2 Vils. Target quickly realizes the dire situation they find themselves in. Oh, chops through and walls behind. Well, that's one way to deal with an overchop. And Gabi will split and take 1 poke from a spear and lose a scout. But Target's still maintaining a score lead. He did win the water in the middle. Gabi not really fighting for that too much against the Persians. We'll just get some archers out and start bringing them forward, try to find the weak Vils on the wood line. Target won't have the numbers to defend, and she'll hoover around, distract the army with her scouts as the archers come in. And Target not going to be there quite in time. She'll focus the archers first as the scouts come over. A scout comes out. And weak Vils' still focus is on the army. Does water matter a lot? I think it does matter quite a lot, especially if you're Persians and get the fish boom. But I think it matters more if your opponent doesn't fish at all in the Dark Age, because then there are more fish left over for you. Here I think there's room for the Georgians to play eco with fortified churches. So fletching in for Gabi. Archers and skirms for her, taking out the spear. Archers popping out from the range. I'll have a watchtower and an archery range coming up here for Gabi in the back. Tower defending the wood line. Horse collar on the way. Has a lot of farms before horse collar. Don't always see that when you're going scouts. Usually you can afford it. But if a T90 farm here with a gap by the TC, well, that's okay. Maybe it was for a straggler. I guess stragglers didn't spawn adjacent to the TC. So no, it wasn't. 2 stragglers in the back, though, around which she's building. Ooh, we'll have to be careful not to be housed, as the fires will destroy a house in the middle. And that will house her immediately. Yeah, down that goes. Ooh, immediately she gets another housing project finished, though. And we'll add them in. Okay, target's still with the score lead, but I feel like Gabi's done a lot of damage. 3 to 3 eco KD, but the 3 were the fish there. And again, target can fish trap the middle of the pond, where scouts or archers can't harass them. Not near the dock, but middle of the pond. And the scouts will keep on hoovering. Scalebarding armor on the way for target. Ooh, what? Target, getting in on a tower with Gabi. Got the archers up atop the hill, and that'll be awkward for her. Just outside the range of the TC, even for the scouts. Have to bring her own archers and skirms over. Can't really micro when you're here. Remove the deep fish. I will remove the deep fish myself next time we do it. I tried to say we should remove them from bronze, and even though it would be different than last season, but decided to keep them. With the deep fish, maybe even the shorefish. I did like the twist that fish added to the team game version, but in this one, the pond's just mostly there for decoration. Not really. Water's supposed to be the focal point. There's Castle Age for target. He'll be up first. Yeah, we're doing a market in the back. Watchtower coming up here. Things looking a bit difficult for her. And down by 1k res collected. Will the fortified churches be enough to come back, though? Moving forward with her army. Horse collar, gold mining, archer armor on the way, castle on the way. And can she do damage here? There are still, of those 6 villas, 3 are still very weak, 4 are very weak. It's the same 4 villas that I think have been out there this whole time, and they're not going to be walled as the scouts get in. Okay, this is exactly what Gabi needs then. Yeah, that's what she needs, a good raid with these scouts. You can pick off a couple of archers, get a vill, force them off the wood line. And then go back for the vills again, trying to wander around the front. Then go down the hill towards them to attack. Down they go. Archers going down. And Castle Age on the way from target. Archer there taken out, and Castle Age on the way from Gabi, but that will be 2.5 minutes behind target. And her army maybe not in the best position against the scouts, trying to get back to reinforcements and to the tower. Does get there, and we'll maybe be able to save it and bring it back home. At least bring it back by this wood line. Yeah, so 5 to 4, target did manage to save vills by having a few archers nearby. Armor for Gabi. No, ooh, where's the demo, where's the demo? Target not patrolling, running straight into the archers. Ooh, okay, there goes his Castle Age timing advantage. That would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crossbows with bodkin, instead 6 corpses, dotting the edge of the pond. On the other side, though, does have 5 scouts, but only armor on them, no forging, no bloodlines. Hasn't really invested them into upgrading them too much. And a couple of towers in Gabi's eco, too, she can garrison if need be. Scouts hoovering around, gonna pick a vill. They're forced back. Our archers come over. That'll be Castle Age and gold mining on the way. The vills can garrison the tower. Tower pushes them back. There is Castle Age archers on the way out now for Gabi. And Bosar for target. And we have a fortified church on the way up here. And a fortified church here for Gabi to defend. Will it be up by the time the scouts get there? Yes, it is. These things go up so fast. These things go up so fast. And there it is. Now boosting the eco around here. Bloodlines, crossbow, bodkin. Everything as she moves in with a nice army. A workshop with mangonels is forward. If she had ballistics, this would be an absolute massacre if she comes into this woodline unspotted. Bit of a hill advantage here for the crossbows from target. He's going for light cav. We'll be looking for a raid on the right. Again, hard to do damage to the Georgians with their churches. Gabi could even deny a TC if she gets there. Probably a bit too far away. Down watch for Gabi. Starting to swap to Georgian cav archers. Little pick vills. Target hasn't quite noticed yet. 3 vills down, a 4th down. 5th down, 6th almost down. And she'll run into a few crossbows. Can probably take this fight and win against them. Target might need to run. No ballistics yet for either player. He needs to garrison his vills. He's trying to raid in the back, but just finding a market, a tower, and a church. Gabi running her vills around. On the same side, that tower is still behind the first wood line. And a couple of crossbows on the right. Gabi, always with units in every spot. Picks off Vils. Little Major Blazer. I put the fish traps so far from the dock so that archers don't pick them off. If you put them right next to the dock, archers and feudal pick off the fish traps or the fishing ships. Or both, maybe. Put them in the middle, yeah, it's less efficient, but harder to lose them. I mean, as long as there's water, people should probably fish trap, even if there are no fish. But it would change the map a bit, at least. Now Vale's heading forward for the town center. And Knight there. Ooh, Gabi. You attack with the Knight. Vale's blocking, saying, hey, Knight, come attack us. there they go. Now she notices. Knight hits the Vil. Mangonel's not going to shoot because the Vils are too close. Doesn't want any friendly fire. And Cavalry just come here. DauT TC from target. Will he get this up? Oh, I don't think he will. And ooh, Mangonelling his own Vils. Before the Mangonel goes down, more Vils dying. The cow archers run away. Now it's a Vil lead for Gabi. A bit of a crossbow massacre here. Pick off 2 or 3 Vils, but also run themselves into a tower and a fortified church. Fire galleys in the middle, keeping Gabi's Vils off the wood line. Ooh, she needs to notice that and move that. So it's stuff happening everywhere. Stuff happening everywhere. Cav archers and crossbows around here. This is what we want to see on Acropolis. Nice open map with stuff happening everywhere. Not just a fire galley fight. Yeah, see, 1k more res collected for target so far. But 25 to 8 eco KD for Gabi. That's keeping her in the game. And despite what looks like the extra early TCs, 3 to 2. Soup, hello LC River. Hope you're having a soup day and not an imp day. Vil's going down to the crossbows. There we go. Vil goes down there. And the fishing ships are in the middle taking the fish traps. Town center on the side. Vils have to run around. And Redemption on the way for Gabi. Ooh, Redemption, monks for the Georgians. You have Sanctity. No atonement for them. But Redemption monks will be nice against the Mangonels. Oh, that was a nice Mangonel shot. Oh no, Gabi stopped microing her army for a moment. Oh no, goodbye crossbows. Everyone wave goodbye. Oh no. Well, he's doing monk upgrades. And we all know monks are the key to everything in life. As the knights keep moving around, maybe we'll go for the Mangonels. Cavalry's in the back still running around. Mangonel goes for the knights. Mangonel across the wood line goes for the other Mangonels. They have to dodge. We'll head up towards the TC. Gets a nice shot on the knights. Fortified church on its way up. TC goes up. Bill's on the way out. Mangonels come forward. 3 Mangonels now, but if the fortified church goes up with the Georgians. And right now, target not targeting the Vils, targeting the foundation. Gabi can run, maybe spread the Vils out, and then try to finish the construction of the church. Monk forward. No atonement for the Georgians. Mangonels get pushed back. Knights going for the Mangonel over there. Monk comes over, wants a conversion. And double Mangonels hit the Cav Archer. Bill Cart on the way up over here. The Mangonels go for the TC. And Monk wants a conversion on a fire. It'd be nice to get back on the water. Maybe destroy the fishing ships. Tries to get the high HP one. They're both pretty similar in HP. Swapping over to the Mangonel. Charged and swapped. Will this be an insta? Will this be an insta? No, it won't. No Sanctity. Doesn't get the conversion. Maybe the what? Maybe the charge is broken. Sanctity, and another villager on the way. Devotion for target. Man, that Mangonel wasn't even devoted. Target's still more res collected, but Gabi the score lead thanks to that 35-13 eco KD. And also that mangonel shot on Target had on one of his vills. Okay, Gabi has at least scattered the fish traps, but hasn't managed to take them out. His TC will go down. So, Wong-like mangonel push. 4 red mangonels. Hungry for TCs. But more fortified churches on the way. Fortified churches usually stop mangonel pushes in their tracks. But Gabi didn't finish the construction of this one. Might have had a chance to just try to YOLO it with her vills earlier. But now the mangonels have too much map presence forward, taking out her TC. She's going to run with Cav Archers, try to hit this woodline again. She's had knights over here too. Knights everywhere for Gabi. Could maybe get into this gold in the back, maybe hit a mangonel. Still target open for raids, as Gabi keeps pulling ahead in vills. Mangonel goes down, Mangonel's flatten it. Mangonel's going for the TC. As some Cav Archers come around, a couple Knights come around. And this will be a good raid too, some weak vills. No ballistics still. Ooh, that's gonna haunt her if she can't kill vills without ballistics. Yeah, the vills just run away. Oh, my Cav Archers are so much worse without ballistics. No, okay, that's a massacre for Target. Now it's about a 30 vil lead. Another vil should go down. And Target, with that fight coming in, we'll call the GG. And Gabi ties it up 1-1. Okay, we have a set on our hands. 100-64. KD there. Georgian CA ending up being the right call. Felt like Target had that slight eco lead, but Persians always do. For a long time, even the better Castle Age timing. Fun. Why no light cap to deal with the mangonels? I mean, that's expensive, right? Everything is expensive when it's such a messy game. Your eco's never as clean as it looks. I mean, maybe an option, but she went more for redemption for the mangonels rather than Cav. So that ties it up 1-1. Game 5 will be on Shoals. I'm going to take a very quick break myself so I can run to the bathroom. And we'll be right back for game number 3 on Shoals. Alright, we're back. Cannibal archers? What about archers makes them cannibals? Alright. Shoals! More shoals. Lots of shoals today. Does anyone remember that DS9 episode, Rocks and Shoals? Brian rips his pants. Alright, so Koreans for Gabi, Malay for Target. Both good water civs in different ways. I hope we see some turtle ships. I enjoy the turtle ships. You'll see the relics are a bit more balanced on this one than that Thalassocracy one, where we have the relic right in the middle, and there should be 3 on each side. So pretty fair. Maybe slightly favoring Target, this one. Maybe a bit farther from Gabi, but not going to be exactly equal. I think this is still pretty good. Autocorrect from Camel Archer. Yeah, Cannibal Archers. That would be one heck of a unique unit. Yeah, the Ultralux Archers. Hero unit, the Hannibal Archer. You had to, yeah, I think there was a hero elephant Hannibal in the original AoE 1. Don't know if it was or in the Rome expansion for AoE 1. Forget if it was a elephant or an elephant archer. I think it was one of those upgraded armored elephants. So second dock from Gabi. I guess I can keep speeding this up a bit. Oh, they swapped the colors again. Consistent. Gabi blue, target red. Consistent here. Sorry about that. Should have swapped that earlier, but we'll attempt to be consistent. Probably swapping hosts. Galleys come forward for target, and he will target the fishing ships under even the sea tower, daring to dive under it. Desperate to destroy these fishing ships. And now triple dock galleys from Gabi. Cannibal Civ can't forage, regain food from kills. There's the Cannibal mod that T90 has had in community games before. We could try that out one day. And shoals, it is shoals again, indeed. Rocks and shoals. Same as water enclosed map that's inferior to the other ones. I think they're really good on water maps, but you need to have the far apart water maps. Like 4v4 migration, I think they're one of the top flanks. Lock into sleeping. Sleep is good, and I always recommend sleeping. So that's why we have the VODs. You can always watch the VOD later on X2 speed. Take half the time. Ugh, good stretch in that shoulder. KingstoNe, Korea, #1. A good water civ when you go galleys. Cheap galleys, never hurts. Byzantines kind of fill the same role. Yeah, I guess that's a comparison in different ways. Koreans more the open water galley maps though. And Gabi sniping off 2 fishing ships? Or actually only 1, somehow. Only it's 1. My eyes deceiving me. And tries to run away. Trying to get away from the galleys. Get under the safety of her sea tower, the relative safety. Use it as a shield to bring her reinforcements up. Uses cross more than the map cross. Cross is classic though. There's no out crossing cross. Can't cross it out. And try to name it 4 lakes all you want. Just like the real name of small trees, everyone knows. Galleys hit the fishing ships. I'll be losing another fishing ship. Tries to repair with a Vil. Usually you don't repair galleys though. Can be nice, but takes a long time compared to the fire galleys. Now is the shoulder? I'm starting some therapy on it next week, so hopefully we can improve it soon. Slightly cramping up on me after casting for 5 hours. You just gotta, find a good comfortable position for it. Can you garrison in the sea tower? No, you cannot. No, you cannot. It is just there. Just for show. Or, not for show, it actually shoots arrows, but just for defense, not for garrisoning. Scout fight on the side, Gabi losing her scout there. So 3 fishing ships to 1, advantage for target, also up by 2 vills. No idle TC for Gabi, a bit of idle TC for target, but he's the melee. And has that melee uptiming advantage. Garrisoning is defensive, though. A form of defense not offered by the sea tower, alas. Oh, Gabi's selling stone for the uptiming. Okay. Trying to click up, and there she goes. On her way up. Target still with the melee. Might manage to beat her up if he uses the market. And thank you, Essential Blue, for the follow. Thank you very much. As we climb our way towards 15,000 followers, we're almost there. 14,115 now. Within 900. We're getting so close. Castle Age on the way. And yep, target indeed going up faster. Can't afford a second or third TC quickly since you're fighting for water. Often the case. Oh, thank you, Mikiso9 and Bendetto32 for the follows. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 15k follower face. I'm streaming with the webcam right now, Major Blazer. What else do we want to reveal? Unless the webcam broke, it looks like it's still good on my end. Yeah, Vill's coming forward. And Kilo Strix. This is an overinvestment into water. I think as long as both players are investing, you're free to keep investing. It's an overinvestment if you win the water and then you keep adding. It can be really hard to tell sometimes. And remember, the Koreans will have the cheaper ships, so Gabi can invest a bit more than Target can, I think. Howdy, friend. Sentient Toast. Hello. Hope your day has been buttered and not burned. So, War Galley on the way for Gabi. 15k VTuber model debut. I've had so many spam ads asking to make VTuber models for me. It is probably one of the most common scams I see. Gabi on stone. Gabi on stone. Thinking of war wagons soon. Hearing War Galley. Just gonna keep pumping out War Galleys. Imagine if she had turtle ships. Does the War Galley upgrade? Target so far has avoided War Galley. I wonder why he's avoided it. Remember, War Galley does improve your production times. All of a sudden, she's going to pump out the warships more quickly. Wants to get to those guard towers or to those war wagons. Maybe both. Well, she has a guard tower already. Guard tower and a monastery. Remember, 7 relics on the map. She'll go to collect them. Target scout, though, hoovering, ready to spot a monk. He did wall behind a relic. A lot of money, so scams are to be expected. And a War Galley on the way for target. And another one, you had towers on both sides. Oh, Koreans. Taking the map control. Remember, at your home base, you only have 2 groups of 2 gold for a total of 4 tiles. So that'll be 1,600 left over once target finishes that 80 remaining. And you'll have to move out to the sides, only to find Korean guard towers there already. No ballistics for Gabi. That'll be the next step for those towers. And as you said, you invest so much into water that you can't do the TCs right away all the time on this map. And she's even adding some fires, also cheap for the Koreans. But remember, Koreans, no demos. I want to see some turtles. Just for the fun of it. But target shouldn't have pushed forward before Bodkin in an early castle. I mean, probably shouldn't have stayed forward without War Galley. I feel like that was his mistake. Late War Galley. I mean, Bodkin can be done before War Galley if you want to micro the galleys, because War Galley does make them harder to micro, even though overall the stats are better. They're larger and just more awkward. Oh, and Scout trying to fight the Vil, but not under the protection of the tower, and that'll be 1, 2, 3 towers for Gabi as the Koreans on the right, making sure Target doesn't get out there. And right now, Target does not have any gold access. He's going to stone on the back. And gonna send the Vil, send everyone to fight this. Do the towers cover each other? They just have a tile where they don't, but mostly do. And here come the war galleys over. Okay, Gabi needs to run so that she doesn't lose Vils to the war galleys. Really wants to be garrisoned here and finish this tower. Be in a spot to repair. Hop inside. Then hop out. Finish this tower and repair. The Vil doing the walls. I think he just needs to do the tower. There he goes. And garrison. And garrison. Ooh, these Vils forced out. I don't think they can repair that far away. But, ooh, some Vils might go down to the war galley fire. Gabi chasing with fires over here under the sea tower. Target's numbers on the water have fallen. And this tower is slightly walled in. Actually with walls... Yeah, okay, no, you got no space to ungarrison there. Surrounded completely. So Bowsaw on the way for Gabi. She's still on 1 TC, 3 TCs for Target. But, Fire Lancers! Fire Lancers, what is this? Monks and Fire Lancers from Gabi as she goes for more guard towers. Ooh, okay. I think I saw her write a post about, like, learning to use towers more effectively as she suddenly, like, hit 2k6 recently. So maybe that's a good sign for her as the Koreans. This tower will be outside the TC range and hit all of this gold. So, nothing really that TC will be able to do. Alright, Lancer's still raiding. Defensive Monk from Target. Do Koreans have Atonement? They do not. Neither Redemption, nor Atonement, nor Heresy, nor Illumination. It's not the best monastery tech tree from them. And then more towers, but here comes a Mangonel, gets one of the Vils. At least the monks can heal, but oh no. Vil auto-tasked his way back. And that foundation needs to be deleted so she can reclaim the stone. And Vils won't get there in time. Ooh, did she delete that? No, she bought stone. Then another Vil. The Vils need to garrison. Vils need to garrison. Okay, they do. Whew. Almost lost the third Vil. Okay, Target though, what is he doing? He's still on the water, and he has a nice villager lead, 67 to 51. And this is where the map gets tricky, as he's very asymmetrical. One player with the castle drop. Target could do a castle drop himself over here. Maybe a bit tricky with the Fire Lancers. Okay, and he's ready to drop it. If he sees that, I think the move is counter castle right away. Counter castle, then you go workshop and push it. Okay, there's the castle from Gabi. Oh, he doesn't see it. Target doesn't see it. Just outside his line of sight. Oh, he is the foresight to do a castle. Okay, these will be flush against each other. The most romantic pair of castles you could possibly see. But the Fire Lancers are coming over trying to disrupt that, and even if you just force Vils to garrison for a tiny bit, that'll disrupt the castle and give Gabi time to get hers up first. Target 2 Vils in the TC. The Fire Lancers, OP. Absorbing that TC fire. Yeah, the castles are going to be close, but Gabi goes up. Gabi's goes up. She can garrison now and try to stop the Vils. One Vil going for a workshop. Okay, no, just taking an awkward path to garrison. The Vil's going down. Does this castle get stopped? Does it go up for Target? The Vil's low on HP, and it does go up, but at great cost. Cost of which he might not be able to do a workshop now. Has to do petards. Petards on the way for Gabi. Miscued a war wagon at first. Or maybe wants one war wagon. Oh gosh, could come over and deny the workshop with it. War wagon out, and then petards and a workshop behind this. And 3 Vils, two down, third could go down. And petards. The Vils here for Gabi. No murder holes for Target. That's going to block her petard pathing, though. Okay, you got to be careful with those petards. And it'll be a battering ram for Gabi, not a Mangonel. It'll be a ram. I guess the Mangonel. I mean, the castles are so close, probably can't even use the Mangonel to defend. Yeah, that's right. It is hard to put a gather point up there. And this is like the best spot for them to ungarrison. Yeah, same thing, same thing. Castle will snipe it off. And she's going to try... Ooh, she's going to get back into her castle. Yeah, and then now Target has to path awkwardly with the petards because they have to path around the Vils. Ooh, okay, the Vil's trying to block. What can Nilly do for Gabi in this situation? I think that's 2 petards that went down. And Now the Vills over here. Have to be careful fighting with the Vills, because the Vills then get exposed to the castle fire. Rams from the back, trying to go for a gate to block the pathing a bit. That could be nice if it goes up. Ram here, where's it going? The Ram needs to find a place to hit the castle. And these Vills also now exposed to castle fire again. You could hop in the castle, hop in the Ram. Hop in somewhere, at least the Ram's blocking there. War wagon in the back, and I think Gabi's winning the castle fight. Oh, also, there's more game going on down here at the same time. Gabi's doing towers, but Target's rushing them down with Vills. A couple of monks out here. Gabi repairing. And no murder holes. If she had murder holes, those towers would be doing some murder. The Mangonel out too. Target getting Mangonel's own Vill. So he will clean those towers, but at the same time, it is at the cost of a castle and a TC. Somehow he has a Vill lead, but that's because Gabi's been on one TC this whole time. Just adding in her second now over on the left, but now she has all the map control of the golds, and still winning in the middle. This is where the Koreans better safe than the Malay, I'd say, when it comes to water because of that discount. Water, and it only has one fishing ship. Maybe she could add him in now. Still quite a few deep fish left, actually. Would be good for the economy. Always kind of awkward to do it late, though. And Target will call the GG, and Gabi goes up 2-1. So Target no more gold control. This would be it for him, but having lost the water in the middle, sees that he can't do a castle drop here due to the tower and existing fire lancers. He will call it. Gabi goes up 2-1, 62 to 38 KD. 23k res collected, 2k more than Target. Or no, to Target 2k more than Gabi, but not enough to hold the line. Better castle time, not enough to win the water. Weird pick not going straight for the war galley, I'd say. And cost him. Okay, so that's 2-1 for Gabi. Winning on Target's home map of Shoals. Oh, let me mark that she did win our home map of Acropolis. And also I got the first game. Okay, yeah, this is blue. That's blue. Okay, good. And what was that? That was Koreans, her last pick. I didn't even mark that Georgians over Persians and Malay against the first. Ooh, last pick versus first pick. That's, you gotta feel good after that. Right, and once more under the breach, dear friends, as we have game number 5 on. Oh my gosh, yes. No Zong drafted, but one of the two best maps. We got Fortified clearing. And once more, Gabi will be blue, Target will be red, and I'll try to be consistent with that. Oh, remember, Freezing Point, you are microing galleys like crazy during those types of games, so it's really hard to get your eco as pristine as you'd like it. So Fortified clearing, 1 relic on the outside to the west, 3 to the east, and then 5 in the middle. Little bumpy hills all over for your castles. We'll speed the Dark Age up a bit. And yes, indeed, we will speed the Dark Age up. Sipping my water at the start. And deer push. Let's see, Gabi. Oh, is Gabi gonna lame? Oh, no, Gabi, you were right there. Oh. So Lithuanians, Portuguese. Now, Gabi, a super aggressive player. You'll see her playing cross all the time. We saw that on Acropolis, but not as well versed in the clown universe as she is on the open maps, I'd say. So this will be a good opportunity for Target to pick up a win and try to force a game 5. So boar luring, deer pushing. She's wall on the outside, and we got a pretty forward wall over here. Gotta be careful with the forward walls that men-at-arms break them extremely quickly. So we have seen men-at-arms rushes around the outside. Scout pushing in the deer, getting it to the TC, and Vill's popping out. Vill's going on a mining camp on the gold as the deer keeps getting pushed in. And Vill goes out to the stone. Hello, lame monk, how you doing? And feudal for both, 1 Vill faster for Target. And yeah, Gabi looks like she probably wants to castle drop here. We'll have an archery range for Target. If he's seen her game against FedEx, he knows how this is going to go. So market blacksmith for Gabi as she's on stone. And will simply be a castle drop from her that might be stopped by archers. So Alright, this is what he wants, to find the vills. Just make sure he can scout the vills properly, and should be able, with archers, if he does fletching, to pick them off. As soon as you see the vills coming forward, then you click fletching and you go forward with the archers. Doesn't have a barracks to support the forward. The barracks would be for spears to support forward against scouts, and now Gabi sees the scout. So I guess the downside of Target's timing is that Gabi will see the archers, and now know that she can do the castle at home, but can't go forward with it. And the only way to go forward would be to do a workshop and then get some scorpions and then try to go forward from there. And yeah, it has to do the castle at home. It has to do the castle at home. The archers in the middle. Oh gosh, what is that? Wiggling. Capture age. Stop wiggling like that. And oh gosh, what are those? Too many pop-ups. Ah! Oh, I don't know what the heck. And then organ guns from home. So second TC from Target, and he's going to try to boom and defend, likely go for redemption monks. Remember, Lithuanian monasteries do work faster. You even do hill forts eventually for TC range as a unique tech. Probably doesn't apply for an arena push though, but can be an option against mangonels. Don't know if I like 3 TCs, that's a pretty intense boom, but maybe he's thinking about it simply because of the way he has the map control with the archers, and it's going to be a bit before the organ guns can be forward, and then Gabi has to find a way to do pressure without having her castle forward, or to apply pressure without having the castle forward. There'll be one easy relic there for Target and a second on the way, so Lithuanians will have at least 2 relics. And I think I would probably like to see him maybe a bit more on gold. He's going to try to grab a relic on the outside. That should be his third, no problem. He sees Gabi's scout is on the right, so he feels confident going to the left. His walls splitting that. Redemption there for Gabi. Interesting to see redemption for her. Would have thought, like, devotion is the option. But she's maybe afraid of mangonels against the organs. And there go the organs, massacring the archers. But the archers did their job. They made sure the castle is here and not here. They've done their job. Like a good series, good to see you. Well, good to see you around here, lame monk. Hope you've encountered a random group of adventurers to heal in the wilderness today. Has had the problem of seeing the relics on the outside. Yep, that's true. Although her scout is, I guess, correctly on the side with the 3 relics. But yes, that will be now a 3rd relic for Target. And Lithuanians with double monasteries. No, that'll be the 4th relic. So Lithuanians will have all 4 relics that they need. Not on the map, so maybe the possibility she still gets more. But now Mangonel and Monk defense. And I think Target's goal will be to do Sanctity and Redemption, and then find a way to get Imp. Now 1 TC Imp into Vittoria still can be an interesting eco setup, but probably not against the 3 TC Boom in 1v1. And ooh, petard. Well, you need 2 petards, so there's the second. And no surprise that she's going to try to get through the walls, but nice secondary layer of walls from Target behind this already. He's doing a market. Gabi buying food. And I think she wants to wait for both petards and not reveal them. Or actually she does get in with 1 almost. Organs won't be too long to get through there. Organs no self-damage to the scout, so she'll get right through. I guess saves this one for a rainy day. Atonement for Target to get ready for monks. And I mean, Atonement, Redemption, Devotion, Sanctity, Fervor. All the techs, Heresy is an option. Whenever he wants to balance between going up. And Monk forward wants a conversion on the workshop. Finds a spot where the TCs don't cover it. And that petard still is there. The Target may have to delete that. I don't think he wants to give Mangonel production for free to Gabi. And petard nicely goes for the houses, making a path almost through. I think he wants to delete that. Gives it? Ooh, I don't like that. I would have much preferred to see it delete. I do not like giving Gabi Mangonel production here. I'm gonna try to Mangonel it himself. Okay, monks, conversions. Targeted on the monk, so Atonement in for Gabi. She has Sanctity, Atonement, Redemption, just no Fervor yet. Okay, she didn't trade anything from the workshop, but did tie up the Mangonel, which kind of needs to be over here dealing with the organs. Also, Clandestine Wood Eco from Target. Gabi will see that, though. And goes for a conversion on the Mangonel. And she should get it. Yep, gets the conversion on the Mangonel. And could this be the set for Gabi now? She has a nice push. 61 to 41 vills in favor of target, but now he needs to stop the organ guns. He needs to stop the organ guns. We're having a monk fight. Are these players devoted? They need some devotion. Gabi pushing with the monk rush. Alright, Gabi clowning around, getting in on the gold. Monks want another conversion on organs. Doesn't have the most organs, and once one conversion comes in, that really stops you if the TC picks another one. That's only 4 left now. And she's going to come forward, though, and she has ready for another castle. Alright, she's ready for another castle. Monastery up for target. And this castle going up, but triple monastery monks for target. He takes the score lead, still has a much larger eco. And he's getting conversions on the organ guns. I mean, even in a situation where Gabi might need to delete organ guns. Losing them to the monks. And yeah, doesn't delete. Doesn't delete. Target will run that one away. Remember, you can repair them with vills, and she gives up 2 organ guns there. Okay, target didn't get punished by giving up the workshop. And then Gabi gives up a couple of organ guns. This is where if you had any military at all, you could raid the vills out here, but you don't have military. Going for the castle push. Maybe you could do like 3 organ guns and send them around the side. That's a big risk that slows down your push in the middle. And target going to do farms and hope he doesn't get pushed on the outside. I think it really would behoove him to stonewall this. 3 or 4 organ guns on the outside could wreck him. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Even trades are bad for Gabi here. Even trades are horrible. Because she's so far behind in resources. Look at that, 2.5k res collected behind, and also 4 to 1 relic. 4 relics powering the eco here with more vills feels pretty darn good, especially when you just want to pump out those gold-costing monks. And look at those organ guns converted. And working for target. Okay, things not as smooth for Gabi as she might be hoping. And it was in her vision, right? It was in her vision, that villager, and she can see the chopped trees. The farms are a capture age thing. Or just a spectating thing. But it doesn't realize that stinky wood eco is out there. And I think that would be great. 3 organ guns from home getting into that eco. But that is, of course, dependent on scouting. And when you're going for the 1 TC monk rush, not always having the best scouting. And now target going to do the same thing, leaking out on the other side. A bit of a DauT distance from the gold on that mining camp, but it'll go up nevertheless. And she keeps pushing with her organ guns. Another workshop for Gabi. Could start ramming the monasteries. I feel like 1 mangonel from that workshop, along with deleting the organs, would have made a huge difference here. Because then you have the castle to protect your mangonel, and you can sit in the back with the mangonel and safely besiege the TC to hasten the demise of this eco. But that's the thing about fortified clearing. You can do exactly what target does. With a monk rush, you want to expand out to the sides usually. And he is doing a great job with all the room you have to do so in fortified clearing. More so than arena. And we'll have Imperial Age here on the way as he adds in a castle. Ready to stop the push. He'll sacrifice a TC. Go for the castle. Now this might be crazy. But if he did hill forts from the castle and garrisoned like 5 archers in this TC, he'd massacre all the monks with this TC. Imagine that, with all the range he'd have. Castle going for it, so there's a small timing window. Maybe it's too small. But that would actually be pretty cute. Just ungarrison directly from the range to the TC. And then hill fort, start sniping everything down. Yeah, exactly. 1 treb now once target gets imp, and this castle gets treb down. And target just managed to hold on, I think. And the crazy thing is it's only an 8 vil difference. So if Gabi were to buy her way up right now, even if she loses this castle, might still be able to add in a quick Victoria economy and even stuff out. She's going for heresy? Okay, so she's not going to go imp. She's going to go for a heresy push in the castle age with rams. Okay, maybe recognizing target's probably up to imp and not wanting to delay that long. Yeah, and this is exactly what I thought. Target can add vills in here and just add vills and use the TC to snipe off monks. And going to force Gabi to ram it down. Monks come out, but Heresy's in. It'll stop the monk defense, but it won't do anything about the economy. And it's only a 4 vil lead for target. I mean, if Gabi knew about this, and like I said, you could run 3 or 4 organs from the outside to get here. I mean, could even add TCs of her own, consider doing that now that she has Heresy, to kind of stop Imp Monks even if they get block printing. I mean, Monk Treb is hard to stop, but maybe she could play like full Castle Age Boom into Light Cav here. The eco score, yeah, more res for target, but Gabi has a huge score lead and a huge Vil lead, and a 49 to 14 KD. Heresy on the way for target, 4 relics, and he's gonna try to Vil fight the Rams. We'll see how successful that can be. Yeah, remember, these will be block printing monks too. So that means she'll die more slowly. But die nevertheless, as block printing monks are something you cannot deal with in the Castle Age. Ram push on the way, Vil died, maybe Garrison the Ram. This will be a TC that's pushed. This was the Imp TC, but it will stay up. Organ Gun's trying to fight the monks. Now it's target trying to convert his organs back. But with Heresy, probably not going to work. This TC will go down. I mean, target will be down back to 1 TC. Gabi's actually even on Vils. And she's holding right now. A few Vils go to repair the castle. That will be a bit of idle time for her. And she's almost up to Imp. And then the problem is, from our point of view, if Gabi were to buy Stone and add in 2 more TCs now at home, she'd outboom target. And the fact he's Imp. And he's so tight on eco that he'd be the one who wouldn't be able to afford the fights anymore. But maybe it's still tricky if you then need to fight the monks once they get amassed, because he's still 3 Monastery Monk eco, and that doesn't take much. And even with Heresy, they are scary in Imp. Lithuanians have the full Monk tech tree. They can do Illumination, Theocracy, Fervor. 5 Scouts really not under a castle, though. That's the problem. Target's had this castle for a long time. Can't pick off the monks. And now that was a wolf on the outside spotting the TC. He'll go for another TC. And Gabi's up to Imp herself, but not going to be able to do anything with the timing. Trying to defend the castle, but with 2 Trebs out and undoubtedly a 3rd on the way pretty soon. We'll see, target can't afford it. He's doing Faith now. Anti-Monk. Gabi doesn't really have many monks left, but we'll take the castle out. She doesn't have Devotion, but she has Heresy, so Devotion on the way. Monk's ineffective all the same. Maybe Devotion earlier could have helped a bit. She'll mine that gold as much as she can, but then retreat the Vils. They are devoted, but they're also maybe devoted to Nilly in their pathing. I'm going around the front of the gold. That Vil will be heresied. And Monk coming forward, house going to go up. As the Vils go back, try to find more gold. And with double monasteries and organ guns, Gabi will try to hold now. You let the mining camp be converted. Target's going to waste conversion on that, but you'll let him waste the monk juice. You don't really care. You have Heresy. Better to let your buildings then be converted than delete them, because it is a monk juice waste then. Force the monk to recharge. There we go. They're going for the monasteries. Just want a conversion on a Vil. Going for the castle. And Relic pops out. Gabi has to be careful that she doesn't lose the Relic. Maybe wants the monk to start bringing it back. I guess awkward with all these monks here going for the conversions. And now she's down 76 to 60 Vils. His target has managed to get 3 TCs again, and he is booming. Gabi up to Imp. No stone for a quick Vittoria swap. Block printing herself, but if it's just a monk war, I think she's in a losing position now that target already has the upgrades and has faith. He believes. Organ Gun's massacring some Vils, but Gabi losing Vils herself to conversions and heresy. How to forward monastery somehow. Monks going for conversions, but with faith, target should win that. And Treb's trying to snipe off the monks. Yeah, so much wood for target too. Oh, but Gabi finally found the clandestine economy, but a bit too late. 2 organs over here, and this is what she needed like 20 minutes ago. A few organs in this part of the eco when target can't defend, and when target's not even noticing. Just gonna sit here and wreck some Vils. Well, that's 18 Vils of a difference now, and she's still only on 1 TC. And scores are still super close, but it feels like target has a huge lead. Now that you're an imp, you have more ways of dealing with organ guns, especially with the monks. Yeah, right, she can't afford to buy the stone for Vittori's. She does have gold access out here on the side, and has at least scattered it. 42 relics too in favor of target. Got a few kills out here, nicely done, but now our workshop for target, and he'll do mangonels to clear these organ guns. TC's there at least protect the workshop location. And finally a second TC for her, but she has her work cut out for her in terms of catching up in Vil numbers. Monks pushing out with Trebs. Monks can deal with these organ guns, no problem. And she's still trying to pump out more monks. Bowsaw and Heavy Plow on the way. At least target doesn't have the best eco upgrades either, but he has had Bowsaw for a while. The building can be executed for heresy. Same with the mangonel. Okay, organ guns, you close the distance on monks and you kill them. And does she have faith? No faith, but at least she's devoted now. But okay, converting trebuchets. Converting trebuchets needs to make sure she's getting both. Defending her castle needs to wall it in. I mean, these trebs do have heresy, they both go down. And the castle stands. Lots of more organ production. On the left though, castle from target, he could look to push and get trebs over here. No more organs, they are cleaned by that mangonel. So target's eco safe again. 8k res difference. 99 to 17 KD for Gabi though. 34-0 eco KD, yet she's down. Continue to use the monks at the stage. You have to keep going for monks at the stage. You have to keep going for them. Monks are just such a good unit in low army comps. You don't have the eco for anything else. I know it feels weird, but it's monks all the way. You know, the only thing she'd be missing there would be faith then fervor. Target with all the upgrades. Problem is he has the better monks. If she could invest into more gold, then even it up a bit, that'd be good. But yeah, Lithuanians with the better monks. You remember heresy for both of them, so conversions are going to result in dead units. Still a 20 Vil differences, even with the second TC, she's still getting outboomed. And there is heresy, trying to get the organs. At least, you know, at least here you're dying, but you're using the monk juice, so the organs can go forward. And there, monks still being useful. Block printing from a distance there. Handcart on the way. Organs will try to run, but still faster than the monks at least. Monks can swap targets though. And Gabi falling victim to some heresy conversions. But again, that's maybe freeing up monk juice for the organs. Target keeps pumping out the monks though. Those faster working Lithuanian monasteries will be great. And she can dive. This might lose a couple organs to heresy. We're getting some nice kills still. Diving the monks. Okay, that's 112 to 20 KD. Organ numbers thinning a bit as the monks get conversions. I think she'll have to back away from the wall there. Maybe overstaying her welcome this far forward. At least denying the middle resources from target. But as I've been saying most of the game, equal fights are bad for Gabi because she can ill afford the resource difference or the resource cost at a 25 to 30 Vil difference. Yeah, converting the trebs is huge, right? Converting trebs, denying trebs from your opponent is usually a crazy play in any game. So forward castle atop the hill here for target. Gabi's going for stone in the middle. I don't really see a way for her to push target anymore though, since he still has the monk advantage. And there's nothing Gabi can really switch to. You might think, oh, light cav hussars for the monks, but with only 12 on food, she can't do that. With only 18 on wood, she can't just plop down farms for the hussars. Target with the woodies floating and 52 farmers now could be thinking of a cav switch, and yeah, there he goes. But it takes a lot of eco setup for this. And he might even think about walling on this side, as he pushes with more castles. And then he can get to the monks in the middle with the cav. Organ Gun's taking another decent fight against the monks. And the light cav are like, nope, no thank you, we don't have monk support anymore, we'll run back. Gabi's thinking of light cav, a 10 on food, you're not going to pump out light cav. Not nearly in the numbers that target is. Yeah, so many upgrades for the light cav, exactly, Epicuro. And also expensive just to pump them out. Yeah, so wood for target still means he's not at his farming capacity yet. He could add more farms whenever he notices he's floating, and that just means more hussars. So, Heresy, Devotion, Faith, Hussars. Or Light Cav from his, at least. Light Cav from him. Maybe far away from Winged Hussars, but this will be a good unit against monks. And if he does get to Winged Hussar, remember, they do have an attack bonus against Gunpowder, which will be decent against the Organs. So defensive castle on the right, keeping himself safe. Yeah, and this inside gold here, Gabi moving to the outside gold for her. And at least she does have another gold pile around the outside she has scouted if she wants to run to it. With the light cav raids commencing, knocking the vills down from Gabi. Finally, she's taking some vill losses this game. The light cav coming from all over. Those are some big numbers. And I think this is going to be it. I think this will be it for Target. And there's the GG. Target ties it up 2-2, and we have a game 5. Alright, been streaming for almost 6 hours, and time for game number 5. That hold from Target, just enough. So many little things have to go right there for Target that do. GG. GG, hello to Boos. Alright, Gabi. Target. Both of them already in silver, but trying to qualify for gold by winning this. Their opponent next round, I believe, is Fire. It's a win for the Lithuanians and loss for the first picked Portuguese. Oh, did I not click the military tab? Sorry, I left the game. Did I click it too fast in the VOD? Maybe I did. Lots of conversions, though. I did, but I missed some funny stats. What stats, 11? Enlighten me. Research Illumination, enlighten us. As a hydrate before the final game. Remember, everyone drink some water. Think they'd ever bring the monk lines into the game? I hope not. I hope not. I think from an interface perspective, it's way too much clutter. And from a micro perspective, it's too much of a buff for the monks. If the monk player can see and swap their targets properly. Monk lines, the things in Capture Age that show where the conversions are. I've actually had times I've wished I could turn them off in Capture Age, because they're annoying if I'm trying to take a screenshot and then I have monk lines all over. But here we go. Game number 5, Rocky Forest. It'll be, let's see. Inca Khmer. And what are the colors? So Target red, Gabi blue will be consistent there going forward as we have been. And it'll be the Inca for Target, the Khmer for Gabi. So potential for an aggressive drush. On this version compared to some other ones, I got rid of some of the trees that were in the clearing and put a guaranteed deer spawn, so one player isn't hugely disadvantaged if they don't get deer. They should be pretty close and fair. Also push the wood lines away on the sides. Monk vectors. I like that American. I like that. It's a cute little trick you can pull off. It's the things like that that I think make Age of Empires fun. You start removing everything like that, and it no longer feels like AoE 2. I think a lot of the mistakes they made later on in the series were removing that type of thing. Oh, Target going for the lame? Going for the lame with the eagle. And you can heal the eagle afterwards. So Gabi getting lamed right away didn't take her forward boar, and she can see this, but I don't think that she can do anything about it. She can push more ibexes. That was the type of thing I remember reading in Chris's book years ago about the farm sniping. It's a fun little feature. You gotta keep track of it, delete the farms. And you can go really down a rabbit hole of thinking, oh, units shouldn't, like, teleport across the TC, or they shouldn't be able to quick wall. Or any number of things. But, and then they do that in the other games, and you start to think, you know what, there are reasons why that exists, and there are reasons why it's fun. And I think the farms count as that. I still hate that you can kill the TC with the boar, and there's no penalty to it. On other buildings? Other buildings you can quick wall with. Right, you saw that if you ever watch competitive AoE 1, you see house foundations pop out of nowhere. And they have 1 HP, and you can limit unit movement. Farms you can't do that with because they're walkable. So you'd never like quick wall with farms for any purpose. Do it for solid buildings, and then you quick wall with them. Killing the TC with a boar. Yeah, it used to have no food on it. Now there's food on it, so it's like trivial to lure boars every time. It is like rage forced, like triple boar lures. It becomes so easy at the end. You don't have to worry about losing the hunter or killing one of the boars. Alright, so the eagle, even after the lame, will run forward. So Gabi, in game number 5, in a rough spot, having been lamed. Good old lame into insta-drush. Now, as the Khmer, she can hide in houses and did go for a rather hidden lumber camp around the backside of the forest. Didn't go straight to the middle, went to the back. And now might be hard for target to scout that or find it. I can kill the TC with the boar. Oh, that would be one heck of a boar. That'd be a good iron boar. That boar would then become king of the Huns. Ibex pushed in. Or not. Militia disrupting the Ibex push. And here's the question. Will the militia see where Gabi is taking wood? Target probably needs to realize there's a lumber camp out here. And if he doesn't, then he won't hit anything with the drush. So he might be thinking, oh, she's doing a weird Khmer thing where she's only on stragglers. Maybe she should take a straggler just to show that. And it looks like the eagle does go down, or one of the militias. One of the militias goes down. Eagle's still out to the side. And only 2 militias now. That one going down to the TC. That's actually a huge loss because 2 versus 3 militia is much less threatening to Vils on a wood line. And Loom is in on the Vils, so Gabi can fight that off, especially with the 4th Vil. Yep, it also means she can push the deer again and help make up for the boar difference. And she still has sheep under her TC, so she's taking food. And yeah, now the Vils can fight. Now the militia are much less of a threat. And if the injured Vil ever gets too far forward, then the Vil can garrison in a house. Gabi moving to the stragglers, but with enough food to click feudal. And this is where the Khmer skipping the barracks will be useful if she just wants to go scouts. Vil's killing the sheep from afar. But oh well, and doing whatever she can. Wants the Vils on the straggler. And Eagle, so low on HP from the lame, can't be used to help fight the Vils. Remember, Vils don't heal in Khmer houses. So bring her scout over. I can't really do anything to fight with the scout, though. Has to just debate the eagle into chasing and wasting time. Oh, to discuss the adminry of the relic that was actually there? There was no adminry. Was there an adminry during this set that we missed? The auto sheep lore animation. One of the things that feels like quality of life bloat, honestly. You never get the sheep actually where you want them. So one of those things that's kind of an anti-feature in some ways. Oh, what was the adminry? I didn't hear about that. I've been casting the whole time. I didn't see it. What was the adminry? 11. Maybe there's a map I need to fix then. Any tournaments that are not sponsored by them? Not really. A lot of B-tier tournaments like Stronghold Frenzy we're running that aren't sponsored by them. But it's more just like the Wikipedia threshold for the cash prizes of those have mostly gotten to the point where they sponsor them. Oh, that one, he had thought there were 5 deer on shoals because it was behind the scout. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's our base. That's our base's fault then. Wait, we've had so many adminry. The admins think the maps are bugged when they're not bugged. Problem is the spectator delay too if they're playing with a 2-minute spec delay, which World's Edge unfortunately does require. In our own tournaments, we can have a better world book and not require that. Hey, okay, people tagged me about that in Discords earlier. And there was one hidden behind a scout in a screenshot I saw. Okay. Oh, and Gabi takes a hit on the scout, keeps it alive, the 1 HP, that's all you need. And at least it's speedier than the other units, and she just wants to scout what's happening here, and she will see the range. She will see the range. And Vils, ooh, target might have killed the scout there. And escaping with 1 HP versus a dead scout is absolutely huge for the information you gain from it. Gabi's still down on that wood line. Nice use of the house earlier to defending from the drush. And even though she got lamed, took advantage of the lack of HP on the eagle, and then got a nice TC snipe on a militia so she could keep pushing with her scout. What are the thresholds these days? It's like 10k for an A tier, probably? Like 30k for S tier? Like Wandering Warriors Cup, that was like a 20k prize pool. That wasn't even S tier. Like Cartographers was 17k, and that wasn't even S tier. So I think the thresholds have just gotten to the point where, unless, you know, random people come by and want to put in like 20k. Like the Sax Arabia tournament, that was a, what, 50k? What was that, 20k last year? I think it was 20k. For some reason, that wasn't even S tier, even though it was like an Arabia tournament with a huge prize pool. Okay, so target getting in with Men-at-Arms. Gabi using the Chimera House, hopping in on one side, hopping out the other, and somehow staying alive. Oh my gosh. Only losing a single Vil there. The Men-at-Arms going down to the archers, and what is this micro using the house? Using the house, and any civ other than Chimera, the Vils get massacred. But the Chimera House saves the Vils, and she will kill the Men-at-Arms, closing with the archers, takes a few hits, but ultimately cleans them up. And all in all, that little bit of idle time, that was probably good for Gabi. Is it possible? I mean, it's possible, but I don't think anyone in Age of Empires would want that. I think pretty much all the players would hate that. I mean, we still do get some good signups for Stronghold Frenzy, at least. So it's, you know, there are players who do sign up for almost everything still. It's like, no, trust me, admins would not want that. No one would want that. And Gabi was prepared for that drush, handled it. And now with a score lead, down by 600 resources collected though, but a 9-2 KD. And target might have caused some idle time, but he didn't get any kills. And now he's trying to go skirms, but the problem is he doesn't have any spears nearby. Looks like he had added an eagle scout, but that won't threaten the scouts the way a spear would. Still will force him back, but without those pokes, the scouts, remember, in feudal, scouts still beat eagles. Do you know what opening they use? Yeah, I mean, they're still scouting, but much less important. You would probably see just Omega Deer pushing, if it's the same thing every time, in the exact location. Because you're not going to scout the opening until the end of the Dark Age anyway. So it's either Omega Deer pushing or full-on laming. Oh, they have been all visible tournaments before. So counterattack. Oh, counterattack. The archers that cleaned up the Men-at-Arms went around the western side of the map and now are in on target's gold. And Gabi now finds herself with a 2-vil lead and will be depriving our Inca player of his gold. And market coming up, but that's not going to be a market to go up. He's nowhere close. And she'll be continuing to loop around as she will circumnavigate the rocky forest with her archers. And needs to come back to defend the gold, wants a tower to come up. Archers there, fletching and armor. Armor on the Inca skirms. That'll make it tricky for these archers to deal with anything. And actually, oh, she's not going to run back for defense. She's going to bring her scouts around. Scouts around to keep up the pressure and ensure that target cannot deter the archers with his skirmishers. Scale mail armor on the way, and he's going to keep pushing. The tower does go up, and he doesn't hit the gold. But he will try to hit the wood line. Too many Vils to garrison in the houses here. And maybe too many Vils to quick wall. At least she's getting to the leafy part of the woods. And low HP Vil could be picked off. He'll go down. So target getting a nice raid here at the same time. Gabi getting another raid, killing some skirms. Killing a couple of Vils. So both players raiding now. Both players crazy on opposite sides of the map. Gabi needs to hit the spear. Doesn't want to lose scout HP. We'll fight the skirms with the Vils over here with archers and a few scouts. Fighting with the Vils and the archers and the scouts while at the same time raiding. Trying not to run into the TC. Getting more Vils as target's gather point seems to be on the gold. Ooh, a gather point out there on the gold is horrible at this point for him. As Gabi is fighting with the Vils. The Vils are just standing there menacingly. Some of them aren't even fighting. But as long as it deters the skirms from hitting the archers, it works. And it looks like she's going to clean this. Looks like she's gonna clean this army. Enough scouts are there. Lots of idle time on the vills. But then Target not doing all that great himself. Via the TC gather point still going for the gold. Gabi not even microing anything over here, just stand grounding. Noticing and going with the archers for the Vil. Or not even going for her, just running around the side. Oh, another gather point. Target's lost so many Vils to that gather point. If Target's gather point were on this wood line, he'd have lost like maybe 3 or 4 fewer Vils. Instead though, his army at the front is cleaned up. Gabi taking a nice score lead now despite the eco difference. That's a huge KD difference, 38 to 13. And Forging now coming in for her scouts. Forging coming in. The scouts take the Vil, try to avoid the TC fire. Is a Toreador map possible? Like a bullfighting map? Or like some type of weird boar map? What do you mean by that? Oh, a toroidal. Okay, I read that wrong. You made a math joke, and I was thinking of, like, trying to, like, what word does that spell? But crossing from one side to the other, you need to do a scenario with custom triggers for that, and even then it would be awkward. Not really possible. Yeah, as Wise Turtle says. That's what I first read it as, 6 hours into the cast. So a few skirms over here, but Gabi with the scout, Gabi doing armor. Need some bloodlines, could go full feudal scouts trying to wall the range in. Don't think that's gonna work. Maybe, if she has the map presence to do it. Don't need the palisades on the corners if you're going walls instead of gates. Yeah, and Gabi, 3 clandestine vills for Target in the middle, and those are his hope to gather gold, hoping Gabi doesn't notice them. Going back out to his gold now. Kind of an awkward mining camp too, where the vills can't get a good, like, pass through in the middle of it. That awkward Among Us gold doesn't have a great shape near the TC. 3 tiles flat on the side, but that's also away from his own TC when he needs to run. And Gabi's still taking a winning fight in the middle, 59 to 28 KD. And she keeps pushing, now in a position she is mostly walled in the range. Needs to do this palisade if she's walling with a house. There she goes, and that will be trapped, other than the mill could be deleted and skirms could escape. And forward once again, going for the gold defensive tower for Target, and Gabi clicks up to the castle age. And once she gets up, can go knights, can go elephants, can go crossbow. And Target gonna call it. Gonna call the GG, and Gabi will do it. Rocky Forest, exactly the aggressive type of map she wants. And 64 to 28 KD was prepared to deal with the Drush. And she will win and advance. Let's maybe look at the bracket. Let me give her a win on the scoreboard and look at the bracket. Alright, that'll be 3-2 Gabi. At the end, win on Rocky Forest. I think there's a reason she picked Rocky Forest and Necropolis as her home maps and banned Zong. So sad about banning Zong, though. No way, but you only have a scout and you have to grab Gaia villagers. If you get all of them, it's an admin win. Yeah, I think, as I said, it was Fire next. And let me open up Firefox and the bracket on Wikipedia if I can find it. What time do I cast tomorrow morning? Andre Demo in 8 hours? That is not at the right time for me. Yeah, so I think DauT Antagonist 13 GMT will be when I start my stream tomorrow. Then we'll have the Silver League of Stronghold Frenzy right after that. So Stronghold Frenzy tomorrow. That'll probably be... Hopefully I get a bit of a day off after that. Because I need some time to do some math. Anyway, Bronze League, the player is looking to qualify. And I think this is the end of the round of 32. So Miguel will admin win his way to face Monos then. To qualify, winner qualifies to gold. Everyone remaining has qualified to silver, but the winner qualifies to gold. I will have, so that'll be Miguel Monos, Wide Deeker, Blue Turs, and Gabi Fire, Brazilian matchup here. Ooh. And Sorokuma Stark. And Jordan Kambito. Antagonist Uzi. Chart Duduzu. And quite a lot of stuff going on. Quite a lot of stuff going on there. Okay, that's interesting though. Gabi Fire. That's going to be one heck of a map. I hope I get to cast that. That could be interesting though. I like the idea. Gaia Vills, you start with none and you gotta capture them. Kind of like Battle Royale, right? You have to capture the things to produce. Oof, anyway. That is exhausting. For me, we'll be back at 18 GMT. For Stronghold Frenzy. No, at 13 GMT for Stronghold Frenzy, which is 8 AM for me. Got my 8 AM and 13 GMT mixed up. So, it's 8 PM. I need to make sure I get some sleep tonight. I need to eat something. I'm hungry. So, see you tomorrow. GG Major Blazer. Goodbye on YouTube. We'll raid someone on Twitch. And also, good news. Not a single drop frame today, so my internet seems to be stable with the